Good morning, everybody. Happy Hoplo Thursday. Happy Elder Scrolls Thursday. We're doing a live stream. We're back, and it is almost the final day of our Hoplomachus Pandora's Box campaign.
It's the final day somewhere.
Yeah, that's
Disclaimer, that might not be true.
That's, time zones, man.
How do they work?
It's complicated. At 5 o'clock this afternoon, we will be hitting the 24-hour mark on the Hoplomachus Pandora's Box campaign. We are so happy with how that has gone so far. We've unlocked a ton of content, and also the new products that we unveiled last night have largely gone over super well. I think I'll open. Well, first of all, I'm Josh. I'm Josh Welgus. I'm Gilly.
I'm Logan.
He's still Logan.
Yep.
You may know me from writing a lot of your updates and that kind of thing. Logan, you helped design some stuff
things,
or whatever.
and you'll see me in the comments a lot during the campaign.
Yeah.
At least for the things that I know anything about.
Yeah. And if we don't happen to hit 700K on this campaign, we will be letting Logan go, which is a little sad, but...
Oh, I thought you meant letting me leave because I've been locked in the building for a year and a half.
Yeah. We'll save the details for
either way.
Help us hit 700K. That would be awesome. We've got a bunch of stretch goals still remaining.
We've hit a bunch though.
We have hit a bunch.
Oh, we've hit so many. I think so.
Why don't we cover that first? And
dying to get to Set. Set was the one, because when we went in, Set was the big one where I was like, I have such a cool idea for this. But not only is it a bunch of chips, because he's a shapeshifter, and as you fight, different versions of the Scion go in and out, and as he changes form, but he's a Scion, so they're thick chips. So I wanted to do a Scion with a whole bunch of thick chips, and the decision was made, well, we can do that, but we can do that if we do pretty well. And I was like, all right, I guess. It's so cool, though, so y'all did it. Thank you for that. Set is awesome. Set is so fun, and we continue to knock out and add cards to the Dark Days expansion, which is super exciting. And I know there have been kind of questions about those a little bit, so I may touch on those just very quickly.
Yeah, go for it.
Just people wondering, how many you hit. Even when there were only a handful of them, in a game of Victorum, you're going through those decks a lot. You do some spectating. You're typically going to see them. And now that, more keep getting added, the likelihood of seeing them goes up and up. So there's not really any concern from my end in terms of running into those during your campaign, even if you're playing the shortened Quicktorum mode, which if you haven't checked that out, it's available for download for free on the campaign page. Go check it out and play it if you have Victorum and you want a quick game. There were also some questions, though, about why these events were treated the same way as other events. Should there be an extra punishment for skipping them because they're a little bit harder? And the answer is no, not really. Skipping them is punishment in and of itself. When you're moving around the world, you don't want to skip events. Skipping an event sometimes is strategic to heal your hero, but a lot of the time, because it's building your Scion influence, that is a punishment that you're trying to avoid, forcing you to take events you'd rather not. So if you look at a Scion event and you go, gosh, the Hydra is extra nasty today. I don't know if I want to fight this. That Scion influence where you may not need the healing and may not want to spectate, that is the punishment you get for skipping the Scion event, just like a regular event. So they are a little bit nastier, I would say, on average. And you may want to avoid them at times. And that is okay, but you are going to pay for it in Scion influence.
Yeah, absolutely. There's, our most popular game is Too Many Bones, and I think most of the people watching this have probably played Too Many Bones. The Dark Days, things that get shuffled into the deck, I mean, it's a little bit akin to a Tyrant encounter. And when you play Too Many Bones, you don't always run into many Tyrant encounters. There's a couple Tyrants even in the base game. I think Nam and Mulmesh only have one Tyrant encounter card that gets shuffled in. You may get lucky and not see it at all, but that's kind of part of the fun also. These games have a heavy, I don't know that this was necessarily even intentional, but they have a heavy sort of, or a lot of heavy parallels to, say, roguelike video games, where sometimes you do happen to run into the exact perfect combination of all the perks and weapons and that kind of thing that really help you out on a run. And sometimes it just all goes terribly wrong. And that's what keeps it replayable. That's what keeps it engaging with every run that you do. And I think, the Dark Days stuff is really an example of that's going to keep these games and these Scions replayable forever, because again, depending on when you run into things and what your build is going into any particular thing, it can really change things up. So
yeah, I think you'll see them on your runs more than perhaps you expect. I know you look at it and go, well, that's a 35 card deck, but you see a lot of those 35 cards over a 48-week adventure.
Right. Yep. Exactly. So, yeah, we've got set unlocked. We've got some bunch
new art.
Yeah,
new art for the wretches. We've got new art for the crocodiles.
That's right. We have, and again, we continue to unlock these mega packs of Dark Days content. We do have a handful of unrevealed stretches left to show you. I believe most of those will be live by the 24-hour mark. So stay tuned for that. I do also just want to mention, we've been talking all Hoplo so far. I know there's probably a bunch of folks watching because of the Elder Scrolls, and I do just want to, again, reiterate, after this Q&A, and you can ask us anything about anything CTG right now. I may or may not have answers for everything, but you can ask. We will be showing off more Elder Scrolls gameplay, as well as talking through a bunch of the rules updates that have kind of, or I would even call them tweaks more than like significant updates. But right after this Q&A, we will be showing some Elder Scrolls gameplay, fresh gameplay that you have not seen before, and updating kind of, again, a lot of these minor things that we've talked about in updates that have changed in the last 30 to 60 days as we get things more locked in. So just want to acknowledge, this is not a full-on Hoplo stream. This is not a full-on Elder Scrolls stream. This is not a full-on anything stream, except for
life.
It's a full-on life stream. Yeah. That sounds really like new age and hippie. Anyway, I
like to think of it as more Dr. Phil.
Is he still doctoring?
I don't think he was ever a real doctor.
Well, but okay. Anyway, I think you're thinking of Dr. Oz. Is Dr. Oz a real doctor?
No, maybe I was thinking of Dr. Pepper.
I could go for a Dr. Pepper. Hydrate Gilly. Okay. Anyway, so I'm gonna talk about one of the things that in the comments last night. Anyway, on our update that we put out was semi-controversial, and so. We announced that we heard from a bunch of folks that they wanted a reminder for tactics and Banes and arena chips that are in play. These chips, generally speaking, go into your chip stacks for units in various ways. For arena chips, typically you're standing on top of them. If you have a tactic in play, typically it's right underneath the unit. Same with a Bane. And folks have been asking us since the campaign started, and I want to be extra clear that going into this campaign, we weren't really planning on offering these at all. Like, these weren't really on our radar. And it was really the survey that we did, the poll that we took early in the campaign, asking folks, are you interested in this? Because we kept seeing it in the comments. That's really when we decided to take a serious look at whether or not we should do something like this and offer it. And it's taken us 2 weeks to get to where we got to last night, unveiling this product. And I would say seems like about 75% of people are thrilled with it, and we've got another 25% of people who are like, a reminder for a reminder, that's the stupidest thing I've ever seen. So I just wanted to talk through a little bit of our mindset on that. So first of all, I wanted to show off, and I don't know if this close-up camera will be able to see it or not, but this is kind of an example of there we go, of what we're looking at here. So these 3 magnets that you see on this chip, these were kind of our inspiration for where we're going with these reminders for arena chips, tactic chips, Bane chips. Now, we showed you a 3D mock-up of the sculpts that we are kind of looking at with the extruded arena icon, Bane icon, tactic icon. And again, some of the feedback that we've gotten has been, that's great. That's exactly what I was looking for. That really helps me remember that I'm standing on top of a chariot, or that really helps me remember that I have a hamstring tactic underneath that particular unit. Then we had another subset of folks who were like, a generic tactic helps me exactly none. Like, I was I want you to do indicators for each individual tactic. I want you to do indicators for, for chariots, for the trident, etc., for specific banes, all that kind of thing. And number one, I just want to let everybody know, like, we thought through all of this stuff, and none of it is quite as simple as it seems. So to do an individual marker for every single tactic in the game, number one, that's a lot of markers, and it starts to drive up the cost. So we're trying to be cost conscious on this because it is a reminder pack. We don't really want to charge folks like $35 for it. That starts to get ridiculous. And
you could spend that on a copy of Game to Pick a Game instead.
Yes, or Trip Lock. So there is that. And now you could also say, well, then don't make them out of magnets. Make them, make them little acrylic tokens. Okay, like, those are expensive too. Like, those aren't super cheap to offer. Go shop for a pack of the Quacks bits on the BGG store for an example of what those tend to cost. They cost almost as much as a game of Quacks costs. If you've never played Quacks of Quedlinburg, it's a great bag builder. Go play it. So we did have to, we had to consider that too. We didn't want them to obscure the unit at all. And so, again, this is why these are fairly small, because you can put them right on the unit. You can still read all the stats, all the skills, everything, no issue. And they stay really, really firmly locked on there, which is why we wanted to do magnets. We like magnets in general. We think they're cool. Obviously, brass mags have been massively well received. But also, it's just like, this is not going anywhere. Like, you can tip this upside down. It's not going anywhere. So, the other thing is that, like, anytime you're dealing with any kind of CCG adjacent thing, right, where there's a lot of interacting skills, there's a lot of interacting keywords, et cetera,
ongoing effects, yep.
There's a complexity there that requires a little bit of wordiness. So, and there's a lot of tactics in this game and in this series. We have to consider remastered as well. And so by the time we do an individual thing for every single tactic, now we're dealing with like 15
or 16
yep. icons that you need to try to remember. And, we have like the Forge micro expansion we were realizing this morning. It's like, there's another one.
Another one that's a permanent expansion or a permanent tactic.
Yeah. So, and at the point that you have 15 unique icons, suddenly, like, you can't your odds are you're not going to memorize exactly what each of those do, and so you're still going to be lifting that chip to read the tactic anyway.
Which, incidentally, is much easier with the magnet on it to just grab it, lift it up, pop it back down.
That is correct. Now, we could, and we're looking at this. So a couple things here. Number one, if you're not thrilled with the solution that we rolled out last night, don't buy it. Okay, like, just don't buy it. That's okay. Like,
we were going to tell them to buy it.
Oh,
anyway.
yeah.
Like, just go ahead and get it.
If you don't like what we rolled out last night, buy 4 of them. No, like, that's okay. Like, this is what we came up with. We think it's a solid solution. We really, really like it as a, like, gentle and subtle reminder. We think it's going to look great on the table. If you're not into it, don't buy it. That's okay. But we are looking at what is possible. Right now, we have 3 different molds. Molds are expensive when it comes to offering metal tokens like this. We are looking at the possibility of whether we could do, looking at this, you've got this little topper here, and we're looking at whether we could do a single sculpt, a single mold, and then put stickers on the top instead. Similar to the stickers that we've used, if you have our trove chest, the chip dividers, we may look at whether or not we could put a little tiny sticker on here with the icon that is associated with either the arena chip or the tactic, and then you would actually leave the tactic like in front of you, and then you have a tactic icon reminder that goes with the tactic chip.
Sometimes.
Other
times you have repeat tactics and you need to know what unit they're on, and
hence the complexity here. So the other thing is that when it comes to stickers, especially little tiny stickers, there's an assembly cost to that. If we are having those stickers applied for you in the factory, that adds additional cost, and when it's little tiny and fiddly, that takes more time. It becomes even more expensive. We could have you sticker them yourself, right? Like we've done that, like we have with the trove chest, because we want you to kind of organize it the way you'd like. The issue there then, though, is that then we can't put a bunch of these in a little tiny baggie for you. We have to have a big sticker sheet that we have to protect. That affects shipping. All of this, I realize, is going to sound like excuses, which is not the point. The point is simply that like there's a lot of little things here that become big things if you follow the rabbit trail a little bit further. And we have thought through all of this stuff, even if it appears like, oh, the solution I was really hoping for is really obvious. It's not quite as obvious as it seems. There have been a few people in the comments who have suggested using those chip dividers and putting them like upright and then putting stickers on that. We tried that out and it just was kind of clumsy and janky. And then you have a bunch of these little like tactic things sitting up all over your table and you need to know which one to grab. Whereas these little magnets, you can fit them almost all on one little chip and it doesn't take up any additional significant table space. So anyway, we're thinking through all of that stuff. Here's our commitment to you. So number one, again, if you're not into it, don't buy it. That's fine. We are going to look at this sticker solution and see what's possible. There's a chance that in the process of saving on the mold costs, we could do one single mold with that sticker ring on the top, and that would save us a significant amount of money. And then we could include more magnets in the pack because of the money that we're saving on mold costs. We're going to look at that. We're not promising that. It may not work super well. The stickers may not stick to the metal super well. There's just a lot of considerations that we need to take a look at. We're going to look at it though. We're listening to your feedback. But I would also say that even of the suggestions that have been suggested by folks in the comments, none of them are an all-size-fits-all solution for what everyone is looking for. And as we grow as a company, and as we have more and more customers as a company with each and every campaign, we are going to upset someone with everything that we do. We can't please everybody all the time. So again, our commitment to you is that we're going to keep looking at it, and we obviously genuinely want to offer the best solution for the most amount of people. We think what we have is that. Whether you like it or not, we think what we have offered has made the most amount of people happy and is a elegant, simple solution to what folks have asked for. Because again, the majority of folks are not asking for a specific call out. They're asking to be reminded that they're standing on a chariot. They're asking to be reminded that they have a bane in play because they just, as they're moving chips around and as they're engaging in the strategy and rolling the dice,
Once it goes under the unit, they kind of lose track of it, and suddenly it moved.
Yep.
It's like, oh no, it should have moved one farther. I needed something reminding me that it had adrenaline. This is a very good visual reminder. Something's affecting this unit.
Yep.
And it's very easy if you go, well, I don't know if it's adrenaline or hamstring, to just go, boop, up, that's what that is. It takes half a second.
Yep. So I don't know if anything's going to change with what we have offered. Again, we think we've got the best solution for the most amount of people in what we offered last night. But we will look at it, and you will have an opportunity to adjust your pledge in whatever way that you want, whether it's just simply adding this pack, upgrading to an all-in, whatever. That will be available in the Pledge Manager to anyone backing the campaign. So don't sweat it. That's where we're going. So instead of tactic reminders, can we buy Logan's time to come to my house and remind me there is a tactic?
Yeah, absolutely. I can offer that service for $100 an hour plus plane fare and snacks.
Oh yeah. What kind of snacks are we talking about here?
I mean, I like jerky.
Okay.
Preferably no
snack.
added sugar, so even more expensive.
Ooh,
it's a specialty item, but although I got to watch my sodium, so maybe some of that Skinny popcorn. I'll take
Skinny
some of that.
Pop is good.
It's not bad.
What are the popcorners? The chips that are popcorn? Have you
Oh
tried them?
yeah,
Those are good.
Those
too.
are weird, but you get used to them.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, so anyway,
Live stream.
Yes, exactly. The live stream. There you go. We'll film that. We'll stream that when Logan comes to your house. We'll stream that as well.
Well, I thought we were just gonna do a snack review.
Which I guess
I give it a 6 out of 10. And
now we're going to require you to. You're going to have to pay for our film crew if we want to stream this. So this is getting more expensive. But yes, we'll offer it. It'll be $100
$100.
Yes. Okay. I'm curious about the alloy dice and their wear over time. I'm mainly concerned because of their weight. About the swords on the dice themselves. Are they numbers? Are they printed, stickered? So the alloy dice are, they're all molded. So they're molded, and I believe they're painted with the various colors. And they're not stickers. So they are heavy. They will show a little bit of wear over time because it's metal bumping against metal. That is a thing, but generally speaking, you shouldn't have any issues with those. But yeah, they're all molded. There's no stickers on our metal dice.
Or any of our Hoplo dice, I don't think.
Correct. Yeah. Sticker dice are not a thing we have ever done, and it's not something we plan to ever do because they just tend to be kind of gross. Okay, so yeah, answer this question again. Yeah, so for the tactic pack right now, Bane, Arena, Tactic, Indicators, they are generic. One other thing I didn't mention is, so this cycle of content that we're doing for Victorum and Remastered is kind of meant to close out the Victorum and the Remastered cycle of content. However, we do always like to reserve the ability to release a promo Tactic, a promo Bane, a promo Arena, whatever mechanic. And if this stuff sells super, super well, it's not beyond question that we would want to revisit this world, the Victorum-specific Hoplo system, again in the future. If we do a whole bunch of very specific tokens for tactics and arenas and banes, that also kind of limits what we feel like we can, in good conscience, release in the future. So, if we wanted to release a promo tactic or a promo whatever, or even a small box expansion for this content, and we wanted to include more tactics, arenas, etc., banes, that becomes significantly more difficult to make that future content compatible with this pack of stuff if we go very, very specific. So anyway, that's just another consideration that we've had to have rolling around in the back of our heads as we look at these tokens. So anyway, okay. How many more stretch goals are there, and do you plan on releasing any unachieved stretch goals in the future? I feel fairly confident we are going to unlock all of the stretch goals that we have. I'm not going to say how many more we have because we are going to, again, as we continue to up the funds and the backer count, we're going to continue to roll out some more. I believe all the way up to 700K, I think, is where where it cuts off. I'll have to check on that. But there's also, again, there's the backer number ones as well. I feel fairly confident that we're going to unlock them all. There are a few less stretch goals on this campaign in terms of content than you might see when we do a base game campaign, simply because expansion content, it's just it needs to be a little bit more reined in, whereas when we're creating a new system and a new big box, we can, kind of the world is our oyster, and we can mostly do what we want within the realm of cost. Will the metal sword pegs in Hoplo be the same design as the Elder Scrolls ones? That is still to be determined. I would say the ones that would change would be the Elder Scrolls ones. So when we sold the Blacksmith pack for the Elder Scrolls, we showed essentially the Hoplo swords. That was because we did not have time to do that was something that we kind of did on the fly, and we didn't have time to get a Elder Scrollsian sword sculpt done. We are still looking at that, but the sword pegs, the metal sword pegs for this campaign will be exactly the same as the plastic pegs in terms of their sculpt. So they will look exactly the same. They will just be metal. We may do a unique sword sculpt, though, for the Elder Scrolls that feels a little bit more, or a little bit less Gladius and a little bit more, Dawnbreaker, if that makes sense.
Metal wheel of cheese pegs.
Right. Yes, exactly. Curious as to why there were no more arena units for Remastered, Logan.
It's easy. I don't love them.
Okay, great.
Actually, I'm going to answer that one along with this next one at the same time. Any chance we'll see more Immortals and or Titans for Remastered? So the answer to that is probably not. And it kind of ties together. The Remastered modes are all very small little ecosystems. It's not like Victorum where you have this massive thing that you can kind of just add stuff to, flesh out. The Ascension mode and Onslaught mode and now Condemned mode and Namakya mode getting added are very curated, closed systems. And there's not a ton of room there to just add more stuff. And where there is, say, a new Titan, for example, it's not the biggest value add. It is a much bigger value add for people who have the box of Remastered to say, hey, let's give you a whole new mode. Here's a whole new map and a whole new system with all of these things that you can take your factions to and interact with. So we thought about it. It just felt like it was better for you to get 2 new modes versus a little bit of stuff for this mode or a little bit of stuff for this mode that can't really be used as broadly or integrated as well with other things. And again, part of the reason you don't see new stuff for those modes is we like where they are. We like how they're balanced. We like where they stand. Adding new immortals would change the cadence of that whole mode, things like that.
Sure. Did you have any thoughts on the naming convention for the Vesuvius faction units in Remastered? Unique names versus generic names.
We'll probably look at it again. I know Ryan and I are talking about it a little bit. I like the new unique names. It doesn't change how the units function. Ideally, I wouldn't have minded going back and giving all the factions unique names, but I think that gets a little bit confusing. Nothing is set in stone yet, so we're looking at it.
Yeah. Yep. Is there an option to purchase the Burn Cycle player aids from the website? Yes, I believe they are $4. They are maybe $5, $4 or $5. But they should be up for purchase right now. I've seen several of them go through. If they're not, let us know because something has gone terribly wrong, if that is the case. You mentioned in one of the updates for Too Many Bones Unbreakable that we would get 2 Master Baddie skill reference sheets, but we only got 1. When did you make this change? I'm just going to be totally honest with you. It slipped through the cracks in the massive amount of content that we were putting out for Too Many Bones and the massive amounts of files and contents and everything that we were proofing. It's something that slipped through the cracks and we ended up only putting 1 in the box, and apologies for that. It's one of those things that it would have cost us like hundreds of thousands of dollars to ship those out and correct that after the fact, and that's just not something that's in the cards. You can download those master skill sheets from the website and print off 4 of them if you're playing a 4-player game, so that you have 1 for every single player at the table. And that is kind of what we're recommending to folks. Again, our apologies for that. It's just something that slipped through the cracks. So it's not something, though. It's also not something that we are going to fix in the future for future prints of Unbreakable. It's going to stick with 1. And our recommendation, again, just to everyone, is just print off as many as you'd like from our website. Okay, any word on the COG book and the first book reprint for TMB? Nothing that I can say publicly. Again, we continue to be optimistic about where things are going. And we think we've got things in motion. Again, we're kind of gun shy to say anything until we have a book in our hands that is from this large print run. Again, we're dealing with international logistics. We're dealing with we're dealing with the company that printed the books. We're trying to deal directly with the company shipping the books, as well as opposed to allowing the company that printed the books serve as a middleman for us or woman for us. We're trying to go directly to the company that is going to be shipping them so that we can kind of make sure that we have that fully under our control. Again, we're optimistic, cautiously optimistic. We think we're going to have it. We will, again, just stay tuned to your campaign updates. We'll be updating everybody as those come in. And again, with any luck, we won't need to pivot to something else crazy, because trying to do a fresh print run with another company, we're probably looking at another 6 months at that point. So fingers crossed that we've got it figured out and that everything is coming. So anyway, there you go. Any consideration of printing a consolidated rulebook for Hoplo and by extension Burn Cycle? I'm not sure what you're getting at with the Burn Cycle question there. I mean, we have the how to play, and then we have the quick reference, and no plans to consolidate those into a single book or anything. They exist as separate books for a reason. Again, one for the nitty gritty deep rules, and one for when you just need a quick reference on something. For Hoplo, also not exactly sure what.
I don't fully understand the question.
Consolidating Remastered and Victorum together? No, because they're separate boxes. Consolidating expansion content or Mercury's Boots content maybe into the Victorum one.
Again, probably not because it's sold separately.
Yeah. I mean, so Mercury's Boots, again, the plan is to keep that as a free print and play. And by the way, the reception to that has been phenomenal. Everyone who's tried it, not literally everyone. I've heard a couple people with a few niggles on it. But one, it's not officially released yet. And we do have time to make any tweaks that we want to make, maybe add some difficulty modes to it or what have you. But response to that has been phenomenal. I'd really encourage all Victorium owners to go and try it. But we do anticipate that will stay a free print and play, and then you can get the hard copy in Pandora's Ruin. But still not going to fold it into the rule book again because it benefits from some additional components like the pad to track your hero and that kind of thing, and the reference sheet for it. So we're going to keep that as a separate thing. So if you're asking something different, feel free to clarify that in the chat, and I will try to answer it a little bit more clearly. So, are there any future plans for Cloudspire expansions to reprints? I get the idea that whoever asked this already kind of knows the answer to it, but maybe not, because we get asked this every live stream. I don't know. Yes, there are plans. Yes, there's plans. But it's probably not going to come in campaign format. So we've announced, we have Roth coming in March. We have Roth coming in March of 2024. We actually made that decision officially yesterday. And then we've got 20 Strong Tanglewoods coming next summer at some point, TBD, probably late-ish summer, late summer. And then our fall campaign for next year is actually TBD. Genuinely, I don't know what it's going to be. It could be no. It could be a handful of things that we have in development right now behind the scenes. We were kind of, rewind 9 months ago, and we assumed that next fall would be Elder Scrolls new region content and reprint. But after doing Burn Cycle new recruits right after that fulfilled and kind of seeing people frustrated with I haven't even had time to play Burn Cycle twice and you're already rolling out expansions for it, we'll probably tap the brakes on additional Elder Scrolls content at least until the following spring, just so that people have a chance to engage with the stuff that they're getting, because that game is insanely large and there's no chance you're gonna get a chance to experience even 50% of the content if we roll out a campaign for it again next fall. So anyway, we're still talking through all that. I don't think Cloudspire will see another campaign, simply because I don't think the franchise has the juice to really support another full-on campaign. But I've said 100 times, and this is still true, there is stuff happening in the background. We do have some additional content that we'd like to release for it. It's not done yet, and we have no art done for any of it yet. So that will actually probably be the thing that takes the longest if and when we do it.
Yeah. I would say just to give hope, the dev department loves Cloudspire. We are all super passionate about it as a project. We know it may or may not happen. That's how it's been for kind of the last 2 years. We're well, maybe it will, maybe it won't. But we all love it. We've spent significant time on what would this look like if we ever came to it. So while it's not greenlit, it's also not dead, is what I would say.
Yep. There are factions that are in prototype stage in the background. They've
been played even.
Yeah, Ryan, I know, has a sort of conclusion to the Cloudspire story envisioned in terms of the narrative that you might see in the solo campaign and that kind of thing. And it does, again, it continues to sell, not super great, but enough that we are okay, well, there's clearly still a passionate cult following, and we were we sold more Cloudspire at Gen Con this year, or we sold more than twice as much Cloudspire at Gen Con this year than last year. And we'll see how it goes at Essen next week. So I leave for Germany on Tuesday.
So if a game that sells really well for a long time is an evergreen, what's a game that sells okay for a long time? Is that Ever Teal?
It's a cult classic. That's what it is. It's Ever Cult.
Ever Cult. I joined that cult.
It's Cult Green. None of this is working. I shouldn't even open my mouth. So yeah, anyway, Cloudspire, we still love it. Genuinely, we do want to send it off. I say that every single stream. You keep asking me. You keep calling me. Whoever's sending people to his house, keep it up. And there is still stuff happening in the background. It's that tricky line between the best business decision for the company, the best decision for the line moving forward, and also just like wanting to send it off properly, because we do genuinely love it a lot internally, even if it's never quite caught the same level of mainstream appeal that something like TMB has. So anyway, there's a really, really long answer that really told you just about nothing, but that's just the reality of things. So there you go. Okay. How long do the new modes in Remastered take, Logan?
I wouldn't say we have conclusive data on that yet, because we're still getting in a lot of the playtesting feedback. From my experience, you're looking very similar to the existing modes, somewhere around the hour mark, maybe an hour and a half if you're very slow with your decisions, maybe a little faster if you're very quick with your decisions, or if things go really well or poorly.
There you go. Yeah. Okay. Is there any update on 20 Strong deliveries? Any good and crazy promos planned for Black Friday? That is two completely separate questions. That were all in one paragraph. Everyone's like, yeah, duh, yeah. Anyway, sorry. Got it. Okay, let's... I'm going to answer them in order. Okay, so 20 Strong updates and delivery. Nothing has changed since the last update, and I expect we will have final production copies in-house soon. And if not, we're going to see them at Essen next week, because Frosted Games will be selling the German copy. That's a decision they made, that Frosted made. That is out of our hands. We have decided we are not going to sell the English copy at Essen, simply because we felt really bad about that last update. We felt really stupid with that last update, being like, yeah, you're going to have it in a month, and then coming out with an update a month later saying like, you're actually it's a pretty significant difference from what we told you in the last update. And again, let me just be clear. We got some bad information from Hope's Games at Gen Con. And I think it was just one of those cases where they were in America at doing like the convention circuit and Gen Con. And they had one set of data essentially. And the folks back in China at the factory had a different set of data. And they miscommunicated the reality of the timeline to us at Gen Con. We then communicated that to you. We maybe should have been more cautious about that, but we like to communicate good news whenever we have it. So there you go. But everything is still on schedule. Everything's still going well. And again, we should have the German copy at Essen for folks who happen to be in attendance. Again, apologies to backers who may not have it yet, but we are, like, it's right around the corner. The fact that it will be at Essen is indicative of the fact that we will also have copies on their way to Unixpress to, again, drop ship around the world in fairly short order. It is coming very, 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 very soon. And we've been just massively encouraged by the reviewer feedback so far. There's a handful of reviews out there, and they've all been massively positive. I believe Board Game Co. even put it in their top 10 solo games of all time, and it's not even out yet, which is wild. So it's a great little package of amazing content. We're really excited to get it in your hands, and I promise we're going to get it to you as fast as we can. This process has been frustrating for us as well. And again, apologies for communicating a jacked up timeline to all of you backers. All right. Any good and crazy promos planned for Black Friday? Will Black Friday include updated Hoplo promo chips from the previous promo packs? Again, sort of related questions. No, we are never going to update that Dungeon Master promo chip in the existing promo packs that exist. I'll answer that.
You don't want the everyone dies skill?
No, I don't. And it's like going back and updating that pack, then we would have to like sell that chip individually. It's just like, it exists. It's old content. If you have old Hoplo, it works really well as a CF Gladiator. If not, it's just that it is what it is. It's old content, and you know, that's just what it is. So no, we are not going to be updating that. Promos for Black Friday. There's a lot. Black Friday is huge this year. So the main thing that we are releasing on Black Friday is Too Many Bones, Gearlock, Brass Mags. So we will have these like in stock. I don't know that we'll have a ton of them like on hand ready to ship, but we will have at least a portion of our production run of them on hand ready to ship. And if those sell out, we will move them to like pre-order status that should fulfill pretty quickly, because again, they're in production right now. They're being actively made right now, and we will have at least a portion. So that is the big for the hobby side of, and like our super dedicated, people who like heavier games. That's the big release that we have coming for Black Friday is Too Many Bones, Gearlock, Brass Mags. On top of that, we are releasing a game of kids line of games. Those will be North America exclusive because we did not design them in-house. So two of them were designed by Reiner Knizia, who you may know from tons of games. You may know him from being like the most prolific board game designer, I believe, or one of the most prolific designers out there right now. They are all solo games in this initial release. And then we do have some crossover content that we have designed in-house for each of these. These are kid games. They're solo games for kids, and the age range on them is anywhere between like 4 and 10. And then there's some great educational content that's going to be downloadable for each of those as well. So for any of you who like doing game schooling of any kind with your kids, that kind of thing, this will be a great opportunity for that. So that's coming on Black Friday. Trove Chest pre-orders will be back on Black Friday. Again, fulfilling next year. We will be taking pre-orders for the Trove Chests on Black Friday. What am I forgetting? Lots of things.
For Black Friday, nothing I can talk about.
Oh, wow. We will... sorry, what? We will have Riffle available for 48 hours on Black Friday. 48 hours only. Has nothing to do with the automaton counter and all of that business that some of you love and some of you hate. Riffle, 48 hours from on Black Friday. All the other things will be available for the whole holiday season. We've got all of our previous promo products. So the Too Many Bones crossover loot pack, the Burn Cycle crossover equipment pack, Trollin' for Fools, our annual promo packs, Aprilis. I'm sure there's stuff I'm forgetting. The coffee promo chips for Too Many Bones. All of that stuff will be available from Black Friday until January 1st of 2024. And then we will be doing some holiday bundles. Those have not, because we've been in campaign season, we haven't even determined exactly what bundles we're going to be offering on Black Friday. But those will be available. I will also say this, we've been talking internally about doing a pretty significant push around selling the Automaton of Shale in its pop-up book complete package format. We are looking in the next little while at finally rolling out the Automaton of Shale gameplay content only in a small box. And so this print run that we have on hand right now that has the actual pop-up book and everything may be kind of the last opportunity to get the big pop-up book before we put that out of print and move it strictly to gameplay and puzzle deck in a single box. So we will be keeping that puzzle deck in play as a part of the Automaton forever, because we put a tremendous amount of work, energy, effort, right?
A little bit.
And web development.
I'm just thinking I need to buy 2 or 3 more copies of that book if it's going out of print.
Yeah, there you go. And I'm not promising that it's going out of print. I'm just saying, like, we're looking at just the way that it's selling or not selling. We have to be conscious of that. It's an expensive thing to print because it's so bespoke and so goofy. So anyway, that may be there may be a promo tied to that for Black Friday as well. It's going to be our biggest Black Friday ever, though. The Gearlock Brass Mags, I think, are going to sell like hotcakes. Really excited to get those out into the world. And yeah, there may be some additional discounts and that kind of thing. Again, everything, generally speaking, when we discount stuff, it's done in a bundle format, not on a per product basis. So just have that in your back pocket as an expectation going into Friday. Will Black Friday include updated? Oh no, I answered that already. Okay. Do you have a price point for the Too Many Bones minis? Not that I can reveal just yet. I will say there is going to be a discount on those for launch, kind of treating it almost as a crowdfunding campaign launch, but just through our website. So for the holiday window between Black Friday and January 1st, there will be a discount beyond MSRP on Too Many Bones Brass Mags. I don't know that we've formally decided on that yet exactly. The MSRP on Too Many Bones Brass Mag, so for the Gearlocks, is going to be somewhere in the like $100 range. So, and then again with a discount for Black Friday that is still kind of being talked about. We want to make them super attractive for folks to pick up at launch because again, they're one of those magical things that even like holding them up on camera, you're like, oh, that is kind of cool, but like until you actually experience like the magic of them sticking, like if you haven't seen the brass mags for Burn Cycle, etc., like they are just kind of magical and really fun to play with, and they show much better in person than they do on camera, et cetera, et cetera. So anyway, yeah, look forward to that. And then, okay, so here's a clarification on that rulebook question. We got, one thing I really liked is when another publisher did a master rulebook, like for Scythe. I think Everdell has one as well, if you have the big box for Everdell, with all the expansion content, rules, and online print and play content folded into one large rulebook. Again, no plans for that presently. Again, simply because we've got two like really large base games that we're dealing with here that each have kind of their own. I mean, the remastered rulebook is already huge because of the amount of gameplay modes and such that are in it. So again, no plans for that right now. I would say the odds of that happening would probably increase if in the future we packaged like all the Victorum, like if we did a Hoplo big box for remastered in Victorum together with all this expansion content, maybe we would look at something like that.
Or if it became, almost an art book, because there's so much gorgeous art for this game. True. So it was an art book / all-in manual.
Right.
I can see versions of it if the demand was there.
Yeah, but ultimately not in the plans right now. For the reasons I just covered. Maybe in the future, but I would not count on it. That's something that folks asked for Too Many Bones as well. There's also there's a level of complexity going on in these games as well that makes a master rulebook that much more challenging. I'm not saying that Scythe is simple and not complicated, or Everdell, once you add expansions, does get a little bit more complicated. But again, with the amount of asymmetry and different systems that are going on in most chip theory games, that's a much tougher nut to crack than it might appear to be on the surface. So anyway, that may be an unsatisfying answer. I'm sorry.
But thank you for the clarification, because I was super confused by the first question.
Yes. So thank you. I don't see, there is some very small text at the bottom of the iPad. Is that anything I need to worry about?
Nope.
No? Okay, beautiful. It is probably an insult directed at me that they're hoping I can't read. That's what I'm going to go with. That's what we've got for the Q&A. So again, we've got 30 hours, not quite, left on the Hoplo Pandora's Box campaign. Tell your grandma. Grandmas love Hoplo. We've been preaching that since the beginning of this campaign. Tell your friends. Tell everybody you know. There's some pretty sizable discounts on this Hoplo campaign between the free Forge micro expansion that you get if you choose a reward tier, between basically the free crossover expansion you get if you buy the new bundle tier. The all-in is a crazy deal now with all the things.
Especially if you just added a bunch of free stuff to it.
We added $42 of value to the all-in pledge last night. It's a pretty aggressive price point on the campaign, and so we hope that you'll join us if you haven't already. Take a look at that. Elder Scrolls backers, if you've never looked at Hoplo before, we'd encourage you to take a look. You can actually add Remastered and Victorum in your Elder Scrolls Pledge Manager, and it will ship for free. Or you can come and back this new campaign, and it will actually be delivering. I feel pretty comfortable and confident that this content is going to deliver even before Elder Scrolls because it's so far along, but we will see what happens. But speaking of the Elder Scrolls, we have got some fresh gameplay coming at you in roughly 10 to 15 minutes. I believe Salem will be walking you through that. So they will be here to show you again some more Elder Scrolls gameplay and update you on some of the rules tweaks and adjustments that have been happening in the last couple months. So this is a stream that's geared at folks who just want to see how the game works. This is also meant to be a reference point for folks who are needing some updates for playtesting or who are getting ready to jump into playtesting for the Elder Scrolls so that they have the latest and greatest way to play. So we're going to take a quick 10 to 15 minute break while we get the Elder Scrolls set up and get Salem all ready to go in here. But thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for backing the campaign. We're so thrilled with all of the funding and all of your support. It means the world to us. We can't believe you keep coming back and paying for our weird stuff. You're the best. Enjoy the rest of your day. Enjoy the rest of the stream. We hope you'll stick around for the Elder Scrolls, and we'll see you again soon. See you later.
Welcome back.
It's me, Gilly, and this is Logan.
Hi, I'm Logan. I made Hoplo.
And I made Elder Scrolls. The original.
You made Elder Scrolls Arena?
I made Elder Scrolls Arena.
Wow.
They stopped letting me make them after that one.
Okay. Well, it's maybe... Never mind. All right. Well, so as that was prefaced by us,
Yes,
this is going to sort of be a bit of like a rules update, but also a bit of a gameplay. So be used as either like a nice introduction to how the gameplay works, but also what's changed. And for any playtesters out there, if you've read through the rules and just maybe need something to sort of help put context to things, because the rule book is currently just, you know, a big Google Doc. So like, you know, it's in the workshop form. It doesn't have like robust images and things like that.
If you use images to think, good.
This
is going to do
at least that's the hope.
Also, a real introduction. I'm Andrew. This is Salem.
Hello.
Salem's going to teach Elder Scrolls, and I'm going to sponge it.
I mean, you kind of already know how to play,
I know.
But we won't be like diving deep into like here is the line by line breakdown of every kind of mechanic. Also, I will absolutely be taking a more sort of casual, loose approach to this. So to anybody who is a playtester out there, you will probably still want to give the rulebook a read through, but hopefully this will provide that like basis. Where do I even start? Especially because like also with it happening through Tabletop Simulator, you know, I understand that that's not the most intuitive system to learn a game in. Speaking from experience, I find TTS very hard to learn a game in, so hopefully this helps. Anyway, we are also going to be showing off Valenwood, which is the region expansion. So we're going to be doing that. All right. So the very first thing you do at the start of a campaign, because it's a three session campaign, first thing you do, I've got my little outline sheet. We've got game set up. We're going to choose a province and a starting quest. So we are picking Valenwood because we want to show that off. Also, as far as picking a starting quest goes, there are 9 different guilds to choose from, which correspond to the quest you'll be doing for your session. So each region has 9 guilds. Each region has 9 quests. Those quests can end up being either as part of Session 1 and Session 2. And they're written in kind of way that you'll do Session 1, you'll learn a bit about the story, and then it offers these like story nuggets to be like, okay, well, we can keep going. Let's see which quest do we do for Session 2? It'll have like some options. It'll tell you, hey, you can go to these ones. And then by having that context from the Session 1 quest, you'll go into Session 2 with a little bit more, you know, so you could end up, like there is absolutely a situation where you'll do a quest for Session 1 in one campaign, and you'll be like, oh, this is kind of interesting. We're, you know, doing this, like we're breaking this guy out of prison. Okay, well, you know,
we're the good guys.
We're told that this guy's a member of the Thieves Guild, and we're going to try and break him out because we're also members of the Thieves Guild. Let's do this. And then you'll go on to the next session, the continuation of that story. But then in another campaign, you might go to Thieves Guild in Skyrim, and you're like, hey, we're going on a heist. And on this heist is this guy that you broke out of prison. And then that heist goes wrong, and you're like, oh, that's why we broke, you know. So there are like these narrative loops that you can sort of piece. Anyway, at the end of Session 2, then you sort of have foiled the main villain's plans enough and have gathered enough information to be able to sort of confront her in like a big climactic thing at the region that you're in to sort of upset her plans. And then based on the quests you did, you'll get different keywords, which will drastically alter how you can actually win that end game. Yes. So they will give you the tools you need to beat the end game.
Provided you take the tools into your toolbox.
Yeah. With the idea being that if you were to hypothetically get to an end game with no keywords, which is not possible, but if hypothetically that were possible, it would be an impossible scenario to win. I know some people are out there are gonna try it and they're gonna win and they're gonna say, "Ha, look at that." But that's the idea, is that the keywords, you'll look back at the keywords and go, "Wow, that is absolutely what helped us win. If we didn't have that keyword, we would have lost." But then the idea being that's every time, just in different ways. Yeah. Anyway, enough about that.
If you have any questions about Elder Scrolls gameplay, whatever, we are going to try and run through this, but feel free to ask them. We'll get to them when we have a Breathing moment.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So we've chosen this. We're also going to just go ahead and choose the Mages Guild. But you can freely pick. You can also do a deal 3 because they come with these little like guild cards.
Okay.
You can do a deal 3 and pick one. And so that way, if you're like totally new to the world and you have no idea where to start or just the overwhelming sense of choice, it's a nice way to sort of be like, hey, here you go. They also have like the cards will have, I believe they'll have some kind of information that give you like flavor of the guild. But also each guild, and this is new, each guild now has what's called a guild kiosk town action. So in a town that has a guild kiosk, you can take your essentially guild specific town action. It's only available to that guild. Oftentimes they're going to be actions that you could maybe find in some towns, like in unique town squares, but this gives you a much more reliable tool. So like, for example, the Mages Guild, we've got a great day for learning. Would you read it for me?
Yes. As a town action, an adventurer may discard a staff, spell, or enchantment to train any available mage skill line.
Yeah, so normally the way trainers work, and this was covered in our last live stream, but if you go back to the original campaign, it will be a bit different. Trainers are sort of like almost like a traveling bazaar that go to town. So you don't quite know which towns are going to have which trainers.
Yeah.
Some towns, though, will have more. So if you're looking for a specific skill, going to those ones is your best bet. Yeah. But the Mages Guild line, it gives you sort of a way to guarantee, like, hey, if you're like, hey, I have a build in mind, but I really need Daedric Summoning for it to work, Mages Guild is going to help you out. Then all of a sudden, it's like, okay, well, now I just need to go find something to, like, turn into the Mages Guild, and then they'll teach me what I want to know. That's true also for Fighters Guild has a way to do that, and Thieves Guild has a way. So those, because they're like the core mage, fighter, thief.
You don't want to be in the Mages Guild and never find mage skill lines.
Whereas like other guilds, like the Circle of Champions, you get to sort of search the item deck for weapons and armor. So that if you want to lean into those,
probably like those.
Undaunted, I think you get to sort of just completely search for more items because they're like treasure hunters. Eyes of the Queen, you get to sort of look through the encounter deck because you're sort of like spying and scouting ahead. Things like that. By no means are they like you have to be doing these, but they give you a nice, reliable town action to take.
Cool.
Okay, so, all right, so we've chose our province and our quest. Then we're going to create our adventurers. The first thing we're going to do is choose our race. So there are 10 different races to choose from. There's going to be 2 of each, so you can have up to 2 Argonians in your party, for example. And they will have double-sided art, so 4 unique pieces of art, but all the stats are the same for all the Argonians. So like all the Bretons are the same, all the Dark Elves are the same. We did also change the naming conventions from like Dunmer to Dark Elf, so the less formal naming conventions. Yeah, the only one I forgot to reprint the Wood Elf for the new things, so just I'm going to take those out for now. So don't pick that. All right. Go ahead and pick. Once you pick your adventure, then you get to sort of assign your stats. So we're going to go over that in a sec here. So go ahead and pick quickly because I don't have a lot of patience.
So I see Dark Elf and High Elf. I'm kind of still looking for the Wood Elf. Where are they again? Let's see. For each weapon type. Interesting. I want to be a magical fellow or fellette today.
I thought fellow was gender neutral.
I don't know. Once per battle on your turn, recover any 4 skill dice. That seems fun. I'm going to be a darkened elf. Or a dark elf?
Yeah, I
don't know.
All right.
The Dark Elf is this building here, or
no? The art is not yet. So go ahead and choose either my quickly made Elder Scrolls Online character or my quickly made Oblivion character.
I'm gonna choose this. This person has a racing stripe on their face.
Zoom.
So it makes them run
faster. That's true. All right, I
hope you don't want to be a Dark Elf.
No, I think I will be a High Elf.
Hi.
Hello. All right, so
wouldn't you be called a Greetings Elf?
Greetings Elf.
Okay.
All right, there's my character.
Sure.
All right, so
it looks really snobby.
Yeah, I mean, High Elves are snobby. That's canon. All right, so then we're going to build our character. So each character has these different stats. So first things first, you'll grab your health token and set it to either 4 or 5, depending on how much you've got.
I have 4.
4? All right, and you can place these anywhere. So the reason where you would want to place it might matter is if you place things across from each other, they're going to start to compete with one another. You can only level up one so far before it starts restricting how far the other one can level up.
Correct.
Additionally, they get more expensive the farther you sort of cross in. So doing like an even split, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, is like the best value from an experience point of view, but it's probably not going to be the best value for everything you want to do.
I'll say, with experience playing the game, it's the least value enjoyment-wise playing the game.
All right, and then we also got Magicka, Stamina, and your Combat, which is sort of like a generic damage-dealing skill line that everybody starts with. So you just went ahead just like that. That's totally valid.
Sure.
That's real heckin' valid. Good job.
Seems like you don't agree, but sure, that's what I've done.
All right. Then also go ahead and set your cooldown. Oh, you've already done that.
Yep,
Okay.
I'm a smart boy.
right.
Cooldown is how many dice we get back each turn.
Yeah, and that has been moved. It used to be at the end of your turn. It's now not at the start of your turn. It's right after start of turn. And that's important because there are things that trigger at the start of your turn. Those will always happen before cooldown.
Okay.
But you get your cooldown before you do anything else.
Okay.
So, all right.
So if I had a die that cared about being in my cooldown at the start of my turn.
Such as a Bane status die. Those will still hurt you for that turn.
Would cool.
But it helps a lot with, like, to anybody who's sort of familiar, there's like some skill lines that you roll and they go into cooldown, and while they're in your cooldown, they help you out. There was a very awkward situation where if you had a very clean cooldown, you roll these dice, they go into your cooldown, and then you would just remove them. And you're like, wait a minute. So you had to do, I always sort of called it generating fake fatigue. It was kind of taking a bunch of engages to do nothing to get a lot of flight fatigue so you could have the buffer. And we're like, all right, you know what? Yeah, it also helps prompt you to look at your cooldown at the start of your turn. So you can remember if you have any like status dice, where I can speak from personal experience. I would take a whole turn, take my cooldown only to realize, wait, I was blind that whole turn. Whereas now I look at my cooldown and go, I'm blind. That's right. I have to account for that. Okay, so in previous videos, this is also where we would then... nope, actually, hold on. I'm getting ahead of myself. Starting skill line. What starting skill line do you want?
I get to pick?
You get to pick. Now, we highly, highly recommend, and this is all but required. It is required in everything but name, that you must pick one of the 4 sort of core damage dealing ones. And the reason for that is you need to deal damage.
So I'll take
other
speech.
skill lines are really good and have a lot of nice utility, but if you don't have any way of dealing like significant damage at the early game, if you get into a battle early, it's going to be a very hard time. The combat dice, unless maybe you're like a red guard or a Nord and you start with 3 combat skill dice, they're usually not going to be enough damage-wise, because you got to cut through defense a lot. So that's going to be 1-handed shield, 2-handed, destruction staff, or bow. So what do you pick?
Let me see here. I guess as the magical one, I should be destruction
staff.
staffed.
Well, I also have 4 magic.
Oh, jeez.
So
yeah.
I mean, I could
you
also
are more
take
magical than I.
Like, is that lame? If I just also take
it's kind of lame. I'll take Daedric Summoning, I suppose.
Okay, that's not typically one of the ones, but it does deal damage. So it's sort of like of the ones that are not in the 4 that we recommend, it's probably the best bet.
Sure, we'll take that.
Okay, I'll take Destruction Staff.
I'll take Daedric Summoning. And summon like a Shadow Dog or something?
I mean, you gotta level it up first. You
got
to use
because summon like a
well, okay, so that's the thing. Daedric Summoning is not just summoning companions. Daedric Summoning is like you're almost like conjuring up like other types of ethereal weaponry. So you are conjuring, you're summoning Daedric sort of constructs, things like that. So it is not purely like, oh, here's a dinosaur.
Dinosaur.
You got to get there if you want the dinosaur.
A blade.
All right.
I'll take 1 blade of woe.
Whoa. And then bound arm. In fact, actually, Blade of Woe has already been updated name-wise, but I can't get that one name to update in InDesign. It's that's the only one. It's called something like Daedric Curse, I think is what it's going to be called. But I can't get it to update. So,
Sure.
Blade of Woe it is. All right.
It's a very powerful dice, but it is one of the magic dice where you have to be right next to your target.
Yes.
Interesting.
All right, so Now, this is where I was sort of getting eager for something. Because I'm going to show off a new feature that we have teased in the past, but we haven't shown off. And that is a jailbreak tutorial. So, like any good classic Elder Scrolls game, you got to start in prison. You got to get out of prison. On top of that, this is an optional way to start the game. Purely optional. You can bypass this, no problem. But it's a way to sort of like play out, to let the game kind of guide you to a certain class to play as. Because that's the next thing, is we got to pick our class. But kind of like those... almost like those personality quizzes that Elder Scrolls games, or not even Elder Scrolls, like
Pokemon
Bethesda in a general. Why not just make combat skill required? That's the thing. We might make it required.
Yeah.
Full honesty, that is a discussion that's ongoing.
Yeah.
There is the two philosophies of it. One, we don't want people to have a bad time. Yeah. On the same side of it, like, do we want... Like, I absolutely believe, I 100% believe somebody out there is going to create a very interesting and crafty build where they start with...
in larger player counts,
yes,
it is less needed.
Because other people can pick up the slack.
I've demoed this game at many a convention. That's what I've been doing for many a content creator. And I do not enforce that rule. I just... say, if you want to have a good time, do this. To which some people will just say, I'll take acrobatics, a line in which you decidedly have no ways to deal damage early on.
I mean, you could get rapid maneuver, but
eventually,
depending on what you roll, you might not even get the damage dealing side. So yeah, it's one of the...
They did end up being able to like cream some battles with that as their only skill line.
Yeah, I mean, but you got to get
battles
lucky.
They drew.
You got to get,
so.
It's not reliable. So yeah, that's a good question. It might very well become required. It's just the level of, do we want to actually remove that sort of sense of choice completely in the benefit of ensuring a better early game? Or
I would have a big block and then rule book that's like, first time players recommend.
I mean,
tell this to your friends. Because I would say if you really want, speech is technically like a combat skill line. You can talk enemies out of combat, but you can talk them into hitting each other.
But in order to get them out of combat, they have to be heavily damaged. Like, so no, do not listen to this person. Don't.
Wow.
Okay, so this is a way to sort of let the game kind of guide and pick your class. So it's got a little bit different setup rules. Rather than pulling completely from the bag here, it gives us 4 specific enemies that we gotta do,
which you have placed into the bag, so we now have to dig them out.
I mean, I just haven't taken them out of the bag yet.
Sure. They do go into the bag though.
Yeah. So during setup, you place all of the units, all the 1s and 5s into one bag, all the 10s and 20s into the other. You also, and I haven't added these ones yet because I knew I was going to have to be digging through, but you also grab the region-specific ones. So for Valenwood, we've got 4 chips, so 8 more enemies that have a VW on them.
They got a Volkswagen.
They got a Volkswagen. All right, so we need the...
Does that hurt them? It feels like it would be heavy.
We need the Argonian Bandit, the High Elf Bandit, the Skeleton...
That's if I had to choose a card to be on.
Skeleton and the Skeever Pup. Where is the Skeever Pup? Skeever Pup. There we go. All right, so go ahead and shuffle those up for me. So that's not okay. All right, can you also set the day? Oh wait, why do we have 2 of them?
We had one.
Why do we have 2 day counters?
In case we wanted to show them.
Okay, all right, sure.
Billy said he wanted to show off how magnets work to the audience, and I kept reassuring him that they probably know how magnets work. But
all right.
Had to have them on hand.
Okay.
Just in case.
So, go ahead and we're going to set the experience marker to 1 for the Jailbreak tutorial. Normally, it starts the game at 2 to sort of account for the 2 dice, which also we need our tokens. So go ahead and put your tokens in your thing.
No, that's okay.
I'll
earn them.
You'll earn them. You'll start with 0 stats. No biggie.
I do start with health, you know.
That's true. Health you would get. And how much combat do you have? 2?
Yes. I have 2 combats, please.
Okay. All right, so we're going to set up for 1 for the Jailbreak. So the way enemies pools work is that you calculate the current XP dial multiplied by party size. So 1 times 2. So 2. So out of those 4 level 1 enemies that I gave you, draw 2 of them. Draw the first 2. Wow, thank you. Okay. All right, I'll put those back in the bag. All right, and then based on this little, I don't know
if we're in top 10.
Yeah, so that's sort of what like a Clash breakdown looks like. I'm going to just do it like this way because I don't want to mess with the framing. So you might have already worked very hard to get the framing right.
Maybe.
Who knows?
There was a long break.
All right, and then also if any chests spawn, those will tell you a chest spawns. All right. So this is sort of, we're going to be breaking out of prison. We're going to start here. And what we have to do is we have to get to these little tiles here. But how this sort of helps determine our class is there is a list of kind of achievements that you'll do. It'd be like, hey, defeat the skeleton, defeat the high elf bandit, successfully open the chest, unsuccessfully. Don't open the chest. Wait. Don't think about that. Be the first one to escape. Things like that. So, due to the nature of this, it is impossible to get access to all the classes, but that's kind of the intent. The intent is to help be like, hey, I saw you killed that skeleton. You'd make a pretty good necromancer. You know, that's the vibe it's going for. Purely optional. Again, purely optional. If you want to just pick your class, you absolutely can. You could even play this out and be like, I don't like these options it gave me. I want to be that class. And you can do it.
Last few things on the character mat as well. You have your attack forms. You have your excess XP counter, where we can store our XP. And then we have our tenacity, which we're going to use on our classes when once we
get classes. Yeah, we'll go over those details as they come up as well, but just sort of, we've got battle forms up here, which are needed to select and roll certain skill dice. XP that you can save, active slots if you have any skills that are relevant for that. All right.
And my sheet tells me what form I have to be in to use those.
Dice. Whereas combat, which does have a sheet, do you have all the sheets? Where'd they go?
I hid them. them.
There is sort of like these generic, there's the combat skill sheet for the generic combat line. Pretty much the main thing to know is that you can use them in any of the 3 sort of physical weapons, so light weapon, heavy weapon, ranged, to deal damage. You can use them in defensive to sort of prime defense, and you cannot use them in magic battle form. So if we want to make value of these, we're going to probably want to start taking some other stuff. All right. Okay, so you can keep the papers facing you.
Yeah, I don't know why you keep turning them up.
Oh, I don't know. Thank you. I am so used to running this game in person with me on one side of the table and the other players on the other. So I'm like always like, oh yeah, rotate. So I'm speaking to you, the audience, as if you are my other players.
Dear viewer, you're across the table from me.
Okay, so you went ahead and decided to go first. Rude, but you just took initiative, so I guess I'll give you the first player marker.
I decided to go first.
You just put your character there first. So that is something that has also changed. Previously, stop laughing. I'm trying to explain the rules.
Something that's changed.
It has. Oh my gosh.
It is.
All right. I cannot work here. Previously.
Stop being so funny and I won't laugh.
Previously. First player would always go to whoever had the highest stamina. And if there was a tie, party could choose. We have removed that entirely. Now it is up to player choice no matter what. The one thing that has stayed the same, though, is that once you choose it at the start of the battle, that is the turn order for the rest of the battle, but it can change each battle. And it still does go clockwise. Part of that is just to sort of help expedite, because this is a long game. And, so we're trying to do things that is like, okay, how can we, keep the pace going a little bit. So if you're in a 4-player game, you're not going to be sitting there every single round trying to min-max the value of who goes exactly first. It's going to be like, okay, you're a first player, do a rotation. Okay. All right.
I am beginning in my ranged attack form.
So at the start of the battle, we get to choose a battle form. So you're going to be that. I'll start in magic. And then, so I'm going to just break down Round one. So at the start of the round, if there's anything that started the round, that would trigger. That's really only going to happen if you get to round 6 or higher, or special unique effects. So round 1's going to start. All adventurers get to go. You are going to be first. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Amanda. Is it good? To anyone who watched our last, our Game Found Feast, I was dying in the comments when I was finally watching the pre-recorded video. Anyway, so your turn. It's going to do start of turn. So if you had any effects that would trigger at start of turn, this would be when they would trigger.
Sure.
Which we don't. This would also be when you would cool down. If you had anything in your cooldown, you would get to sort of recover up to your stat, specifically the leftmost dice. So pretty much the dice that are under this little peg and to the left, you get to remove.
Yep. Always load from the right and
load from the right,
unload
unfrom the
left.
Yep. All right. Then on your turn, it goes to the actions step, and this is also something that has gotten a little bit of an adjustment. So on your turn, you're given a move action.
Yes.
You are also given sort of one free engage, and I say free because you can take as many engages as you want. You just have to take a light fatigue each time you do so, except for that first one. So you're given a free engage. This is also when you could trigger any class abilities. And if you're in a delve, you could trigger what's called an explore action, where you can sort of look ahead and see. Thing that's changed, move actions. You can take 2 move actions on your turn. However, if you take a second move action, you give up all of your engages. It's not that you just give up your first free one. It's you spent your engage actions, the whole block, to do a second move action, effectively is what it is. I like to call it dashing. I've been playing a lot of Baldur's Gate, so that's in my brain of doing a dash, So you give up your other engages to do extra movement.
Movement is equal to your stamina.
Stamina stat, correct. You can take these actions in any order, but you cannot interrupt another action with another. So you cannot move one, do an engage, and then move one more.
Yep.
You have to do all of your movement that you want to do all in one go.
Yeah, the only thing you can do
is
that breaks
lockpick.
up movement is lockpick,
Which we will get to.
Yep.
All right, so you went ahead and decided to be first player, so go for it.
I guess I made that decision. I placed myself on a mat, but I'm going to move there.
Okay, so you did your movement.
I'm going to shoot an arrow.
Do an engage. All right, so
at this high elf
to just
bandit.
real quick walk through the steps of an engage.
Yeah, give me the rules. I don't know how to play this game. I was just assuming.
All right.
I roll dice.
Let's see. Engage. Engage action. So the first thing you do is gain fatigue, unless it's the first one. So it's the first one. Then you would choose your battle form. Now, we already did get to start. And that's important, too, because some abilities are if you start your turn in ranged weapon battle form, do this thing. So
I know archery cares about that. Or used to.
Yeah.
I think it's
but if you ever oh, shoot, I picked the wrong battle form to start in, you're allowed to choose when you take engages. So don't worry too much. So choose your battle form, ranged battle form. Declare your target or targets, but for the most part, you can only declare one. Thing about declaring targets is it is dependent on your battle form. If you're in defensive, you don't get a target. You're focusing on yourself, taking some time for self-care. If you're doing heavy weapon or light weapon, you get to target an adjacent unit that is targetable. If you're in ranged, this has also changed. You are allowed to target a non-adjacent unit up to your stamina stat. You cannot target adjacent while you are in ranged weapon battle form. And then magic, you're allowed to target an enemy up to your stamina. That does include adjacent. So magic, you're able to do both adjacent and non-adjacent, but it comes with the restriction of based on your magic stat. So whereas stamina...
Also based on the dice.
Yeah, and based on the dice. But so Magicka doesn't help you move. Yeah. So that's the downside of magic. Does anything make your race more unique than just a one-off ability, usually once per battle? Anything that applies? Yeah, so... Well, yes and no. First of all, the once per battles are meant to be very powerful.
And they are.
So hopefully that, yes, even if that's the only thing that's sort of quote-unquote unique, barring their starting stats, they're pretty significant. Secondly, there are a number of encounters and events in the game that will kind of react to what race your character is. Not to any, absurd degree. We wanted to make them feel special, not exhausting, or you have to plan for them. But you'll come across an encounter where you're oh, hey, we've come across a hatchery of Argonian eggs. And, they're asking us hey, can you please watch these eggs? We have to go do this very important thing. And you're okay, yeah, we can stay. Or on the flip side, you'd be now we're going to eat these eggs. And if you have any Argonians in your party, they're going to become really sad and they're going to lose tenacity and things like that. I gave a negative example of a bad thing that could happen. There's absolutely positive ones as well.
We played a game just the other day where we were able to convince someone to join our party easier.
Oh yeah, because the bandit we were trying to sort of talk to this bandit who had left his family, and his family was really worried for him. And so we had to pass what's called a social check, which is also a new concept. We may or may not be able to get into, depending on if it comes up. Yeah. But that was a situation where it also said in the encounter, if the bandit you are trying to talk to is the same race as the person you send to talk to them, you gain a bonus. Because it's essentially like, hey, I get it. I'm also an Argonian. Yeah. You know, sometimes these expectations that society puts on us are unfair, and sometimes we just want to like leave our region and go join a bandit group. And they're like, yeah, you get it. Yeah. But it's like, this is not healthy. You know, anyway.
But I would say in general, if you are a Too Many Bones player coming into this game, and you are thinking of the races as gearlocks, that is not, you were thinking about it wrong. Yep. Each character you build out is your gearlock.
The classes are more along those lines than the races.
Like, I would say it's a combination of everything you put into your map.
It's really not Too Many Bones too. Yeah. I think I know
your race gives you a building block, and then you build off of it. And
we've mentioned a few times that like, oh yeah, a lot of Too Many Bones players are going to find a lot that was inspired and a lot lifted, but it's also very different. Yeah. And I think that's the approach to character design and character creation is a lot more in the realm of like Elder Scrolls, where it's like, hey, you want to be an orc wizard? Awesome. That doesn't really hurt you. Yeah. It might not be as optimal as if you did pick a different race that has a slight edge to magic, but you know, it's not like the orc has like oh gosh, you can't do it. It's not going to be viable.
I would consider it like if Too Many Bones had the race of Gearlock, and being a Gearlock grants you active and locked slots and base stats versus, I don't know, thinking that each Gearlock is like their own race in this game. It just
okay. All right.
Parallel's not there. So anyways, I'm going to take my first engage of the game.
Okay, so who are you? You're targeting this guy, who's the only one you can target, because this guy's 3 away.
Yeah, this one also has 0 defense, and this one has 2 defense, which is why I'm doing this.
That's smart.
Because I don't believe my 2 attack dice.
All right, so hit it for 2. Now, you will always want to make sure you're considering any skills it has, because some skills are like defensive, some skills are aggressive, so you'll want to like always just make sure to be checking the skill reference sheet. So this guy has dodge, which essentially is for each die that didn't deal damage in this engage, you have to -1 damage you're dealing to him. Cool. So that would include a miss, but it would also include if you're focusing on non-damage dealing stuff. So when you're going after someone with dodge, kind of got to really give them your full attention.
So if, and I couldn't do this, but I have this dice that doesn't deal any damage. It just sits in my active slots and does something later. Even I couldn't have rolled it with combat dice, but it would have subtracted one of my hits. But that's my turn.
All right, so you aren't going to be taking any more engages, I presume?
No.
Okay.
This can only target adjacent. This one only cares if you are in a battle form.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess I am in a battle form.
Yeah, you could.
Oh, I would have to change.
You would have to change back.
I'd have to take so much fatigue.
All right.
Okay,
so I'm going to go. I'm going to move there, and I'm going to go ahead and target the skeleton, because these deal 2 or 4 damage, so unless I miss, I think I can kill this guy. All right, so I'm targeting this guy. Now another thing too, as far as how many dice you can roll up to whatever stat it is. So magic ones will have this blue background, so indicate they are magicka based. All of the other ones are going to be stamina based.
Yep. We've chosen
so I could
4
roll
examples because we are both, but green is this.
Green, yeah. So I could roll up to 4 magic-based dice, but I just don't have any, and I can't roll these combat dice in magic weapon battle form. So even if it was stamina-based, it's locked out because of the battle form. Yeah. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and target the skeleton, give these a roll. Woo! Perfect. Okay, so 2 damage and 2 damage. So 2 damage is soaked up by the defense. The thing about defense is it is refreshed every attack or ability. So if, let's say I only did 2, and then I wanted to do another engage, and I did 2 again, it would just keep bouncing off the defense.
So you wasted your turn.
All right, so skeleton's dead, goes into a defeated stack. These go into my cooldown. All right, so both of us have taken our turns. So now enemies are going to go. Something that has slightly changed. So previously it was enemies would activate in the highest level down to the lowest, and then within a level, highest range would activate first. We've actually removed that restriction as well. So now it's, as players, you get to freely choose within a level. So 20s will still go first, then 10s, then 5s, then 1s. But you have a little bit more strategy as far as being like, ooh, I want this guy to activate first. So you can kind of like mess with their optimal pathing. All right, so this High Elf Bandit's going to activate. Thing to know about enemy activation.
Also, the thing to note about this prototype is that
there's a lot. They're all not
this
final art. A lot of skeletons.
Is not quite thin.
Too many skeletons. Endless skeletons. Is it going again?
You go that way.
I'm gonna shave my head one of these days.
Do it.
No. All right. So, things to note about enemies. First thing, if they don't need to move, they won't. They're lazy. They like to stay where they are. So the very first thing they'll do is they'll check. They're like, hey, can I target somebody from where I am?
Yeah.
If they can't, then they would move. So we've got, as far as the stat breakdowns go, we've got health, this little fire thing, that is their range. So he's got a range of 4. So he can actually target both of us. Which he will, because this tells you how many people they'll target. So it targets 2, and he'll have either an arrow up or down to sort of, they prioritize going for the strongest, which is just based on health, or the weakest, also just based on health. So it can hit both of us. It rolls 1 combat die when it attacks, and also its defense. As far as how movement works, let's say, I'm going to just, for the sake of an example, put the skeleton here. Skeleton's got a range of 1. So wouldn't be able to hit us from where it is.
Yep.
So he's like, okay, I want to move. The first thing they'll do is like they'll determine like what's called a destination hex. It is going to be the closest hex along an unoccupied route. So they always do their sort of pathfinding through unoccupied routes. They will never try and path through a wall of enemies.
Okay.
So essentially shortest route, like closest hex, that would let them target somebody.
Sure.
Their movement is always 2, but they do not factor that movement in when determining that route. So like if this guy's 3 hexes away, this is still the destination hex or this, because that is the shortest number of hexes away that would let it target somebody. It's just once it moves, it can only do that.
Cool.
If there are multiple, like
I think it's a great example too, because he has 2 movement. He would he will hit 2. Would he actively seek out that hex to hit?
So
2?
that is something to consider, and is an important factor, especially when you're playing at higher player counts, to try to avoid excess damage. So this guy, yes, that's a good point. He wants to, or he has the ability to hit 2. But as I said before, they're lazy. They want to move as little as possible. So even though this guy could hit 2, the shortest path is still right here. So he's just going to go like that. In fact, actually, you can even do a little bit more manipulation. If this guy's here, shortest path is both this one and this one. You would want to check, okay, does his priority change that up a bit? Well, he wants to go for the weakest. We're both the same. So we get to choose, in which case then we can even still do that. That is intentional. That is part of the design. That is part of enemy strength, is that you have the ability to kind of cheese their movement around a little bit. If you ever want a harder difficulty, maybe then ask another player to play the enemies and let them play
Elder Scrolls is a
very aggressively.
Secret 5-player.
Secret 5-player. Have a dungeon master.
Yep. Have
All
a
right.
DM.
Okay, so anyway, we're going to go back
Then
to
they
where
can
we were, though.
voice your High Elf Bandit, so the High Elf Bandit can explain why he's so skeletal.
Yep. Well, it's because we're blasting with fireballs and whatnot.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay.
I mean, I did just hit him with 2 arrows.
That removes the skin. Yeah. Okay, so back to the High Elf Bandit, though. Can target both of us and is going to hit both of us because he's got the range to do so.
Sure.
We're going to go ahead and roll one of these Cloudspire dice here, because the ones that are called free combat skill dice are going to be the ones that, if we ever get any benefit, like add 2 free combat skills to your roll, or this one's enemies roll, these are the ones you roll. Of course, they won't be Cloudspire dice in the end, but the reason I use different dice, though, is they notably do not have tenacity, which is like what misses grant you. So enemies won't gain tenacity. Free combat dice you get won't grant tenacity. All right, so this guy's going to roll. He's going to roll just once, and the damage gets applied to both of us. So 1 damage to both of us. We don't have any kind of defense or mitigation, so that's going to go right to our health. Now, if we then had any abilities that we could sort of use as a reaction, this
would
would be
trigger.
so.
Okay.
Damage is applied first. If you have anything to mitigate it, you could mitigate it. And then there's the sort of adventurer's react step. That's true for when we're attacking too. If they have any enemies react skills, that would trigger after we've applied the damage. Okay. All right. So then all enemies have go. So round 2. Increase the round.
Enemies have go.
Have go.
Okay. So I cool.
You cool down.
I cool. If I do the extra move as my action, can I lockpick at the
Yes,
extra?
you
Okay.
can.
I'm gonna.
Yeah,
do
because
that.
lockpicking is not an action. It just interrupts your movement,
My
essentially.
1, 2, and
So you
then
1, 2. And then, so you're giving up all of your engages to take a second move action. Okay.
Give me them lockpick dice.
All right. So with the lockpick, depending on if it's this sort of like this chest or this relic looking thing, that'll tell you, all right, am I opening a common or a legendary item?
Yep.
So you draw
They'll
the...
have matching imagery to them.
So you take the top card, and you've got 3 lockpicking dice. And essentially what you have is you have this many attempts, so 3 attempts to match those numbers.
This one's pretty easy.
This one is pretty easy. Now, what you can do is you can also take light fatigue to increase or decrease results. So it is not purely at the mercy of the dice. You are able to take that fatigue to
For instance,
ensure you can do it.
1 light fatigue turns out into a 6. 1 light fatigue turns out into a 3. 2 light fatigue turns out into the other 3. For 4 light fatigue.
But you got 2 more rerolls, so you can choose to keep any of those if you wanted. But okay, so you got a 3. Might as well lock that in.
Should I take 5 light fatigue?
Probably not.
Okay.
Okay.
So
3 light fatigue
3
if
light
you want it.
fatigue,
All right.
please.
So 1 light fatigue to turn that one into a
6.
3, and then 2 to turn that 4 into a 6. They do not loop around.
No.
So a 1, you have to take 5 light fatigue to turn it into a 6.
Yep.
All right.
It's bad. And then I unlock
So
the
you get
chest and
the
get
item.
Ash
This gets
Longbow.
discarded.
That's my character's name.
Ash Longbow. All right. And that interrupted your movement, so you have 1 more movement. Remember, we want to get to these hexes. If you end your turn on one of these hexes, this is per the Jailbreak tutorial rules, you get to escape. Okay, you don't want to escape. Okay.
And I cozy up to my friend, the skeleton bandit,
All right.
so I can end their life if I start my turn next to them.
Okay. My turn then?
Yes.
Sounds good. So, start of turn, nothing. Cooldown. I get my little cool magic dice back. I'm going to go 1, 2. And then I'm gonna blast this guy.
Steal my kill.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Okay, so here's the thing. So this does 2 damage, which would kill him.
Yeah.
This one also does 4 damage, but per the class sheet, or excuse me, skill sheet, it also has to deal 1 damage to an adventurer. You do have the option of not resolving dice, but if you choose to not resolve a die, it still gets exhausted.
Yep.
So this is an example of like, oh, well, I'll resolve that one and then not resolve that one. Now, granted,
I'll save you some damage.
this would make this die a die that didn't deal damage. So therefore, dodge would trigger.
Yeah,
But I'm
would
dealing
just-
2. I only need to deal 1. So if this gets reduced by 1, I can still kill him. That said, though, I want to damage Andrew, so I'm going to resolve it anyway. So I'm going to deal 2 damage to the bandit, and then also 4 damage, but then I have to deal 1 damage to an adventurer. I'm going to damage Andrew.
The person who gave up destructions that you could take.
Yep,
Yep,
exactly.
you
That
got
was
it.
a mistake.
Yes, I see this now.
Then I'm going to do my once per battle. On my turn, I can place any adventurer on an unoccupied entrance tile
get
hex and
outta
heal them
here.
for 3. What do you mean? I'm healing you.
Yes.
I'm healing you. I just want to escape before you. What can I say?
Well, you're not going to because it ends now.
Well, no, we got to escape. I could be wrong about that, but
I'm pretty sure you're wrong about that because we did this 2 days ago. It was.
Is that what it was? Okay. In my head, I've always, I literally printed off. I'm missing the 1 page that has that exact info.
Oh boy.
All right. Well, okay. So we're gonna say that's where it ends.
Yeah. Well, it would end at the end of the round.
End of the round.
Any
Correct.
combats or encounters.
And that's important
end
because then if like first player makes the last kill, everybody else still gets a chance to do their cooldown, get some
Lockpicking
chests, things like that. It also means if you're doing a unique encounter where your objective is to just assassinate 1 person, and if you all like surround that 1 person and wipe them out, the enemies still get a chance.
Yeah.
And they might wipe you out, and then you would lose the encounter. So, Okay, so yeah, you're right. End of the round. I kind of wanted to escape before you, but whatever, I guess. This is fine.
Yeah.
Okay, well, there's no more guards, so I guess lore, we just walk out. Okay, so...
That's good lore.
All right, so this is where we will then check the sort of the...
What do you think the dynamic between the skeleton guard and the elf bandit guard was?
Yeah, I don't know. They're
friends.
good old buddies. Okay, so this is where we would then check that achievement list to determine what classes we have access to. Yeah. So we've got defeat the high elf bandit. It is the necromancer and the sorcerer. Sorry, not necromancer. Arcanist and the sorcerer, which Arcanist is a Valenwood one.
Sure.
Sorcerer. Okay. Defeat the Argonian bandit. We did not have the Argonian bandit. Defeat the Skeever pup. We did not have the Skeever pup. Defeat the skeleton, necromancer, and the spell sword. And I think I don't have the necromancer because it's undergoing some changes right now. So I'll just give myself a spell sword.
So
and let's see. You succeeded at the chest lockpick.
So
you can be a burglar
or a rouge.
Where is the burglar? There's the burglar or the rouge. The rogue. Escape first. Neither of us actually did the escape thing. Take the first turn. You got to be Dragon Knight. And I got take the last turn. So I'm also a healer. All right. And then there's some other ones too, like if you fail to lockpick the chest, if you were defeated by an enemy, it gives you a class. Things like that. And I think we might add one more here or so that are like if you didn't defeat any enemies, or if you didn't get any other things, you just shuffle them and then draw one. Sort of, you left it up to the fates, But that is a rundown of the Jailbreak tutorial. Again, totally optional. It's just sort of like a nice way to introduce players to the game or to introduce yourself to the game. 2, to help narrow down the sheer scope of choice for new players. So you're not looking at 18 different classes if you have Valenwood. Now it narrows it down to, okay, I just need to choose between these 4. That's going to help me out a little bit. What are you picking?
I mean, I was going to slam the Dragon Knight because they're good, but I'm reading this burglar.
Do it.
The burglar is pretty neat.
Do it.
Gain 4 items in a single town encounter. I feel like that means I want to steal from a shop.
All right. I'm going to be a spell sword. So, things to know about classes. So every class has both a novice and a master side. You always start on the novice side. And then it's going to tell you what your innate is, as well as your class abilities. These is how, the class abilities is how much tenacity does it cost to activate. So if you are familiar with Too Many Bones, it's like the backup plan, although a little bit different. Tenacity, it doesn't hold on to your dice while it's in there. You get the miss, you exhaust the die, you move on, but you get the tenacity. Additionally, tenacity doesn't go away until you spend it. So at the end of a day, you get to keep it. And then you can also trigger multiple class abilities on the same turn. You just can't trigger the same one twice on the same turn.
And you don't have a designated time to trigger them.
Yeah, just during the actions step.
And even this one.
And there's some that have interrupts. Yeah, interrupts or endurings, which are kind of like, if your tenacity is at or above, you just get that permanently. It's like a new innate.
That's an enduring. Yeah.
Enduring, yeah. Additionally, every class has an upgrade requirement in order to flip to the master side. So yours was to gain 4 items in a single town encounter. So that might mean you got to start taking stuff that gives you more town actions. You got to find a town that might give you more town actions. You got to steal from the shop. You got to do, there's an item in the game that lets you discard to get a new item. So if that was in the shop, you could buy that. That counts as 1. Discard it to gain a new one. That counts as a second one. Things like that. Whereas I have to have, so mine is more focused on my build. I have to have a combined total of 8 skill dice in either the combat skill line, which is the sort of the free one, the generic one we start with, or any mage skill line. So I'm currently at 3. So I'm going to want to buff these up, possibly pick up another mage skill line.
Yeah, spell sword's awesome.
All right. So, okay. So then we go on to the end of day, which the end of day includes a province effect, but we haven't really properly started the quest yet. We're still building our characters. So we're not going to do that for now.
I don't even know what province we're in.
We're in jail. We're in jail. It's a very Valenwood jail.
It's going to be like Fallout when we get out of jail.
So at the end of combat, if you have any drained skill dice, you get those back, but cooldowns stay the same. Then we go into what's called the Adventure's Rest step. That's where if you're playing on the standard difficulty, you get to heal for 1, which I already healed you. You're welcome.
Yeah, so helpful.
So you get to
Got it
heal
for
for
free,
1,
but-
and then you get to recover any 1 die from your cooldown. This is the one exception where it does not matter where. So if you have like a really nasty status die or an over fatigue somewhere and be like, no, I want that out. There we go.
I'm gonna take this light fatigue back into my character mat.
Yeah, so that's a thing as far as where things go. Skill dice, they'll go back into your rows. Light fatigue will just go back to the supply. Over fatigue, unless it's part of like the Adventure's Rest step, actually cycles back. So if you're in battle and you get over fatigue, it'll just keep cycling in your cooldown. It's really nasty. And then status dice are removed and go back to the supply.
Got it.
Okay, so I think unless any questions are popping up here on the iPad, but I think we can just go ahead and get started into our quest. Now that we've shown off the Jailbreak tutorial, again, fully optional.
We're joining the
Mages
Guild,
Guild,
which
yes.
I'm morally opposed to. Is that?
Why are you morally opposed to the
Well,
Mages Guild?
you see, I don't think anyone in this world should have magic except for maybe me.
I would
just
say
wanna make sure that-
you're speaking exactly what the villain says, although I don't even think the villain cares if she has magic or not. But she
Really?
really doesn't care about what any of the good magic can do. And she's not afraid to destroy the entire world to get it to be this state. So,
Well, she'll get it like a new good world, right?
I mean, that's what she believes. Like, how
How
likely?
She's probably right.
I mean,
Which guild do I join?
there's
if I agree
some
with the
there's
villain?
some valid points. There may or may not be a card in Valenwood specifically that's called Deslandra was right. Anyway, we're in Valenwood. So before we even get started into the main quest, we're going to sort of preface what is Valenwood about. And so every region has like their own kind of overland mechanics, which this was a thing before. We've kind of honed them in to sort of be less busy on the maps, because we noticed that in earlier playings, like having all of these things moving around the map, when the map is kind of this thing that's off the side, half the players at the table might not quite be able to like see like, wait, who is that guy? Like, why do we have to deal with that? So now they're kind of focused on like the region as a whole is ebbing and flowing and getting manipulated, and that's going to affect your journey in some way. Curious on the thought of being able to use skill dice as an optional 1 attack or something to make non-combat skill able to deal damage, though not.
They're asking, could you have an optional alternate use of skill die as?
I understand the question, but probably not. No. A lot of the non-damaging skill dice do very specific and very like intentional things.
They are also powerful,
And they're powerful, yeah. So essentially that would let them be kind of in the same versatility as the combat skill dice.
Yeah, they
which
should
the
have a
combat skill
downside,
dice are
honestly.
probably the weakest single die in the game, but what makes them powerful is they're versatile. Stop putting Hoplo stuff on our game. So that's what makes them versatile. That's like you can use them in almost any battle form. You can use them for defense, which defense is pretty important in this game if you don't think you can kill an enemy in a turn, especially because when all enemies do go, they all activate at once.
Yeah.
And so it's like, okay, you got to survive that onslaught. So defense is pretty important.
For sure.
Yeah. Okay, anyway, so Valenwood. There are 3 counters in Valenwood, which measure Deslandra's influence in the region. So Deslandra is a wood elf. Wood elves are typically from Valenwood, so this is kind of her home turf. So she's a bit of a local celebrity. She doesn't quite have the same ire that she has in other regions of Tamriel. So we're actually going to have to work against that. So each of which, there's these 3 different meters, and this is all sort of prototype, still not final graphic design, of course. So like,
It's also a piece of paper.
it's also a piece of paper. So apologize for that. Apologize. Do it.
I'm sorry.
Anyway, okay, so each counter goes up to 4. While a given counter is at 2 or 3, one effect is active whenever you are on the corresponding location type. When it is at 4, it is a harsher penalty. So these are going to be penalties to towns, peaceful encounters, and conflict encounters. So anytime it's at 2 or 3, there's going to be sort of a bad effect, but not the end of the world. But then when it gets to 4, it's a really bad effect.
It's the end of the world.
It's the end of the world. So that is kind of the main overland mechanic. Additionally, Valenwood introduces a new and unique keyword called resistance. So typically keywords are gained at the end of the main quests, sometimes through side quests, though those keywords are always going to be less impactful than the main quest keywords.
Cool.
But Valenwood offers a new one called resistance. This keyword represents the party's progress in turning the tide of public perception against Deslandra within the region. Like other keywords, the main effect of this keyword will be during the endgame of endgame quest. However, this keyword can be gained multiple times, and when logging in your journal, write it once the first time you gain it, and then place a tally next to it each time you gain it additional time. So we could end up with resistance 6 or something like that. This keyword can only be gained in Valenwood and will only assist you during the Valenwood endgame. So if we ended up wanting to go to a different region for session 2, those resistant keywords aren't going to help us because it's all about sort of turning the tide against Deslandra in Valenwood.
So that's a wasted keyword.
Well,
if
hold
we're
on.
not in Valenwood.
Hold on. Whenever you would gain this keyword, the party may choose to ignore it and instead reduce an influence meter of your choice by 2. So you can essentially, as you're turning people's perceptions, be like, okay, maybe this Deslandra is not so good. You could be either one of two things. Either you ask the person, hey, wait for my call. I'll signal you when we're ready, and we're going to take Deslandra down. And they're like, yeah. Or on the flip side, you're like, hey, Deslandra's really spreading this propaganda around. Go to towns, try and turn public perception around, or, go to the bandit camps and even get them against her. Go to the villages, those kinds of things. That's what's kind of going on with this resistance keyword.
Interesting.
Additionally, each region will have a region-specific skill. So anytime a enemy has the skill native, it'll be, well, what region are you in? We're in Valenwood, so the native skill is going to be Ironbark. This unit's defense is increased by 1 when attacked by non-adjacent units. So they get a buff to defense from non-adjacent sources. And then every region is also going to have a unique delve feature. We'll get into that once we do a delve, though. All right. Okay. Did the effective keywords get shown in any way before? Will it be things like enemies get +2 health or different spawns? So we did show this off during the campaign when Andrew Chesney and I did the 3-session playthrough. A lot has changed since then, of course, in other areas of the game. But one thing that's still pretty accurate was when we showed off the end game. We did Black Marsh, and we just sort of picked 2 keyword ideas that we had. They weren't exactly tied to the quest we did because we hadn't gotten to that point yet. But they are definitely going to be more dynamic than just enemies get +2 health. In fact, they're always going to be beneficial, with barring some very specific negative keywords you might get from like a quest here and there, like a side quest. But the main quest ones are going to be beneficial because they are essentially what let the end game be possible. Okay. But the goal is that they're going to be pretty substantial. Like, we want you to be able to look back on a successful end game and go, oh my gosh, if we didn't have that keyword, we wouldn't have won. So there are a couple where things will be like, this ally gets +2 health or +3 health. But while on the surface, and that's not usually the case, I'm just saying there might be a couple that do something like that. But that's because that's an ally that has 2 defense and only 3 health normally, and so can maybe tank like 1 or 2 of the big hits before he dies. And that means you don't get him for the rest of the quest. But all of a sudden, that 3 health not only helps him tank a bit more in the first one, he's a lot easier to keep alive, a lot easier to bring into the second part of the end game. So now all of a sudden you'd look back and go like, oh, that 3 health is what let us keep this guy alive. That being said, though, most of the time they're like letting you completely change the way you approach the end game. Like, all of a sudden, these things you have to protect, you can actually treat them like adventures for the purposes of healing. You can, and typically you're going to get 2 keywords. So those keywords in combination with each other are going to open up a lot of new avenues for how you can win that end game. Anyway.
Yeah, keep an eye out.
Good
for
question.
Our oops no keywords run.
Our oops no keywords.
Where we do.
All right, so you can go ahead and put that back over there. We're going to turn to the the Mages Guild Valenwood quest.
Sure.
So, fatal findings, not to be confused with fateful findings. It's a magical day. You're approached by Foucault Garrick, the Magister of Haven's Mages Guild. Now that our local branch has gotten a better handle of the damage from the recent pirate attack, we are free to start helping Valenwood with its magical problems and mysteries once again, he says. I'm putting you on one of my pet projects, investigating the disappearance of Felensti. And I apologize to I'm probably mispronouncing a fair number of these proper nouns. I'm sorry. I do my best. One of Valenwood's roaming tree cities. About 200 years ago, the city simply vanished. Mages and investigators from Tamriel over have sought to figure out where Felensti went and why. And I'd like to contribute by sending a survey team to the 4 seasonal sites where the city used to be found. I'll be sending you with 2 guides familiar with our vast jungles. A wood elf named Linus and a wood orc named Stomaslect. I have been assured that they can be relied upon, and you'll need some help. Your first stop will be the winter site, where I'd like you to investigate an underground ruin called Nerume's Prison. The Altmere spirit, who once was trapped in its halls, has since been freed, but the place is still an Aeoliad ruin of considerable power and danger. Perhaps the source of Felensti's magical disappearance can be found within. So our starting location is Haven. It looks like you set us there already. Perfect.
Starting in Haven.
All right. Can I have you find the level 1 or level 5 Wood Elf Bandit or Marauder? So it's like a double-sided chip. And then the Wood Orc Bandit Marauder. So our quest objective is to travel to the Felensti Winter Site and initiate a delve. The party must reveal sky shards equal to 1 plus party size. It is recommended we do this by day 3. So that's aggressive. Oh my gosh, do a delve by day 3?
Oof. Do we have to go somewhere for that?
We got to go to the Winter Site, which is... Oh, it's just right
the
there.
other side of the map.
It's pretty close. Where are my objective tokens?
They're on the peaceful combat.
Well, there was one more. Here it is. Make sure it's on the pink side, though, so we get it. All right, so that's where we have to go.
So Wood Elf Bandit.
Wood Elf Bandit, okay.
The other one's a Wood Orc Bandit? Or
Yes,
just an
Wood Orc.
Bandit?
Wood Orc. There he is. Perfect.
What was the last one?
And Wood Orcs are unique Valenwood enemies.
Because they're made out of wood?
Because they're made out of wood. Okay, so
Built
step
by an
effects.
evil
The Wood
Geppetto.
Orc Bandit and Wood Elf Bandit are companions controlled by the party. So, hey, actually, it's not so bad. We
Hey.
got companions.
A good Geppetto.
One of
not
them
an
may
evil
be used in each non-quest step battle. So we can't use both of them in each fight, but we can use one of them until we get to quest step battles. Oh, actually, so this delve, we can use both of them.
one.
Okay. And I got word from Ryan that a bit of information missing from here is that unlike normally how companions work, they start every battle at full HP, but then when they're discarded or dead, they're dead. If these guys die, we still get them.
Okay.
So we do not lose them.
And what are they named?
They are named Linus. I thought I was going to say Linus at first, but I think it's Linus. And Stomaslect. Also, if we're playing at 2 players, flip one of them to their level 5 side.
Oh,
So let's see
okay.
here.
6, 3.
So which
2,
one of these 5s do we think is better?
One of them throws 3 attack
3,
dice.
but only has 1 range, whereas
Also,
this
that
guy's
one has
2 with
aggressive, too.
and aggressive. And Divine Snare doesn't help us at all because
Okay.
that only hurts adventurers.
Well, you've
I think
answered
so.
our question.
All right, perfect. So those are our companions.
Okay.
Okay, and we have to get to there recommended by day 3.
Sure.
So we're going to go ahead and get started with day 1 here.
Okay.
Sort of another thing that's soft recommended that might end up being required
Wrecked.
is for day 1, you visit the town you started.
Okay.
Again, it's not required as of yet. We are weighing the benefits and the pros and cons of both. Again, it's the whole ensuring players get the resources they need to get started on their quest, but also removing that sense of choice. So
it is also
it's
an
a give and
extra
take.
rule.
It's an extra rule too, you know. All right, but we're gonna do it. We're in
Yeah.
Haven, right?
I mean, I guess you made that decision, so yeah.
We're
let's do
doing
that.
it. You decided to go first in the jailbreak, so I'm deciding
Guess
this.
I did
We're
that.
going to Haven. All right, so when you go to a town, now typically, I'll go over it when we're actually moving. I was going to talk about overland movement and whatnot, but I'll go over it tomorrow when we're actually moving.
Yeah, tomorrow.
So
Join us tomorrow.
join us tomorrow. So in the Gazetteer, there will be an entry for every town. So we've got Haven. We've got the epicenter of trade. Each time an item or a trainer is selected, draw a new one to replace it. So we got to make sure to keep that in mind, though, because if we both see something we like, we'll lose out, if that makes sense. Because oh wait, no, sorry, I'm getting this mixed up. I'm getting this mixed up.
Opposite.
Yeah, literal opposite. There is another town in Black Marsh I'm getting this mixed up with, where it's when one is selected, completely refresh.
Yes.
That is not what's going on here. Thank you. I am a fool.
Yeah,
All right, so we've got 2 commons, we've got 2 legendaries, we've got 8 trainers. So typically starting towns will also have a healthier amount of trainers to kind of give you a better chance of getting what you want.
They also have a quest board.
Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
Oof.
and 8. Now there's also a quest board, which if we 2 speeches. Do we both want to be smooth talking, debonair, magic elves? Okay, so we got trainers. Also, if there's ever any restrictions, like hey, this trainers won't spawn any warrior type trainers. Those will be like it'll be either warrior, mage, or thief given on the bottom of this. Those will be grayed out, and then you would just remove those and draw new ones. There is a quest board that is gaining side quests. We can draw 2 side quests and pick one to keep if you choose that option. Sure. We've got the guild, should be guild kiosk, because that is the Elder Scrolls term. Guild kiosk.
That says hall.
I mean, guild halls are a thing in the game. I'm not saying that guild hall doesn't exist, but for what this role is serving, guild kiosks in like Elder Scrolls Online is kind of what we're replicating.
Yeah.
So guild kiosk. So don't forget, we do have that available. Granted, we need what? A staff, enchantment, or potion?
Yes. No. Staff spell.
Staff spell or enchantment. Okay. In order to do that, which sadly we do not have in our item selection at this time. Okay. And then there is also a town square, town hall. Thought it was called towns. One of the 2. And that is essentially an additional option that you can take as a town action. Which one? This one is set sail. It's a group town action, though, so we both have to do it. And if we select this option at the end of the day, move the party to Woodhearth or Sylvanar, you must spend your next day in that location. We probably don't want to do that. We're pretty close to where we want to be, and we have a very limited window to get there, so we don't want to have to take 2 town actions, or 2 town encounters. All right. There is also an inn as well. And if you stay at an inn, it heals you to full. You get to completely clear your cooldown. You get all your dice back. Perfect thing to do after a very rough battle. So, but we're looking pretty good. So, okay. What do we got? Ebon sword, dwarven.
2 two-handed weapons. True. Any adventurer's race ability, this item may be used outside of your turn, depending on the timing of the race ability you are triggering.
That's pretty good.
It is pretty good, especially since it can be used as an interrupt.
I think I'm going to take light armor.
Okay.
Okay, so that's going to get replaced with bow. You do have a bow.
I do legally have a bow.
So that's the thing, too. There are these, like, weapon item cards. You do not need to have a weapon item card, though, to, like, use a battle form. Like, you could go an entire campaign never getting a bow weapon and still be an archer through and through. It's just the weapons kind of enhance attacks made in their battle form.
Yep. I'm going to take archer, so that is going to refresh as well.
Yep. Okay, and we both get 2 town actions. If you did want to steal from the shop, I probably wouldn't recommend it until you take something like Ledgermane. But stealing from a shop, you essentially get to do a lockpick attempt on whatever this is. It is a free town action, but if you fail, you have to give up a town action.
So I can't do it with no town actions left.
Correct. You're right. I think actually the actual timing is if anyone wants to steal, that has to be done before town actions.
Okay.
I think that's the official rule. I could be wrong about that, but yes, you have to have a town action to lose if you want to do it. The one thing that makes it harder, though, is you cannot take light fatigue to adjust the results.
Oh, stinky.
You can do any other thing that lets you manipulate lockpicking. So like your burglar innate, if you have items that help you, if you have Ledgermane dice, those would help you. But you cannot do the whole light fatigue to adjust. Does make it harder.
Should I steal from the shop? I think I might.
Okay.
Is there an item you want from the shop? You should probably... we're technically supposed to do this before town actions.
Yeah, just don't do it today. Just don't do it today. It's a hard lock. You only have 4. You only have 4 attempts.
But I get 1 extra one.
Okay, so you have 5 attempts.
5 attempts.
I'd take Ledgermane and then do it next time. That's my recommendation. Because Ledgermane will help you a lot, I'm just saying. I am the quarterback gamer.
Yep.
That is my
that's your channel on YouTube, the quarterback game. So everyone check that out. We're not supposed to plug our personal projects. I know you have such a passion for the quarterback
all right,
gamer.
so I just know for a fact there's probably a channel out there called the Quarterback Gamer.
Yes,
and so I'm
1,000% there.
I'm not plugging them. I don't know. They could be great. They could be not great. We don't know. Don't listen to anything I say.
That's good advice.
Good advice. Good answer. All right.
Good answer.
May I have side quests?
No.
So I'm going to draw 2 side quests and pick one to keep. Side quests, even though I'm the one drawing them, they are still considered party-wide.
Unless they say otherwise.
I don't think anything do say otherwise.
I think some do, though.
Do we want to do the meatloaf one? All right, so we've got 2. We've got the Dark Forces of Greed, which will actually give us unique. So some side quests sort of come in different shapes and sizes. All same size, but different.
No,
and same shape.
Promise
too.
that they'll come in different shapes and sizes.
Each side quest is a different
it's a unique
card.
one. They're shaped like the person giving you the quest.
So we've got Dark Forces of Greed, which we can go to a specific landmark type and trigger this instead of a normal encounter. Mm-hmm. And it's going to be a battle. Whereas Loafing Around is more of a kind of in the background quest. You got to go to this place to find this person's mother so that she can make a meatloaf for her son. And then you bring the meatloaf back to the sun. It's not going to take up an encounter, but it does require you to go to a specific encounter type. And then in addition to that encounter, you'll do this. So it's not going to be whereas this one is, you're not drawing an encounter for the day. This is the encounter you're doing. Other ones are also sort of be hey, you got to kill a bunch of marauders. And until you do it, all bandits will flip to their marauder side, They really come in different sort of veins.
This one's travel to the southernmost conflict landmark, initiate this clash.
This one here. That's pretty close.
We're going to add a level 10 Khajiit cultist
to the
top of it.
Oh, no, we're not ready for that. Not in session 1. We're going to do the meatloaf one. So I'll go ahead and read this. A cloaked man requests a connection with his childhood. He speaks of a delicious Falkreath meatloaf his mother used to make, noting that he has been unable to visit her due to work. He requests you go visit and retrieve some. I'm not sure the old crone will want to help, he warns you. If you can believe it, she thinks I'm a bad son. All right. And if we already had the meatloaf, we would discard this quest and draw another. So if you could put that in the back of the side quests.
See, now if I had lockpicked, we'd be digging deeper to try and find meatloaf. Would have all been all good.
Yeah, well, we'll get it. We'll get the meatloaf automatically when we go to the place it tells us to go. So, all right, are you all done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, so these will get discarded.
Technically, skill line refresh is in, but it doesn't matter because you've taken an action.
Oh, yeah. And when you get new skill lines, it essentially just unlocks the ability to train that line. You do not get dice right away. You got to actually get some XP before you do.
You got to buy them.
Got to buy them.
All
right.
First 2 are free, but even those aren't. Should this experience
track? Oh, yes, that should be at 2. Thank you.
All right.
I would have said it at the start, but because we set it to 1. Anyway. Okay, so now we're going to do normal end of day. So first things first is the activate the province effect. All of the peaceful encounters in the game will have this icon on them, or they deliberately don't, but that has a unique effect. But so if you did a peaceful encounter for the day, you would just use that card. But if you didn't, such as doing a town encounter or doing a conflict encounter, doing a quest encounter, you'll draw the top peaceful, resolve its symbol, and then move it to the back. The decks, when you do setup, should have 12 and 12. So there should always be 12 peaceful cards. So there is 1 unique card for every day that you could potentially be doing this quest. Okay, so that was the fork. So that's going to be advance the peaceful influence by 1.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Then we're going to do Adventure's Rest step. We would also do the reward phase if we were getting any rewards like XP, but we don't have that. So rewards, all right, Adventure's Rest, heal for 1, recover 1.
Yep.
All right, and then end of the day. This is also too, if we wanted to trade items, we could trade items at this point.
Cool.
All right.
I don't.
So we are on to day 2.
Sure.
At the start of this brand new day. So we got to get moving. On the overland map, base movement default is 3. Other effects or classes might change that, but for the most part, it's 3. You can also choose to push yourself farther. However, to push yourself farther, you can do it double your base movement. So if we have a base movement of 3, we can push ourselves 3 more hexes. But for each hex we do, we have to take a light fatigue. So if we wanted to go 6 hexes, we would both have to take 3 light fatigue to do so.
Cool. Can you explain the icons?
Yes. So on the icons, we've got towns. Those are going to have, which we just did. They're going to have their own gazetteer spot. We've got these sort of skull and cross swords, which are conflicts. It's a guaranteed conflict. We'll draw a random card from the conflict deck. That could either be a clash or a delve. It'll come down to the deck. We've got these sort of little blue houses. These are peaceful encounters. Peaceful is a bit of a misnomer. I mean, they're not conflict, but just because they're peaceful doesn't mean they're nice. That's the thing I always like to say. Not strictly nice, just not combat.
Yeah.
Then we've got unstables. And unstables, you roll a d6, and depending on what you roll, it'll change the encounter you get. If you roll a 1 through 3, you get a conflict encounter. If you get a 4 through 5, you get a peaceful. And if you get a 6, you go to the traveling caravan, which is a new mechanic. It is a town that is only accessible through the unstable, and they are a bit of like a monkey's paw kind of thing. Like, it offers you some good stuff, but at a cost. And you're also not getting XP, so it's probably not what you want. But it's like, okay, well, there's still something here, maybe, you know? And sometimes they offer really good stuff, but at a forced, nasty penalty.
Okay.
So that's if you roll a 6. Now, the benefit of doing an unstable, because you're sort of giving up the sort of the guarantee, the choice of choosing your encounter. Currently, and this might be subject to change pretty soon, but currently, if you are successful at completing either a peaceful or a conflict encounter on an unstable, you get an additional experience point. It's not bonus XP. It used to be bonus XP at one point, but now it is just flat XP. Yeah, I know, right? And you have to be successful. You do not gain it if you go to the town. But some other negative side effects of unstables is sometimes the encounter cards you draw will have a forced choice if it's unstable. It'll have like the icon but red and breaking, and that's like, hey, if you're on an unstable, you have to do this.
For instance, in the example of the Argonians,
with the
you would
eggs,
have to eat those eggs.
Yeah.
Something about this place compels you to
You
eat
are
those
in
eggs.
this very unstable place. Everyone's kind of scared and hungry. They're just like, we can't stay around here. We just got to eat these eggs and go.
Keep tripping and falling onto the eggs.
Oh no, it fell into my pot and I made an omelet. Additionally, too, they might also have, like, if the party is occupying an unstable landmark, add 30 to the enemy pool. That's an exaggeration, but you get the idea.
Yeah,
That's not
dumb.
okay. All right, so that's unstables. So we could do that.
Let's go that unstable.
Before they get nerfed and get that XP.
Yeah, no. Before they get nerfed, unstable best. Extra XP.
To
yes,
sort of
please.
just head off any kind of like questions or concerns, we're finding that the XP reward can, you know, to a lot of players absolutely are like, no, do not give me an unstable. I do not like the risk of getting nothing from like a town, which you still get something, but it's definitely not what you're getting. So there are a lot of players that find the unstables to be like, nope, I'm not touching those. I don't like the removal of risk. And that's awesome. Like, we want them to be like kind of there for the chaotic players and there to be a way to get extra resources, but you at a cost. The XP was a little much of an extra resource. So we're thinking it might be something along the lines of like, you gain extra tenacity, because tenacity can be hard to come by at times. We're still talking about it, but it's still XP for now. We're not 100% committing to that change just yet, but just wanted to put it out there.
I've rolled a 4.
4,
Is that
that's a peaceful. Yeah.
Thou shalt not weed. A craggy wood elf approaches you and asks if you can help her with a unique problem. My home is continually harassed by stranglers. Is this supposed to be strangers?
No, it is. It's a plant.
Okay.
It's the greasy stranglers. It's a plant. They're plants. They're vines.
My whole family has been lost. My home is continually harassed by stranglers, she says, referring to the carnivorous... Yeah, I could have
There you
kept
go.
reading.
Yeah.
Carnivorous plants that regularly hazard travelers in Valenwood. Could you clear them out for me? I'd do it myself, but I don't want to violate the Green Pact. Often puzzling to outsiders, the Green Pact is interpreted many ways by the Bosmer who adhere to it, but the primary principle is this: don't harm living plant life. Some might feel an exception is warranted in the case of self-defense, but it seems this Bosmer would rather you do her unholy work. As an unstable yep.
All right, so here's an example of that icon there means we have to do it because we're on an unstable. Yes. Otherwise, we would have the choice, but we're on unstable. We have to do it. Her coin spends. The pact doesn't.
All adventurers gain 2 light fatigue. Any wood elves in your party lose 1 tenacity. Each adventurer then gains an item.
Oh, that's not so bad.
And then we each get 2 experience for our troubles.
I got some pork fried rice.
Oh, I got a root mender branch.
All right, and so we would gain 1 XP, but because this is unstable, we gain 1 additional.
Mm-hmm.
So the XP track is going to tick up to 4.
Yeah.
And then we are also technically we don't need to adjust these yet because we'll get into that in a sec. But all right, so that's it for the peaceful encounter. Then we go on to the reward phase where we gain that XP and then we get to spend it. Now, what this little track is for is if you have any XP that you didn't spend, you can save it to buy more things in the future. And that might be important because as these get more expensive, like if I go this way, it costs 1 XP to buy this, then 2 XP, 2 XP, 3 XP. So they get more expensive.
The
Same with
numbers on the top of the mat.
Yeah. And then cooldown, which these will also have numbers on it too in the final version of the mat, will also increase. So essentially, if you want to upgrade your cooldown or recovery rate, I forget the final terminology that we're going with, but if you want to upgrade it, you have to spend XP equal to the amount you are upgrading it to. So if you want to increase to 3 cooldown, that's 3 XP. 4 cooldown, 4. And then, of course, it goes all the way up to 6. Very expensive, very hard to get. Yes. But it's very powerful. So, all right.
Also, you can spend XP on tenacity.
Yeah, you can.
You shouldn't.
You can spend XP on tenacity. Where that's valuable is if you're like, 1, it's valuable in endgame, where you're still getting XP, but you don't really have much more you want to buy, because this will fill up by that point, most likely. Like, it'll either be, okay, I'm going to spend it on tenacity so I have access to my more powerful abilities right away, or 2, I'm going to refine my build, like untrain a few dice to buy some more specific dice, things like that. But yes, that is also an option, probably very only used in situations where you're like, I have this XP and I have nothing to spend it on, I'll buy tenacity. Or, and I've done this as like the warden before, where you can summon a bear for 5 tenacity.
Yep.
Sometimes getting that for a fight so you can get a bear turn 1
I did that
really
last game.
Can be really good. So it's not without its merits for sure. Okay.
So give me a locksmith die.
Locksmith
for 1
die.
XP and a snipe die for 1 XP, please. And this is your excess XP tracker. I didn't have to spend that. I could have stored it up to 3. I will be tracking mine from the bottom up. Salem will be tracking theirs from the top down.
Do not listen to it. It is top down,
further reiterate,
and they will have numbers.
have numbers.
They already do on TTS. It's just these were made before that. Do not listen to this person.
I'm going to track them.
All right. You can go ahead and put that on the
fork.
Yep, the fork. So that's a peaceful again. Ooh. So now peacefuls, we're going to have a negative effect. Peaceful effect number 1. So this if it's at 2 or 3. The unstable option must be chosen. So if we were to go to a peaceful, not on an unstable, we would still be forced into that kind of decision. All right. I'm going to spend mine on... I think I'm going to go ahead and buy an extra combat die for 1. Actually, no. You know what? I'm going to go wild. I'm going to buy another Force Shock.
Yeah. How are you going to get to that Eclipse die, the best die in the game?
It's called Pulsar. But yes, that is my favorite skill die in the game. All right. So I'm going to spend 2 to buy just another Force Shock, because that's sort of my bread and butter damaging.
Okay.
And also my innate ability, I can only use it. I can once per turn drain a level 1 skill die from my rose.
Yeah, that's true.
To trigger any of the instant effects. Has to be a level 1. So
it's once per turn too.
All right.
So I have removed 1 from my cooldown.
Okay.
I would regain health if I could, for 1. But that is the day. I have moved us on to day 3, which is the recommended time by which we reach that location, which
Should we
can.
do it? Let's do it.
So I feel like we should.
All right, so we're going to go there.
Going to Fallen SD Winter Sites.
All right, so instead of drawing an encounter, because this is a quest encounter, we're going to consult the Gazetteer. Okay, so we're going to do a initiate a delve. We need to reveal sky shards equal to 1 plus party size. So 2
3.
sky shards.
1
I have
plus
3.
party size.
3, thank you.
Thanks. It's like I'm not even here.
Oh my gosh, I can't do math. I forgot you were here. Yeah.
It's very funny when you generate enemy pools because you're like, so there's 2 of us and we have 4 XP, so that's 2 times 4.
Shut up. All right, so delves. Delves start with just this little thing here. I will also go ahead and take the time to read the delve feature.
Well, when we did our unstable, did we even consult our friends?
No, we didn't consult them. They don't have they only help us in battle.
Oh,
We're not going to consult their opinions. All right, delve feature. Valen Wood comes with 8 Forest Blight cards. These cards should be shuffled separately and placed down in their own deck. I put them just behind the yeah, they're right there.
Okay, this way?
Yep.
Okay.
So these cards should be shuffled separately and placed face down in their own deck. Different effects in Valenwood, primarily in delves, may instruct you to draw 1 or more of these cards. When you do so, it must be placed into a ready slot in your inventory. If no slots are available, you must either discard another item to make room or move another item into your pack. So you have to make room for it.
Okay.
If your ready slots are already all occupied by Forest Blight cards, you may choose to discard the new one you drew or discard one you have to make room. So you will never have more than 4 of these.
And these stick around?
These stick around. While a Forest Blight card is in your ready slot, it provides a permanent debuff to either your adventurer or the party as a whole.
Ooh.
This effect will remain in play until the party leaves Valenwood or, through a specific effect, instructs you to discard a Forest Blight card. There is a general effect on all of these, though. You can discard it by spending 1 saved XP.
That's
So,
a cost.
to anybody who has done the Rage of Tyranny Goblin Queen, I'm getting flashbacks to that stream Logan and I did where we got
you
the
did
bad
really
loot.
good in that one.
We did very
Good.
good. Okay. All right, so just set those off to the side, though, for
Certainly
now. So we'll draw
remember
those if
how
something tells us
Happy
to.
and good every
All right, so with a
time.
delve, we just set up this entrance tile,
Yep.
and it's through these sort of little doorways that we can explore the delve. Do you want to go first again, or do you want me to go first this time?
I don't know. It's up to you. You've got more damagey stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That's output. I have kind of. I don't know. I'm gonna put myself in here. I don't.
Okay, so because you just go ahead and place yourself right on that explorer, we can go ahead and trigger the first explorer. So you draw the top delve card.
Sure. You would put yourself in there. Too.
Well, no, we'll resolve this first.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm 95% sure about that.
The adventurer who revealed this tile draws a random Forest Blight card.
Yay!
Oh, this is why you want me to go first.
Yeah. So you flip it over.
I don't want to.
All right, what does it do?
Stuff. Your party ignores all resistance keywords you have collected.
Okay, well that's not so bad at the moment.
Yeah.
Okay, so now you get to rotate this.
Mm-hmm.
So we did the win revealed. Now the thing about exploring is you have to connect a tunnel or doorway to the tunnel or doorway you are exploring. The entrance tile is a bit unique in that both of these hexes are considered to be the same tunnel. So you have to do it like this. You couldn't do it like that. That's not valid.
You can do that in the future.
You can do that in the future.
Off of this one.
Yep.
Per se.
And that's pretty much the only real rule. However, if you were to ever place it so that all of the other entrance or exploring whatever things are sort of next to other things, that's a weird way to phrase it. To sort of preface it, once one of these explore tiles becomes adjacent to sort of like another tile, it turns off. So this is now no longer an explorable hex, right?
Yeah.
If there was already, let's say we built the delve out this way and then we put this in, and there was already a tile over here, and then all of a sudden this is now connecting to another tile, that is no longer explorable. So this is essentially a long way to sort of say it is possible to completely lock yourself into a delve where you're like, there's no way to explore. You are able to leave delves early, so it is not like it's an auto defeat, but you can definitely soft lock yourself from being able to complete the encounter.
Okay.
So don't do that.
And right now our win condition is getting 3 sky shards.
3 sky shards.
Which this one has none.
And we just have to reveal them. We don't even have to collect them.
This will be there'll be a little blue icon on these delve cards when you reveal one.
Actually, specifically, we don't. Yeah.
Also,
It's. Oh.
I was going to say, also, this might spawn enemies. This room specifically does not. It does spawn one treasure chest.
One treasure.
If there's space for it, which there is.
Yeah.
And then it has the keyword.
That's an environmental effect.
Sure. Piercing Thorns. When an adventurer moves into this tile, they must either discard an item from a ready slot or take 1 true damage.
Oof.
Presuming I cannot discard forest.
You cannot. You can only discard those if it specifically says you can discard a forest blight card. Okay. So actually, our win condition is not even to do that. It's once we have revealed the 3rd Sky Shard, the level 10 Hollow Predator will deploy on the entrance tile, and we have to defeat the Hollow Predator.
Okay. Well, we might as well collect the Sky Shards.
We might as well. Oh, actually, no.
Unless there's some reason not to.
Because this is a change. Sky Shards do not inherently grant XP anymore. They only grant XP if it's part of what's called an uncover.
Okay.
If you ever get a random delve, that is what you'll do. Uncover. So for most random delves, yes, you get XP for each Sky Shard you get. However, in quest ones, you'll get the XP. So we'll get 4 XP for completing this quest step, which is around the same as if we were to do a normal delve, collecting all 3 Sky Shards and then the 1 XP. So we get the same XP. It's just the mechanics are slightly different to let quest rewards be more tailored and specific. Also, then that way, then if you were playing at a smaller party count and you only had 1 person, we wouldn't be deprived of an XP. Because of that smaller party count. Same with on the flip side, if you're at a larger player count, you won't get 5 XP. You know.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so no enemy spawn. That's cool. All right, and then we've got these guys. And this is a quest battle, so we can use both of them. Okay. If you ever don't have room to spawn all your companions, I believe the rule is that you can spawn them at the start of future rounds.
Okay. So like once there's room for them, they sort of walk up.
Okay. All right, go first.
While I walk in, I'm going to take a damage.
And is that's just adventures, right? Yep.
I'm gonna pop onto that chest. It's 5, 2, 3.
You can just draw it. Yeah.
Baby.
If you fail a lockpick, the card is discarded and the chest is destroyed anyway, so you can always just draw the card.
Truth.
No matter what.
Oh, and I'm starting magic. Oh, and I have to roll this with my lockpicks,
yes,
right?
And you get to do it every attempt.
Oh.
You have 3 attempts.
Okay.
You don't have to use the result, but all right.
I don't know what that means.
You can increase or decrease a die by 1.
Oh, okay, by 1. Got it. All right, so let's see here. So that's a 2.
Mm-hmm.
3. Oh, yeah, I'll increase this to, or decrease this to 5.
By using that, right?
Yep. So this is not used?
No, you've used it, but you get to roll it again every attempt. So per the thing for Ledger Main, those dice are never exhausted. They just go back to your rows, which means you can just grab it again each time.
Yeah,
boom.
Pop it up.
Yeah, look at that. I know, right?
Okay. I was going to say the skull line's dumb and bad, but it's good. That was Glyph of Hardening.
I mean, it comes at the expense of you have to be picking locks, but...
This armor's overtax effect would cause the armor to be discarded.
So if we get armor...
discard that in the future.
Unless we get armor.
Yeah, of
All right, so you do your 2.
Mm-hmm. I might as well roll this dice.
To prime it? Yeah, that makes sense.
Prime this die.
Okay.
Little wet dagger.
Okay.
All right.
Is that it?
I think so.
All right.
Oh, I could have also had an extra attempt, but I gain 1 tenacity upon successful lockpick checks.
Yeah, look at you go. All right. Well, I'll keep exploring into the unknown, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Can you give me a delve card?
No. I suppose.
Oh, look at that. See, I'm just better.
Yep, that's what
Dusty Corner.
All right.
If no enemy is deployed on this tile, each adventurer gains 2 tenacity. Ah, dang it. There is one of these 3s that has no enemy deployment hexes, so that's how we could have gotten it to work. I'll do that.
All right.
No chest, so that doesn't spawn. All right, so when spawning enemies in delves, you'll sort of consult this. So level 5 will go first, and they always spawn further away and then closer. So 5 and then 1. However, if these numbers ever exceed the calculated enemy pool, you'll drop them down. So our enemy pool is 8, because 4 times 2. This is asking for a 5 and a 1 for 6, so they're both going to spawn. But if this was like a 10 and a 1, we would drop that first 10 down to a 5.
Got it.
All right, so we've got ourselves a Lurcher.
Sure. And also,
I forgot
another
to.
thing is, if
I've got to
there's not
discard
enough
an
of
item
these, yeah, that's true.
because I don't want to take the true damage.
If there's not enough of these little, because enemies spawn on these little skull.
Yeah, if there's not a
or
spot for them
helmets.
to spawn, then they won't spawn. Same with chests. If it asks to spawn a chest, but there's nowhere for it to spawn, you don't spawn it. Chests, kind of the inverse of enemies, they'll spawn closer to you first. So things that are scary, spawn away. Things that are fun, spawn close. All right, so I got the Lurcher.
Fun little.
And we've got ourselves a Guar. So a Guar, oh, look at that, only 1 health.
Oh.
Wait a minute, what's this skill do? So Colossal, he deploys with extra health equal to the number of combat skill dice, which are these white generic ones, trained by adventurers, which is only 3. That's not so bad. I have played against this guy before.
Total amongst all.
Total, yeah. I have played against this Guar. He used to even have 3 health before he got nerfed, where he would spawn, and he's a level 1. And there's times where he would spawn with like 12 health, and I'm like,
I thought he was a pretty egregious level 1 enemy when he had 3 health.
Oh, jeez.
Because he throws 2 attack dice.
Does throw 2 attacks. I messed up my hair. Is it?
I mean, you like to part it to the side.
I
that
know.
Amanda does not
it's a
like you to
bad.
part it
Yeah.
to. So here she comes. Here she comes.
It's a fidget. Okay. All right.
You should spin it then.
Okay. So, and I did that by discarding an item.
Yep.
So
now we'll never have to
I am
do it
going
again,
to.
right?
Oh, that guy does poison, which essentially gives us a Bane status die. So another thing to note too about this
I
card
should have cleared these as well.
that I revealed.
Right? I still have a cooldown.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I forgot to do that too. I always forget because for so long it was at the end of their turn.
I know.
And now I have to unlearn that habit.
Which I also didn't do that one either.
Well, all right. So this one has these like Sky Shard effects.
Yep.
That will trigger once we gain the Sky Shard. We gain the Sky Shard first time somebody enters that room.
So
And
when
it,
we
depending
gain
on
it,
if it's
it
the
would do
first,
the thing.
second, or third or higher, because some delves might ask you to
Got it.
do more, you would resolve that third effect.
Okay.
In which case, if we get it, it's going to be deploy a level 5 enemy on any occupied hex in this tile and add a stun to it. All right, so I'm going to put that there so we don't forget. But once we resolve it, we can discard that card.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to just
Target
blast
the
this
Lurcher?
Lurcher because I am scared of poison.
You should.
Okay. Oh, wow.
You did 8 to it.
Obliterated. Okay, so that's 8 damage, but I have to deal 1 damage to an adventurer.
I have to
Both
deal 2.
times. So yeah, these guys aren't adventurers, so sadly I can't do it. I'll take 1, and because I'm right there by the Guar, do you mind if you take the other?
I'm surprised I'm only taking 1.
You're surprised I even asked. I also gained a tenacity. And then, so all right, so I total that damage. That's 8 damage to my target. He's got
4
1
times 2.
defense. He's got 6 health, so he's dead.
Yep.
Boom.
7 damage.
And then those exhaust.
And he has
Right.
disrupt. Does that do anything?
No,
with what
so
you've done?
disrupt is when he attacks, he removes a die from our active slots. Speaking of, I am going to take a light fatigue.
Sure.
To take another engage, I'm going to switch my battle form
Sure.
to
Defensive.
defense.
Okay.
And I was really tempted to use my once per battle to teleport myself to the entrance tile and leave this guy for you, but
Probably wait until the enemy that spawns
Oh,
on the entrance
no.
tile does that.
okay, this is not looking good
Okay. So then our companions activate.
because my 1 tenacity thing is not. Oh gosh, this guy could absolutely destroy me.
So all right.
All right, now,
Companions
yep. Now
activate.
companions go. Companions also go highest level to lowest level.
Sure.
So that level 5 will go first. So we can choose to move him however we want.
Okay.
It's got a range of 3.
Sure.
Now there isn't line of sight in this game in the traditional sense, but there is sight still as a concept. Effectively, what it is you have sight of anyone on your tile and anyone in a connecting tile.
Yep.
So this guy, if we were to move him here, he's got sight here and here. Does not have sight here. So
Even
we
has
have
a
to
range
move
of
him.
3.
Yes, he's got
but
the
he
range of
still
3,
can't.
but it's like the best
He's
way to think of
definitely
it is
not
like it's through these like
Yeah.
corridors. There's a bunch of rocks and like caverns and openings in the way. He's like, I can't quite get a shot. Okay, so we got him there.
In there.
Do we want him to go for the Guar then, I presume?
I think you should just pass.
Just pass.
I think he rolls different dice than that.
You're right. Thank you. I mean, it's the same ratio. It's just these don't have tenacity.
Yeah.
All right, so he's going to target the Guar.
This also reminds
Okay.
people that they should check out Cloudspire.
And he does have aggressive. What aggressive does is he gets to reroll misses once.
Okay. That's what I thought.
2 damage.
2 damage.
Not enough to hopefully save my life.
Okay. And then our friend, the Wood Elf Bandit, would pop in there.
Yep. And only has a range of 1.
Yep. So they cannot do nothing.
Okay.
But then the enemies would activate. Roll 2 attacks against yourself and
I should have given you both the damage, shouldn't I?
and die.
Yes, I'm alive. Okay.
Ah, boo.
Boo. All right. So that's all enemies. So round 2. All right. This is exciting because I have a feeling we might lose, and I get to talk about another new feature we added.
I don't think you might lose. You're only going to deploy a level 5. I'm going to pop up 1. I'm going to roll this 1 Magicka dice that I have. That deals damage. This 1 Magicka damage dealing die.
Are you sure about that?
Am I sure that I'm going to roll it? Are we takesies backsies? Is that what we're able to do here? Okay, so I store up a tenacity. Let's see here. Feeding an enemy. Oh, okay. I assume if it says heal 3 HP, that's just me healing. I cannot choose to heal.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to pop into a different...
You're adjacent.
Oh, I've pickled myself.
You've pickled
I
yourself.
see.
You could switch to light weapon.
Yeah, I'll switch to light
Or did
weapon.
you take a fatigue to do that? Because you're taking this engage.
I'm about to.
Okay.
I'm taking a light fatigue to switch to light weapon.
Well, you're not taking it to switch. You're taking it to take another engage.
Both.
But at the start of that engage, you were switching your battle form.
Correct. And I am throwing these dice. Wow.
Wow.
That's uniquely bad.
Well, you're getting a lot of tenacity, though.
I know. My thing, I wanted to kill him because then I could possibly get something. I can't. I shouldn't have moved up close.
Yeah, what were
I
you
had
thinking?
to because of the magic only hits adjacent.
Oh, that's right.
Huh. Yeah, I think that's it. I think I've done it because I can't move more. Yep.
All right.
That's a me.
My turn.
Yep. Finish that.
Cover.
I mean, I imagine you can finish him off.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. I can trigger this, actually.
Oh, yeah,
This
what are you doing?
die. My Daedric summoning die lets me,
Oh,
at the
yeah.
end of any unit's turn, you may choose an adventure in light, two-handed, or archery to perform an attack, rolling 3 free combat skills.
Oh, go for it.
Ignores
Yeah.
Ethereal.
There you go.
So
So you can
I'm
choose
exhausting
yourself.
this.
You're in the weapon
Only
form.
3 free combat
3
skills.
free combat skills. There you go.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, boom.
That
Dead.
is him. So he's dead. And then I'm going to use my interrupt, my shadowy supplier, spending 2 tenacity. After defeating an enemy, roll a d6 and apply the rolled result. 4 gets me remove up to 3 light fatigue, the worst result. Okay.
Oh,
sure.
because you could have healed or gained an item. Oh, that's rough.
It's pretty bad. Okay.
Well, did you see on your promoted side, you get to re-roll that die, right? Yeah, you get to re-roll shadowy supplier. In addition to the other. That's why you got to get
I want to
the.
get 4 things out of a town.
But I said no. No stealing from the town.
I know.
We are
right.
good people.
Yes, we are good people. Okay, so we have killed the last of the enemies in there.
Yep. Okay. So my turn.
Yes.
Gonna cool down.
Sure.
Should I go in there and possibly spawn another enemy, or should I just go this way? Because we don't need the sky
much more of
shards.
a question for yourself than
I'm
than
going
I.
this way. Give me another card. Give me that card.
You have revealed
Boom.
the dungeon pastry.
Gain 5 tenacity.
Dungeon pantry.
I have capped out though, but all right.
Should
So
that say the adventurer who reveals this?
that's sort of like the.
'Cause that one says
Oh, that's a good point. I think that'll be a good. That'll be like addressed in the style guide
Yeah.
question.
Floor matting.
Okay. Let's see. Well,
Also, again, this is a prototype. These are pieces of paper.
I could do that, and then that's pretty close for you. Like,
Yeah. This is a cute dungeon. I like it.
it's a cute
Or a
dungeon.
cute,
It's
shelf.
build your own dungeon.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, here's a good example. So it spawns a 10. Our enemy pool is 8, so we're not going to spawn that 10. Instead, the first enemy is going to then drop down to a 5.
Okay, so it drops down to the next one.
Yep.
We're gonna spawn a treasure.
And then also too, like, same thing. It's like with
I'd rather have a 10.
no, not this guy. So also, anytime this is both true for clashes and delves, when you're spawning enemies, that will reduce like the remaining enemy pool. The one unique thing about delves though is you reevaluate that enemy pool each room.
Okay.
So with a clash, if your enemy pool is 8 and you deploy a 5, then the remaining enemy pool is 3. Same with this. So our remaining enemy pool that's possible is 3. So if this second one was a 5, we would also then drop that down. But they're 1s. So watch, I'm going to also get the mud crab. Wait, no, the mud crab is on the other side of this guy, right? Yeah, okay. So we're not going to get the mud crab.
And do you trigger the trapdoor when you enter? Or
when you
reveal?
enter, yep.
Okay.
So it's the same as like sky shards. When you walk in there, you trigger whatever it is, and then you can discard the cards. So you don't need to keep them around. As opposed to these
Yeah, the
ones,
green
which you
ones.
do have to keep around. And also, is this each time you enter?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
Just don't re-enter it.
Well, I was going to try and warp back to heal, but now, I don't have an
You to enter
item.
again.
A chest does spawn in here. Closest chest. These are both equidistant. I'll do this one. And
Not to you, the explorer.
That's true. Wait, no, we have 1, 2, 1. Oh my gosh, you're right. I can't count.
You're really bad at counting today.
Okay.
I've seen you count before, I swear.
You know I can do it. All right. Okay. Let's see. Do I have any? I have healing if I had an item. I don't have any items though.
I could have done something fun last turn, and I realized I missed it. I think.
Okay. Oh, but I can do this. I can do Soul Reservoir, so if I get hit. All right. Okay. I'm going to go for...
This is rough.
This is very rough.
You've used up all your movement to do this?
I
do
did,
this
because I
bad
was
thing?
there.
And to open us up to multiple double attacks here? Because that spider's going to come in and roll 2 on both of us.
We're going to get to show off the other mechanic we added.
Oh, losing?
Yeah.
We have added losing.
Yeah,
It used to be
all right.
so easy.
I'll
we
go
didn't
for
need
the
it.
wisp because I at least have the chance of killing the wisp.
Yeah, you killed the heck out of it.
Well, who takes the 1 damage? I mean, I die, so it's got to be you.
Has to be me. Yep. I would, one of us should be teleported out of here.
Yeah, I can do Soul
I have
Reservoir.
many items to discard.
That's true. I can do Soul Reservoir to stop taking all of the damage from...
Also, if you teleport me out before our allies' turns, they can move up and do an attack.
Yeah.
Versus now where they cannot.
Okay. All right, I'm going to teleport you out back to the start. So you
Back to the start with
heal to
me.
full.
Give me one more chip.
Okay. All right. So then I'm not going to do anything.
Okay.
Okay.
Allies.
Allies.
Wood Orc Marauder pops in.
Pops in.
You're going to throw 2 attack dice on both of them.
Yeah, because you can target 2 right. Nice. Let's go. All right.
He deals.
So 1 because of the defense, and then would do 2, but Stalwart is they can only take 1 damage each turn.
He actually doesn't take any damage.
What?
No,
What do you mean?
he still takes them.
Oh yeah, because also
he has native as well,
but that's 1 defense. So
Yep.
yes, thank you. So
Either
native
way.
Ironbark essentially gives him 1 defense when being attacked from non-adjacent, but 2 damage cuts through anyway. Thank you. Okay. This guy, I guess we could just get him closer.
Yeah.
All right.
Sure. Okay, and then the enemies activate. They activate in...
This guy.
Yeah.
So he's gonna move there, and then he can target both of us.
Oh, he has range.
Yeah.
Oof. Oh my goodness.
I can reduce it by 3, but that would still kill me.
Wow. That's a bad roll.
I'm not gonna do it because we're gonna do the new mechanic.
Well, you've died.
I've died. This guy takes.
Well, you don't die. You're like knocked out. Is that what we're saying?
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
yeah, we're gonna have to use essentially a guild bailout. Is what it's called, guild assist.
Okay.
But it is a once per campaign because the rule is, and I just also want to reiterate too, like things like balance, especially in regards to specific encounters. That's what playtesting is sort of trying to identify and find out. And we're experiencing this. We haven't done this quest before, so
Yeah.
you know,
Day 3
I'm making notes to. No, I'm kidding. But anyway, one thing we did is we just sort of added a flat rule that if you fail a quest encounter, you lose the campaign.
Okay.
Sounds dire. However, we've added what is called the guild assist option, which is a once per campaign, and you'll see how powerful it is. So hopefully it can get us out of this jam.
I won't need to see how powerful it is. So
All right, so then this guy goes.
No, yep, correct.
All right.
He's going to try and steal from that Orc Marauder.
And he misses, so nothing happens. So
right.
dodge, he misses. Defense, he just nothing.
Super misses.
All right.
I'm going to pop in. Pop.
Okay, discard a...
Discard the Glyph of Hardening. Because of my... that. Because of my that. I forgot to cool down, so I will do that at this time. So I have the cooldown has been cooled down. I will be an archery.
Okay.
We'll roll a 2 dice.
Who are you targeting?
The only one I can. With
Oh, right, 2
2
stamina.
So I'm going to target the Red Guard Bandit. Wow, the dice are missing a lot today.
Oh my gosh, there's only we've rolled tenacity on almost every die that's 1 in 6 chance of missing. So like
I did roll a 1, but it hits his defense, so it does nothing. Oof.
Oh, and you can't even use your bow because you need 3 range.
Go ahead and once per battle, I'm going to recover 4 skill dice from my cooldown.
And replace them with light fatigue.
Replace them with light fatigue. So give me some. Oh no, I have 4, but I am going to take an extra engage.
Yep.
That I can use. Rolling the same 2. Better.
Nice. Okay, so because that deals 1 damage, but it also ignores 1 defense for this attack, right? So
takes 2. It's something. It's something. Could take. Cooldown's looking pretty stinky. Maybe I roll a defense die. Yeah, sure. Why not? Let's pop over there. Another fatigue, please. Huh?
Don't worry, we're just priming to be able to show off the. I'm building up hype.
Yeah, the hype train's rolling.
Hype train for the.
Yeah. Okay.
Get back in the fight.
Allies. That guy.
Target both of them.
Does target both of them. I'm seeing if he wants to move. I think he wants to move, maybe.
Oh yeah, because he would have range. Yep.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3.
Yep.
Yes.
And still has sight. So.
2.
Gets to reroll aggressive.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
So this guy's dead.
Kills that guy. Got it.
And then the 1 damage because it's stalwart. Yep.
Good old 1. All right. Wood Elf Bandit. Bop. Roll 1. Does 1.
Yep, because Iron Bark is only for non-adjacent.
Non-adjacent.
Okay.
We love it. Okay. Spider. 2.
What doesn't
targets.
Yeah, only this guy. Because you're out of range and he's not going to move.
Yeah.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, you taking it for me. Wood Elf. Good
All right.
job.
Round 3.
Sithis, or what was your name?
Oh, Linus or
Linus.
Sithis is someone very different.
Are they Elder Scrolls?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sithis is like the person the Dark Brotherhood kind of like serve.
Yes,
I think.
I was watching a recent Dark Brotherhood thing, and that's
Yeah.
why that name was in my head. Okay.
All right, round 3.
Oh yeah, they were activated.
Yep.
Yes. All right, round 3. It is a me.
And go as far as you can.
Fatigue. Cooling out. I don't want to get in range of the spider, but I think they can kill the spider. It feels unlikely. Are these... I don't know. I get to swap. And I have to... Okay. I'm a fatigue-heavy person, is what this run's going to be. Okay, I'm rolling this in my Magicka form. Cool. Then I'm swapping to... I'll finish this part. I'm going to move here.
Okay.
And I'm going to swap.
So I got to do the trap, though.
Oh, no, the trap. That's okay. I have a lot of things to
Yeah,
help with this.
you got 1 attempt to get 225, though.
No, I have...
2 attempts, you're right. Thank you. Yep.
Okay.
Okay. Well, got 2. You can change one of those to a 5.
Sure.
And yeah, because you're burglar, you got one more attempt.
I can also just take. Oh, it's a 2.
Yeah.
I don't want to do it. Oh, yeah.
That's one. Oh, look at that. Only one.
yeah.
light.
And bump it
Because
with
bump
that.
it with that, and then bump it one
One
more
light fatigue. Okay, cool. So that is, and then I get a tenacity for
doing that because you're burglar.
Neat.
And then we can discard that, so put it at the bottom face up, so we know when we've gone through the deck.
Cool.
Cool.
This slot's
You
back.
stick that back. Yep.
I got my tenacity already. Zoop, 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 zoop.
And you're here, so you're done with your movement.
Okay. And I've done that. Done with my movement. I can now switch to archery.
Mm-hmm.
Like.
By taking another engage, right?
Mm-hmm.
So even though you're not rolling any
engage.
dice, changing battle forms you can either do
Mm-hmm.
as part of a new engage, so you have to take the light fatigue, or you're doing it to trigger a class ability, but you still gain the light fatigue in those specific contexts. So
Then I am going to expend this fella to roll
3
free combat skills
Oh,
against
you were
someone. my
making
target.
sure that spider dies.
I,
Yeah.
I sure am. I've seen terrible rolls. I've done a lot of them today.
Mhm.
Okay, and then my allies will go. I'm going to pop him up here so he can be close by for the next part. 2.
Oh, why'd you roll it on the map?
0, 0. Okay, that was 2.
Okay, so
damage,
he's dead.
So he's dead.
All right.
And then can my companions explore?
No, they cannot. But you could get him up here, so he's like,
Yeah.
all right. Okay,
Round 4.
round 4.
Cool down.
I'm sorry I had to die so early, but making as much progress
Leave me
as
out in the
possible is
cold.
good.
Okay, so I have to reveal 3.
We can even trigger the guild assist after you die. We trigger it at the end of any round, so we could keep going until you die and then trigger it. That being said, though, chances are,
Discussion.
if things go like this early,
Mm-hmm.
some players might be inclined to just start a new campaign. That's your call. That's we're not doing that though.
No.
We're sticking through it. All right.
All right. Attach.
You want it?
I don't know.
Oh, like
It's
that.
going to spawn a 5-er.
Oh,
And that's
okay.
it. But it's also going to spawn 2 treasure chests. No, it's not. It's going to spawn 1. When revealed, the adventurer who revealed this tile draws a random forest blight card.
Aw.
Oh, cool.
Isn't that great?
I mean, I'm glad I'm the only one in here taking on all these. In battle, anytime you would move, that movement is reduced by 1. Good. Strong chances. All right, so pop a treasure chest in there that I will never get to. All right.
And a 5.
And a 5-er.
Got ourselves an Imperial Marauder.
Sure. I do not have any
I assume you
dice.
probably don't want to put it on the way that's needed for exploring.
No, probably not. You'd probably be right. Oof. Okay. That is my turn, but then my allies will activate. Pop. 2 combat dice.
Yep, 1, 2, 3. Yep.
Okay.
Does have Iron Bark and 1 defense though, so you'll need 2 to cut through.
Yep,
Oof.
that does
Yep.
not do it. Okay. And then my other friend is gonna distract him
If
for
you
me.
move him there, maybe we can get this guy there,
Maybe.
so that Iron Bark won't come in.
I see
That's what
you're
I'm
saying.
thinking.
I was gonna say that puts him in there.
Because these guys,
He's gonna roll
they're not
1.
restricted to the hole.
He hits him for 1.
Ooh, nice job, dude. They're not restricted to the hole. They can't target adjacent thing because they don't really have battle forms. They just have a range stat.
Got it. So enemy activate. Roll 2 at the hack against my friend the elf bandit. Oh boy,
Obliterated.
we are cleaning that
Oh
elf
my
bandit.
God. We'll
off
put
of
this
the
guy off
cave
to the side though
walls.
because he is not. He's a companion, so we don't want to
Okay.
get him lumped in with the.
Well, that was them. So we're on round 5 as well. So that's efficient.
What happens when you go in there?
Get
Search.
a pet.
Oh, you get a pet.
All right. So I guess I am going to pop in. Oh, I do my cooldown. Which gives me an archery die. doesn't
If you use 2 move actions, you could explore.
it? Oh, I just have to reveal 3
Yeah.
and throw in my turn. Huh. Let's see. I don't think I can do that. I don't think that's so wise. I can move here though. And I can roll this adjacency die. This die that cares about adjacency. And it does this little whirly blade.
That's
true damage to an adjacent enemy, just one. Trigger any adventurer's class ability that costs 2 or less. None of mine.
Oh, they're all interrupts. Oh no.
Yes, they all specifically care about different conditions, and I assume I can't cheese that in a way that would make it work. All right.
And I'm dead, so.
You're dead. You've died. I can't use any adventures.
I mean, you trigger it for me, but it's not like it would help you anyway. I could be wrong about that.
Class ability that costs 2 tenacity or less. So I would trigger it for you.
Yeah, but I'm dead. So.
Huh, okay.
And I don't have an item. You took all of them.
Sure. Yeah, I took all of them. Get out of here.
Reroll.
Now. Okay.
Oh, is that?
Oh, it's not enough.
Okay. Well,
it's down to 1. He's going to smack us both.
He's going to smack you both.
5. Oh my
gosh. Well, you can block 1.
I can block 1. I
take 2.
My friend takes 2 as well. This dodge has not done anything because the enemies have not missed.
Yeah, they are not like us.
Woo!
Also, when you moved in there, search for a pet.
I get to search the item deck for a pet.
I can do that if you want to keep playing. I'll get you a pet. I'll get you the first pet.
Just the first?
Yeah.
I get to search it.
Well,
just give me one that gives me health.
Oh, it's literally the first card.
This one prevents status dies.
Too bad. So you have a full ready area. Thing about pets is you have to put them in a ready area, otherwise they're discarded.
Can't put a pet in a backpack?
You cannot put a pet in a backpack. Just to sort of touch on that concept, inventory, you have 4 ready slots. That's what you can use. Like when they're in your ready slots, you can use them. And then you have 8 slots in your pack. When it's in your pack, not accessible. Sort of completely out of the way. Unless something tells you, like, you can discard an item from your inventory, then yeah, you can discard from your pack if you want. But you can't use them if you're in your pack. So they're kind of like you can just put them face down, out of sight, out of mind kind of thing.
Bloody round.
All right, so gain an over fatigue.
Yep.
And then take a true damage equal to the amount of over fatigue you have, which is 1.
Cool, good.
Oh, we can also set this aside because
we love to see it. I'm going to move my 1. Here.
Okay. You're going to the treasure? You're not going to explore?
All my dice are range. I have to be away. Because what happens if I explore? The guy comes out and then I still have to finish the fight.
I mean, we got our guild assist. You got it. Which one are you going for?
Probably that one.
And then your thing. Hey, tenacity.
Oh, I still get and I still get to re-roll it with?
Yeah.
Wow, okay. 1. Let's lock in a 1. Boop, boop, boop.
I'll lock in another 1.
I'll get another 1, and then I'll
take a life fatigue or take. You got 2 more rerolls, right? Because of burglar.
Oh, I do. Oh, I do.
Get a tenacity and the 3. Boom. That was like the perfect thing. You see what you can do with 5 tenacity?
Yeah, gain an immediate free turn. Okay. So that is filled out. Okay.
What item did you get?
I got. Oh yeah, I should look at that. That's important. I get the Dark Elf Cuirass. Add 1 free combat skill die to the enemy's attack. Yeah.
So armor, how it works is if you have armor in a ready slot, whenever you're attacked, you can do its effect. You can even have multiple pieces of armor. They just can't be the same subtype. Like
into the pack.
You can't have 2 breastplates, for example, going on at the same time. You can also choose to overtax your armor, which gives you an additional bonus effect, but you have to discard it afterwards. Anyway, that's armor, which is also, I think, new since last time.
One die.
All right, against.
Oh my God, why?
You got to spend that tenacity.
What do you mean?
You could have done that.
What's it gonna do?
Stop missing. That's the biggest thing I got. That's the biggest strategy.
I needed to kill him. I needed to. Okay, so I'm at full tenacity now. I will
take a light fatigue to do that.
Yeah, sure.
I could roll what are you rolling? Defense or?
No, I'm rolling attack.
Oh, you're right. Why didn't you roll them together? Oh, whatever.
Because any hitting side would have finished him. Sure.
This is why we
Also, I
shouldn't
didn't
live
take the
stream
extra
games.
turn because I wanted to heal off of this.
Yeah, well.
Well, this is where we insert the edit cuts, and then we cut back to me. So I assume this is also not a negative status die, the over fatigue.
Correct. No, it's any of those black
I've
dice.
asked that every time I get it and do that. All right, so that is me.
Okay. So, buddy.
2 misses.
Well, he's got aggressive.
1 misses. Okay.
All right. So then Rally's going to trigger. So Rally, when this... Oh, wait, no. Actually, Rally doesn't trigger because Rally
he's
is...
the last enemy.
Yeah, so how Rally works is when this enemy's defeated, it spawns another enemy on its hex of of the next level lower. But it does specifically say, unless it's the last one in play.
Yeah.
Essentially, he calls in his final moments. He's like, help me, brother. And then the brother's like, no, you're all alone. I'm not helping you. Good luck. And then he falls into a pit. He's run over by rats. It's the size of wildebeests. We're going to keep going. All right. You die, right?
Yeah, do I gain an over fatigue and
You
then
will.
die?
You will gain an over fatigue.
Oh, good.
And then you'll die.
I've died.
Okay, we're gonna still walk through the rest of this round. So Wood Orc Marauder gets a chance to do anything. Do we want to have him do anything?
Move 1 onto that helmet.
Boom.
Yes.
All right, end of the round. We're about to lose.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna quick from the astral plane. Fix my hair.
Yes, and descends
And
from the
then,
heavens.
so we're gonna call the astral plane. We're gonna call to the Mages Guild through the ethereal channels. Help us. And they're like, fine. So here's what happens when you do a guild assist.
Sure.
Everyone heals to full HP, including defeated adventurers.
That's me. I'm a defeated adventurer.
We also get to completely clear our cooldown.
Give me 2 health chips.
Wow, so needy. So we get to completely clear our cooldown, including over fatigue.
Ooh. Ooh.
We get to both gain an item and or a legendary. So both a common and a legendary.
And then clear our tracks of forest blights? Is that?
Not currently, but I can see how that could get added to the Delta.
All right. I'm going to Glyph of Reduced Fear Cost and Glyph of Disease Resistance. I'm not really going to look. They're going to go into the pack.
All right, you kind of like what you've got.
I cannot imagine they're better than what's currently.
All right. We get
they're
to.
both glyphs.
So depending on when you use this, if you use it outside of battle.
Oh, never mind. This is certainly better than my bow that I don't have the range to use.
Oh, yeah.
And-
And if you just cast that right away too, then.
Oh, and if this is better than the crab. Oh, I can't put the crab in the pack.
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever.
Okay.
Crab can
So.
hang around.
So if you use it outside of battle, the guild assist, because you can also use it at the end of any day.
Okay.
The party gets to move up to, I think it's like 6 hexes on the overland map.
Sure.
So they get you a taxi, and they're like, go.
Okay.
That's to help if
That
you were to
seems
ever,
like a
if you were
huge
to ever,
waste of a guild assist.
but it's like if you were to ever just get really unlucky or you're really bad at planning and you find out like, oh no, we're on the other side of the map.
Do the rounds
Yeah.
reset?
We get to set it to whatever round we want.
Oh, round 1 seems like a
Yep.
wonderful round to be in.
There are some unique situations where you wouldn't want to set it to round 1, but
And we get
in
to
this
place ourselves
situation,
wherever or on
place
this-
ourselves on any unoccupied hex.
Wow. How many? And we get to do this like once per encounter.
Once per encounter. Once per battle.
I don't know, dude. Can I?
I mean,
put myself
actually,
on
yeah,
my
just go
Explorer?
ahead
I am
and
player 1.
just do it. Yeah.
All right. So then I
Did
just
you want
do
to
that.
enchant the Delve deck?
Oh, I have to enchant.
You have to.
Is it forever?
Well, until it's discarded, but
But it would be
it's so now the Delve deck is enchanted. So
during our
enchantments,
next delve. Is it gonna still be there? Or
No. because it says discard at the end of combat, right? Or end of.
Discard
Counter.
when a delve encounter ends. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I misread that. Alright, so I probably don't.
Oh,
want
so you don't
that
want to
right.
use? We don't want to guarantee we get that Sky Shard we need, and not just a ton more Forest Blight cards.
I am the only one getting Forest Blight cards. I suppose.
Okay. I'm
I
just saying.
suppose
yeah,
you're correct. It's for my
sometimes the
sake.
quarterback's got a good play.
Yeah. Okay, so enchantments.
Okay.
I did the
So enchantments, when
enchanted the Delve
you
deck.
essentially enchant whatever it tells you to enchant, when you do so, it's now
Got it.
out of your inventory.
Okay, good. Well,
All right.
I I can't do the force plates with that. So I'm gonna do the big boy tile. But we've revealed 3 sky shards now is the main.
Can you get another one? Oh, but hey, look, if you collect this sky shard.
Each adventurer gains 1 bonus XP. Takes 2 true damage, discards 2 of their forest blight cards.
Yeah. So
Mamma
get
mia.
in there, get that sky shard, get rid of those things. All right, how do you want this big thing to go? It's going to be off camera, I presume, right?
Yeah, no, 100%. However you see fit.
Okay, well, let's do it so that the enemies are the farthest away, because we don't need to fight them.
So we're
I feel like something like
summoning
that.
12 points worth?
Because we're at 8, but 12, we're not going to have enough, so it's just going to be 5 and 3 ones.
Sure.
All right, I'm doing that math right?
I think so.
And then the closest things get these.
Ooh. The adventurer revealed this tile draws a random forest blight. Cool. I do add another forest blight.
Yeah.
So that's good.
Oh, this would have needed to go in your pack, because like
Oh, yeah.
you couldn't have played that from
Yeah.
when you were doing
When you
the thing.
change battle forms, gain a light fatigue.
Let's see here. What am I trying to do?
You're trying to put
enemies.
Enemies. And you're doing a 5 the furthest.
5. So
then
we've
a
got
1,
ourselves
1.
a high elf marauder.
Sure. Yeah. Don't worry too much about their placement because
We're not going to fight
people
them.
can't see them. All right. Neato.
And then the last one, wolf. All right, and then we just got to. So that's the 3rd sky shard revealed. So we got to find the level 10 hollow predator.
These force blights are the worst. I need to do the thing. He pops in on the entrance now. I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing.
As far as level 10s go, this guy's not so bad though.
Okay. I'll take your word for it. I'm going to switch forms, which costs me light fatigue because of my force blight, which blows. My movement is reduced, so I can only move 1. So I'm going to. Oh my goodness! Why does it have so much health? What are we doing? Oh, why have you done this? Put me next to him, I suppose.
Next to who?
The wolf on the chest.
Oh, on the chest. Are you gonna go for the chest?
I got to. I mean, I feel like I should attack.
Okay,
first.
so this is gonna trigger first. Oh, I guess the chest, because they're both like same timing, so you can choose. But
so how much riposte? He has riposte 2. That's a level 1. What? I'll die. Okay. Let's see. So I gain 1 bonus XP.
no, it's so you gain a 1 bonus XP,
Sure.
or you can take 2 true damage and discard 2 of these forest blight cards.
Okay. All right. Well, before I do the thing where I said I was switching attack forms, I'm gonna do the.
I can kick you back to the front and heal you.
I'm taking boop boop.
Okay, so you're taking 2 true damage.
Of course.
Okay.
These are awful. All right, forest blights discarded.
No, they're ripped up. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, good.
It's a
These
legacy.
are the paper ones that we're giving up. So I've done that.
Okay.
You also get to either get a bonus XP or the other one, which you probably want the bonus XP.
Yeah, I'm gonna take the
my
bonus
guess,
XP. Yeah,
unless you a dummy.
you can put that at the back of the deck.
Don't tell me what to do. Then I'm switching forms, which does not cause me light fatigue.
Because it's your first one.
All right, I'm gonna do this.
Did you want to unlock that chest?
I'm gonna do it after.
No, you can't. I can't do that after.
Can't
Because it's interrupting your
can't
movement.
I?
It's interrupting your movement. Your movement has to end before you can take actions.
Okay, so I can't end my turn on a chest and then.
No, you'd have to wait till next turn.
Oh, but I get tenacity when I lockpick, and I'm at full right now.
You could interrupt and take another turn.
I don't want. I want to gain HP. You jerk.
You think you're gonna kill him? He's gonna riposte and kill you.
That's what I'm trying to.
So why are you trying to attack him? He's gonna kill you.
Because I want to.
Just don't
you
attack him.
understand?
I will deal with. I will send you back to the start.
2. A miss? How?
So the thing about legendary items is you have to lock in this sort of special digit before you can lock in anything else. But after you've locked in that special digit, then you can like take it and then reuse it for the other 3.
About. You cannot reuse the one you locked.
No.
Yeah, I'm just gonna reroll.
Okay, so
I
this
have
is
5
attempt number 2.
attempts because of my burglarness. Wow, miss again on that. How?
I'm telling you, you should have spent. You got to spend tenacity.
I want it to gain health. You don't understand. I need health more than I need an extra turn. One does not give me the other. Okay.
So this is 3. I'm telling you, you gotta spend tenacity.
Okay, I'm just saving fatigue for the last one. I don't even care. All right, give me this spectral chicken.
Cock-a-doodle-doo.
He helps me not be scared, which is good.
Really good,
But not
if you
in
come,
this
not in this
situation.
situation. Like intimidate is probably one of the scariest.
So I gain a tenacity for doing the lockpick
I'm
good.
telling you, would have been. How many turns
I would have been
have you been able
flush.
to have taken if you had been spending that
So I was
tenacity?
interrupting my movement, so I get to do another movement. Okay.
Because you discarded that one, right?
Yeah. So discarded when entered.
Yeah.
I am not going to have changed my form because you were correct in that the wolf would kill me. So I will have not done that because I didn't launch an attack yet. And then I'm going to shoot an arrow at this wolf from afar like a big old coward. And I'm going to hit him for a whopping 1.
And tenacity.
Can I interrupt before I would lock this in to use this? It is an interrupt.
Yes, it should have more specific timing on it that it's just you can't interrupt a specific action, I would say.
Okay.
So no, you're not going to be able to get that tenacity if that's what you're trying to do.
That is what I'm trying to do.
No.
Okay, well, I'm going to use it because this is ridiculous and now I'm never going to roll a miss again. I'm taking a free turn.
Okay. So then do start of turn, cooldown, etc.
Sure. But I'm trying. Okay, yes. So
Cooldown.
cooldown. Another attack.
Okay.
Oh, this is going to backfire in a way that is stupid.
I'm going to launch you out of there.
Okay.
3 damage. Oh, so you kill him, maybe?
Okay.
Actually, I mean, if I do launch you out of there, that guy will just kill you.
I don't
So
have
maybe
any
I shouldn't
tenacity
launch.
to use my cool extra ability. Okay. That is, I think that should be the turn.
Did you want to move out to here?
Oh, yeah.
Because
I
this is
forgot
that
about movement
immediate
now.
turn, so you have a move action as part of that.
Yeah, probably shouldn't just sit there and take hits from a bunch of enemies.
Okay.
Okay. Sure, that was my double turn.
All right.
Are you going to shoot me out to the entrance to hang out with this guy?
I mean, that guy would just kill you, wouldn't he?
No. I mean, you would heal me up to full.
Oh, okay, so yeah, you know, he would have to roll.
You would have to roll perfect.
He would have to roll perfect. Okay, that's a good point. All right, in which case, yes, I'm going to do that.
Cool.
So once per battle.
Are those replenish as well with our guild bailout?
Or wait, no, I already did
You
that.
did
You're
already do
right,
that.
I already did that.
Does that replenish?
Oh, no, here's why I was going to do it. Spend 5 to refresh any adventure's race ability. That's where my plan was. Yep, I'm going to spend 5. Going to do that. Get back out there.
Yeah, just shoot me all
Get out of the delve. Go.
Heal me up to 4. All right.
Okay. Then I'm going to move.
Sure.
I don't want to quite go in there yet because... Oh, no, we can choose who he attacks because we'll be at the same...
He only goes after 1.
He only goes after 1. So I'm going to then dash or whatever.
Yeah.
To then go like
Yeah,
this.
yeah, whatever.
And then I'm going to take 1 true damage.
Sure.
Or do I want... No, I'm going to discard this item.
Sure. Right.
Okay.
Allies?
Hold on.
Oh.
I am going to also expend this to roll a status die and apply it to any unit in sight. Stun. That's like the one that doesn't help us in any way.
Yeah, it really doesn't. It really doesn't.
I guess I'll do it to that guy. So the way stun works in this game, it's more like hamstring in Hoplomachus.
It's exactly hamstring.
It's like they can, and I don't think stun will be sticking as a name. I think it'll get changed to something a bit more specific. but it's essentially they cannot move and roll dice on the same turn.
Yes.
That guy's ranged, he's not going to move anyway. So that's why I was like, shoot, that was the
Also
one.
directly next to a target currently.
Yeah, that was like the one result. Are you planning to add a slightly easier than TMB difficult for more casual players who are drawn? Yes. Yeah, there is an easier mode that you start with better dice at the very start.
Yeah.
You also will have a smaller enemy pool scaling for like the last step. You get more stuff at the end of every day. That said, I don't know how much it would help with the ease of this specific encounter. So, you know, that's just something that we want to still evaluate with playtesting, is making sure that your first encounters would never quite be this brutal.
Yeah, we would often suggest elves not on day 3, so having one in a mission in which you have to do it is hard.
But yes, and what the easier like end of day thing is you get to heal for 2 and recover 2 dice, which may not sound like a lot on paper,
It's a lot.
but it is a lot, especially because a lot of the other effects that are meant to give you stuff to account for the fact that now cooldown is at the start of your turn. Just getting that extra every single day is going to almost completely negate a lot of those negative effects.
Yeah. Also, we are presenting, teaching while playing, not necessarily playing in an optimal manner.
Yep.
As
We're taking a lot
most
longer than we
often do
probably
not.
should be.
Yes.
Yeah.
Certainly.
Because we're stopping to explain things and also discovering.
We're also
very
dummies.
hard.
We
We're also
play
dummies.
game bad.
We
most
also
of our-
can't stop quipping.
What? Can't stop, won't
Said
stop.
we can't stop quipping.
You went. This guy
Okay.
goes. That guy goes. He rolled 2 attack die against person of our choice. We are at same health. I
didn't take damage. Yep. So yep.
will just take it. I'll hit it.
Oh my god.
Boy.
Oh boy, but you didn't die.
Also, I would say, like, thinking that this mission specifically is TMB difficulty might be because we're both rolling exceptionally bad for ourselves and exceptionally well for the enemies, which can just happen in dice games.
Course. That's why you got to have a bard in your party. Bard's best class, in my opinion. They get once per turn, so not on their turn. Any unit within 2 hexes on their basic side, and if they promote, any within 5 can re-roll any 1 die. Once per turn. It's so good.
What does Vine Snare do?
You have to drain a
do
combat
something?
skill from your rows, but
These are both down here.
they're both in cooldown, so you're good.
And that's when attack happened?
When he attacks you, yep.
Okay, cool.
All right, and then he's no longer stunned. Not that it really mattered.
Did not really matter. I'm going to roll both of them.
All right, so round 2.
Being magic.
Put us up to round 2 again.
Round 2. Blap. Okay, cool.
Okay,
Those
so
are-
that's 1 true damage.
Sure. And then trigger a ability. So you're not dead anymore. I can
and
trigger yours.
I mean, I could discard this to heal, or deal 3 damage to an adjacent enemy, but he's not adjacent, so.
Does that not act as though I am the one using it? So
I don't
I could heal 3?
think
Because it feels like how it would act.
I might want to run that by
It really feels like how it would work. But
You could be right. That's not how I've been playing it. And either way, it needs to get a little slight
buff?
clarification. Not buff. You just got to take it
Did you
with a
give him
better
this damage?
class
Okay.
that makes more sense. You just took it willy-nilly without considering our builds.
No, I took it because it's the other level 1 die in that skill line, and I can't take 2 of this one.
You could take 2. You could have taken
This
2
is
of
the
that.
one I want. Every other side is good. I've just rolled that side
That's true.
multiple times. Okay, so
That one's really good. What are you talking about?
That one's fine.
It's really good. You get to roll
But we're
3.
both magic.
So
I have
what?
to switch forms to make
I'm
it work
spell
at
sword.
all.
I can take warrior stuff.
You haven't been.
I can.
You can.
I said it would be interesting. All right.
I'm gonna move. Oh my goodness! I'm gonna move away. I have to discard an item. I can discard from my
Why
pack
are you
for
moving
this one.
away?
Because I want to use ranged
Oh,
dice.
fair. That's fair. We should have put him there. Is
I
actually what I
do
should
it.
have done, because then I didn't think about that. I didn't think about the build when I just put him there, right in the middle of invulnerable to all.
Let's discard this longbow because I don't have the
Stamina.
range to actually use it.
Just think, we're gonna get that's the double deck. We're gonna get 4 XP from this.
Yeah. So
And we're not gonna-
That'll be great.
Yeah.
Burn Dart guild thing.
Granted, also another thing I didn't mention about the guild thing, we have given up our ability to get a keyword for this quest.
Cool.
That is another downside of doing the guild assist.
That's terrible. We're doing terrible. You are lying.
I'm not lying.
Oh, no. I'm actually going to not have discarded that item because I just realized... No, it's... I'm done. I was reading it wrong.
Also, you're too far away to have targeted him. You gotta be one closer. There you go.
Okay. Then I'm going to activate this at the end of my turn. Boop. Roll 3.
Did you ever take a light fatigue when you took that additional engage? You did not.
I did not.
And then you got to switch.
Yep.
There you go.
I've been cheating, Sam. Don't tell anybody.
Okay.
I was trying to get him into divert range for you.
That's all right. I think I should be able to kill him.
Okay.
All right. My turn?
Divert says that if he would lose HP and he's not at 1, he can only be reduced to 1.
Yep. Okay. We didn't activate these guys, but they're
weren't
not
activated.
No, they do.
They don't see us.
No, that's not a thing
Oh,
anymore.
that's old.
Yeah, that's old.
That
But
should be explained.
yes, it is explained in the rules. But yes, that is true. I think at one point, even as far back or even as recent as my live stream, though that being said, when I did that live stream, I was remembering wrong.
Really?
So it was
Okay.
a changed rule even at that point. But yes, I said something about if enemies don't have sight, they don't activate. Not true anymore. All enemies always activate, but they're kind of far away, so they're not going to catch up.
Yeah, no.
Okay. All right. My turn?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
Well, I mean, I could just stay here. I have range on him. Yeah. All right. So I'm going to do my once per turn, drain a level 1 skill die from my rows to trigger any of the instant effects. I'm going to trigger this one that deals 2 damage. Like so.
Sure.
Then I'm going to take my engage.
You trained it.
And he's dead.
Wow. And then we win?
We still got to finish out the round.
Okay.
So. Hello, Amanda.
Hello, Amanda.
Sorry, friends.
All right. I think I'm going to then take a light fatigue
Okay.
to roll this for defense, because who knows, maybe I can get a tenacity. Oh, look at that. Oh, good roll. All right.
Good rolls, dude.
This guy goes, I mean, we might as well, because it's funny, because they don't.
Oh, you want him to die?
Well, so normally they would be dead, but per this quest's things, we get to keep them. So I think it's funny.
That's mean.
I'm going to have him go for
mean.
the Skeever Pup and the Nord Bandit. Kills the Skeever Pup.
Wow.
Let's go.
3's the Nord Bandit. My goodness. Okay.
All right, enemies go. That guy 1 dead.
No, he doesn't. He has a shield.
Oh, you're right. He does have a shield. What am I doing? Then the Nord Bandit.
He's also not there.
What do you mean? Oh, God. Then the Nord Bandit moves up 1 shield. Boom. End of the round. We did it.
We did it.
We had to use the most powerful ability in the game to do it, but we did it.
We did so well. Do we gain back to full HP, or is it just a regular?
No, it's just the
Good.
regular. We
That's
gotta go
what I
stay at an
wanted.
inn. I do have this drain die, though. I get that back.
I'm gonna get this die back because it seemed quite good, and I'm gonna gain 1 health because I already did that.
Oh.
I'll keep it over here.
Okay.
Anyways.
All right, then go ahead and put all of these people back in their bags.
Let's put all these back. My glyph goes away. This is assuming this does not take up an inventory slot when it is.
No, it does not take up an. So yeah, enchantments do not take up an inventory slot once you cast them.
Interesting. So enchant me. Interesting. Okay, so this glyph. It's end of day, so I can move stuff around, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Armor I can choose to use, yes?
Correct.
Okay.
It's like weapons, but so weapons you choose when you're engaging.
Okay.
Armor you choose when you're being engaged too.
Aww.
Someone's like, marry me, and you're like, my armor, my shields are too strong. I can't let you get close. And you reject that lovely Argonian who wanted nothing but your happiness.
Yep. That's what they say.
I'm actually going to do something.
I'm going to enchant myself.
I'm going to do something different because I don't need the healing. I have this light
I'm
fatigue
giving you
here.
the crap.
Oh, thank you for the crab.
because I have enchanted myself with this thing that does ignore the effect of status effect dice.
Oh, nice. Okay, so there are 2 different types of items in the game that can be
Also, I guess
replenished.
you can have the chicken too.
I'll take the chicken.
because I don't
Yeah,
get affected by either of those.
I'll take the chicken. Okay, so there are 2 different types of items in the game that can be replenished. There's consumables, which are food, and there are potions. Consumables, you can essentially, when you go into a town, you can take a town action to recook all of your consumables. It's like meal prep.
Refried beans.
Yeah, it's meal prep Mondays, essentially.
That's
On
what
the
it's
other
called
hand,
in the rule book.
on the other hand, there
Only
are
use it on
potions,
Mondays.
which you sort of you do in camp, and sort of you're trying to experiment and rebrew this stuff. In order to rebrew a potion, you have to forego the adventurer's rest step,
Oof.
which I was at full health, which
Yeah.
is why I feel like I'm okay to do this. I also only really had this in my cooldown. And then you gain a light fatigue for each potion you're rebrewing. So I'm going to rebrew this
Okay.
like that. So I gain a light fatigue to do so.
Interesting.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, let's take a look at what's the symbol for the day to advance the province
It
effects.
is.
Oh, also we gain, sorry, this is the most important thing. We gain 4 experience.
I was wondering when that part came in. So it's these 2 symbols. So
Yep.
these are the other 2. Up, up.
Yep. All right.
All right.
Oh, yeah, this was my bonus XP from that lovely card that you drew. Now, keep in mind, you can spend an XP to get rid of this, but that one's not so bad.
Can I get rid of this to gain an XP?
What? No. All right. Now, here's a thing to just keep
I
in
did
mind.
eat up 3 forest blights for you.
You did, thank you.
And a bonus XP.
Yeah, thank you. Here's a thing just to note, as far as when you're upgrading your character, the die costs whatever the number is,
Yeah.
like for the row.
Mm-hmm.
I have to account the skill dice that are in my cooldown when I'm making that decision. So, if I look at my destruction staff here, yeah, I've got this open slot in the 1 category. Well, I've got these here. So you do have to sort of almost imagine, okay, where would everything be if I had everything? So just always make sure you're aware of that. Look at your cooldown.
3 XP to get me to a cooldown of 3.
Nice. So let's see.
Increasing me down
With
to
4,
1
I'm going to be up
XP
to
remaining.
5. I'm also going to do that, and I've got 2 remaining.
And then I think I'm going to use my root bender branch and my one remaining experience to level up my stamina.
Oh, nice, because that makes it 1 cheaper.
Mm-hmm. It's basically like a bonus
There you
XP that I carry around with me and can only use on stats.
Nice. And then I'm going to get another combat skill die.
Great. All right.
All right, so I got Grace, which lets me add my magicka to my stamina for the purposes of movement.
Okay. Seems good for a magic-y poison.
All right, where does this want us to go? We want to go to a peaceful landmark to do this. Okay.
What happens with the quest now? We've completed.
Yes, let's read the next step. When completed, go to entry B02.
Ooh, this is like a choose your own adventure book. So we're
It
going.
is.
Okay.
All right.
Did we fall into the mummy's tomb and now we're gonna get wrapped up in the mummy sarcophagus?
Yep. Now, that's exactly what it says.
Wow.
Though you managed to procure a few samples from the ruin to take back to further study, you were unceremoniously interrupted by a creature Linus later identifies to you as a hollow, a guardian for the recently departed forest god called the Wilder King. More disturbingly, the hollow seemed to know exactly where to find you, and you were forced to beat a hasty retreat before it attracted the attention of more hostile forces within the ruin. Seeing a hollow as part of Valenwood in this part of Valenwood is unusual in any circumstance, Linus says. They're more common in Greenshade, the Wilder King's former domain further west. Perhaps his successor, the Wilder Queen, is expanding her reach.
Okay.
Stomaselect points out that the Felenste's spring site is in Greenshade, suggesting that you look into the matter further on the way there. The site itself should be much less dangerous, he assures you, flashing a grin. No ruins, and some friendly wood orcs like yours truly live nearby. So we got to travel to the Felenste spring site. So where'd that little marker go that you took off? It's in the boat. So put that on the spring site.
Because we went to the winter site.
Yep, we went to the winter site. Now we're at the spring site. Is where we got to go. So we got to travel there, and we're going to initiate this clash.
By
Day 8.
We got so much time. It's
Actually,
right next to the very friendly sounding city of Ash.
Yeah. I feel like, if nothing else, I feel like saying we needed to do that step 1 by day 3 was a a mean thing. I don't think we could have taken some time
I think
to.
that could have been day 6.
Yeah,
because
like
we
we're
are
so
literally
close.
2 days within range of that one. That might be the tweak.
That might be the tweak. Because I think if we
Playtesting
were on
in real
day
time.
6, that would have probably gone a lot smoother. All right. Okay.
Ryan's gonna get a talking to.
All right. Cool.
All right. Okay, so we are on to day 4.
Day 4.
Day for.
Where do we want to go? Do we want to go to a peaceful and get the meatloaf?
What does the meatloaf give us if we finish it
Well,
off?
if we complete the full quest, we'll each get an item and XP.
XP. So that's pretty much the same as going into an unstable without the worries. So we might as well go to a peaceful, right?
Yeah, because then we won't accidentally get a combat.
Red fur trading post.
All right.
Out of sight, out of mind. You can't, or do we do this in place of a peaceful? Or
No,
how does
this
it work?
is. This should say, but no, this should be an addition.
Okay.
Yeah.
So find the meatloaf, or is this find the meatloaf? On
We can do it first. Yeah, this should have that clarified though. I will find the meatloaf.
Out of sight, out of mind. You can't explain why, but it seems like everywhere you go, you're met with hostility. It's as if someone is aware of your important mission and is endeavoring to hamper it through mistrust. Every town is aware of your coming, and every passerby has a false rumor about you on their lips. Perhaps it would be good to travel off the beaten path for a time, keeping a low profile and sticking to the deepest parts of the forest. Rumors require fuel, and if you keep yourself unseen as you travel, perhaps the heat will die down. Only one option on this one. Just don't get lost in the woods. For 1 experience, we each may choose any number of free combat skill dice up to our stamina. Roll them. Party may reduce the influence trackers equal to half the amount of rolled damage rounded up. If an adventurer rolls a miss, however, they may not reduce the tracker and gain a Bane status die instead. Wood Elf, Scout, and Warden adventurers may re-roll once, but they must roll all dice when doing so. So neither of us are that.
Okay.
Would you like to roll?
Sure. I mean, I can use my barnacle crab if need be, so I'm gonna roll both.
Oh, that's true. Oh, and I can use my Cliff of Resistance?
Oh no! So it's rounded. It's like half rounded down.
Oh, if you roll a miss, it just doesn't work.
Oh, that's right. I get a bane. Well, I'm gonna put a thing on my barnacle crab.
Give me 3, because my enchanted adventure ignores the effects of status dice.
Oh dang! When's that discarded?
If enchanted adventure would gain a stealth status die.
Okay.
So it's just freezing. Ooh, reduced by 2.
Yeah.
Oop, peaceful all the way down. Oh, also that peaceful would have been active for this.
Which is unstable, which we didn't. It's you have to take the unstable choice, but there is just the one choice. So
perfect.
We're good.
And that's a little arrow up. Which one does that affect?
That is the town.
Ooh,
So our town's up to 2.
Are up to 2.
Up to 2. Adventurers must spend 1 tenacity to take their second town action.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Okay. And
All right, okay,
gained
so-
1 experience.
Yeah, we gained 1 experience for that, so you tick that up. All right, so we traveled to a peaceful landmark. I searched the item deck for the Falkreath meatloaf. Now, that goes in my inventory. Now we have to enter a town while we have the Falkreath meatloaf.
Okay.
The man's mother was only too eager to help you, promising to cook a batch with a special spice for my special boy. Upon returning to town, you give the meatloaf to the man. I'll read that when we return to town. I don't want to spoil anything. All right, so we get the 1 XP.
Does this one come with like a little slide thing?
Yeah, you can Yep.
Okay.
I'm gonna increase my health. I know it's like the equivalent of eating your vegetables, but it's important. It's boring, but it's important.
It is boring. It's so boring. I'm gonna buy another archery die.
Snipe or you want snipe?
That's
Volley?
a good question.
Acid spray? Probably don't take acid spray because it's changing.
Yeah, it's currently not great. Yeah, I can't go to those yet. This one, I'll get volley.
Volley?
Yeah, volley's.
Volley's nice because volley lets you actually hit something that's adjacent.
Yes, I kept running into that situation last combat there. All right.
And you resolved the symbol from the card that we took, right?
Yes.
Okay, so then
gain a
end
health.
of day, heal for 1 and recover 1.
Okay. I'll get this Snape die? What do I want? Probably the snipe. It's gonna come back longer or further.
So just to get an idea of like on the easier difficulty, like you'd already be at full health. I'd probably have. I mean, my cooldown would be almost gone. You'd be almost gone. So it really does add up quite a bit.
Yeah.
Plus, also the last step of every quest. This is also new. Rather than using your current XP, they have set XP amounts.
Okay.
That means that you can actually, if you are aggressive with getting XP by doing like combat. I mean, good luck, but like you can do it. You can absolutely get like super powerful. So when you go into the final fight of the quest, you just like crush them.
Yeah.
But it's hard to do that. On the flip side, if you are too passive and you just do peacefuls and nothing but peacefuls in towns, yeah, you're going to have an easier time. You're not going to really die much. You're probably not going to have to use the guild assist at all like we did. Granted, we had to do that for the quest, but so never mind. You would still have to. Anyway, you might be underleveled. And where the difficulties come into play is like the easier mode, the XP scaling at the end is like, unless you really just don't do anything, you're probably going to be pretty good. You're going to get pretty good. Whereas the philosophy of the hardest mode is you're going to be underleveled. Unless you are very aggressive, you're going to be underleveled. And so then it comes down to you got to play smart in that last fight. Which, if anybody remembered the live stream that Ches and I did during the campaign, I think we fought like a doubled enemy pool. And granted, we shouldn't have won.
No.
We got the most insane lucky rolls
Made the
ever.
game look really
and the game was very
how lucky you were.
And things were different back then. But
things were different back then.
you know, so you can win very hard fights by playing smart, having good builds, having the right items, things like that. Okay.
We're on day 5.
Day 5. Should we want to go in town and complete this quest? Although you don't have tenacity to spend for the second town action. Almost do we want to go do a conflict?
I think we want to go to an unstable.
Unstable. Let's do it.
Unstable. Would you like to do the honors this time around? That's a 2.
2. That's a combat.
That's a combat. Parting the veil. Veiled. Psst. You're waved over by a young wood elf.
Okay, good.
I know. I thought it was like, also. You're waved over by a young wood elf crouching behind a bush. A bush. He introduced himself as Arven and explains that an encampment of the Veiled Heritants is located nearby. These rebels seek to disrupt the Aldmiri Dominion over petty leadership concerns, putting us all at risk, he hisses. You look like the Honorable Sword. Can you help me send them packing? This elf seems sincere, and you wouldn't mind the opportunity to pick through some Veiled Heritants' belongings, but you know the group has a fair amount of sympathy among Valenwood residents. Announcing yourself as an Aldmiri loyalist could be more trouble than it's worth.
I'm a high elf. Aldmiri Dominion, let's go.
We have to rush in with indignation because we are on an unstable. So we are rushing in with indignation. Quest unit Arven is a companion controlled by the party. Increase 1 or more influence trackers by party size. Can be split up between trackers. So peaceful should go up by 1 for sure.
Peaceful should go up by 1. If we do conflict, we'd have to fight 1 more level 1.
So we might as well just do peaceful right now.
Yeah, actually, do peaceful. Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Because that's not going to affect us this current fight. So, all right. Cool. Enemy pool is 9 times 2, 18.
Yeah, so 1 tenner.
So a 10, a 5, and 3 ones.
That's the math. You can give them to me.
I'm stacking them.
They're all going to go in.
I know, but that's the order they go in. There you go. And chests.
All right. 5. The 2 goes there. The 3 goes over here. The 4 goes right here. The 5 pops right up there. All right. 1, 2, 3, 5. Okay. Give Arven 3. And give, I don't know, our Wood Arc Marauder. We only get to bring 1 companion in.
Yeah, we only get 1 in.
So probably the tougher of the 2.
This guy.
Why we would ever not do that, right?
Mm-hmm. He's our B squad.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm going first this time. You can't stop.
I guess you've decided that.
Can't stop me.
Guess you've made that decision.
Poison and retreat. Ooh. Ooh. I don't want that guy retreating. I'm gonna go for that guy.
Okay.
All right. Okay. So I'm gonna start. Get my cooldown, which is nice.
Magique.
Yep. I'm also gonna start in Magic. Okay. I'm gonna just stick where I am.
Blast that big
I'm
snake.
gonna blast that big snake.
That
I'm gonna
looks
roll my
suspiciously like a bat.
three 4 shock dice, and I'm gonna roll my light armor die, which is a magic. It's like magic armor.
Ooh. Except it's moving.
Well,
That's a really objectively bad roll that did
okay.
no damage at all.
Wow. I get
That
3
was-
tenacity.
Was that not a 2?
Yeah, you're right. It was a 2. Sorry. Wow.
You get 3 tenacity. You get 1 damage as well.
Well, I could give it to you. I could give you the
You could.
damage.
I mean, you're at full health and I'm not. But you could do the dumb thing. The objectively incorrect thing. Sure.
Okay.
Huh.
Wow.
That's a bad attack.
That was a
Why
bad. That was a
did you
very
do
bad
that?
attack. I'm sorry, everybody.
Everyone should be disappointed.
I'm very disappointed. Okay. Well.
Well.
All right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to exhaust this because I haven't taken my move action yet. I'm going to exhaust this
Sure.
to add my magicka to my movement, so I get to move 6.
Yeah. Okay. Pick those locks.
4, 2, 3.
4 to 3 what?
4, 2, 3. So this is a 10 number 2. Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh. Okay, you got a 2.
So that'd be
I can't see
1
what your other one
fatigue. So 3 fatigue, right?
You're hiding one of the dice constantly with
Oh,
your
sorry.
big meaty paw.
Yeah, it's 3 fatigue because turning this to a 4, turning that to a 2. 3
That's what a weird way to do it. You had a 2.
I also had a 3. Ooh, Mahogany Restoration Staff.
That's a
If
good
this
one.
attack defeats an enemy, heal for 2 HP. Well, I don't need them. I'll just put the meatloaf in my pack.
Throw it over to me.
All right, and I got
Mid-combat.
one more movement. I'm going to go there.
Sure.
I'm going to take another light fatigue to roll defense. There we go.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, let's see. And that's you? That's you
That's
done?
me. No, I'm going to use this.
Cooldown track's looking pretty good, my friend.
Ooh, blind.
Ooh, blind.
Anybody in sight I can blind.
You should probably blind the snake.
Yeah, I'm going to blind the snake so he doesn't go for me. So essentially blind, they treat everybody as opposing units. And if they attack, they can only attack the strongest adjacent unit. Yeah. So word to the wise, if you're an archer, don't get blind. Just don't do it. Yeah. Don't let it happen.
That's bad. Why would you even try? Although it's still... Oh yeah, it's really bad now.
Because you can't target adjacent, so don't get blind as an archer.
Pretty specific.
Think about status dice though, in case anyone. This hasn't changed, but to anybody who's like new, status dice for enemies, they kind of are permanent things until they're dead, with the exception of stealth, which is removed when you attack. That is changed. It used to be called untargetable, worked a little bit differently.
That's why it was obvious to blind that fella, because now he will. If as long as we can trick enemies into keeping. Standing next to him. We'll just keep doing that.
And then stun also removes at the end of your turn always.
Oh boy.
Nice.
That's 2 true damage.
But for adventurers, status dice, they go on your cooldown, and when they come out, you're no longer afflicted by them. So
okay. I'm going to move 1, 2, 3. I'm going to take one of them all fatigues to do an extra engage, and I'm going to volley this fella.
Oh, nice. So you're not targeting anybody here, but you're... Because it's not like deal damage to your target, it's just...
Deal a total of 4 damage distributed as you choose to adjacent enemies. Okay. Then place yourself on an unoccupied Are chests occupying?
No.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so that was the intent. I'm glad it worked, because I'm going to shoot myself right over to that relic, which I will begin lockpicking right now.
Oh, you cheater.
That is 100% what it was. All right, 1, lock it in. 6, locking in. Boom, down to a
6,
4.
Yeah, lock that in.
Okay.
Oh, you didn't want to boom up that up to a 6?
I like a challenge.
6 is harder to get to.
Yeah, it was
You would have gotten it right there.
It was incredibly
Is
incorrect.
this attempt 5? Your
This
last
is attempt 4.
4. Okay, and then you got one more after that. I don't know why you did that.
Because I wanted to take 1 light fatigue
I
to
see,
turn this
I
into a 6.
The other day when I was playtesting this, I was playing as the scout, I think. There's one that has an interrupt that lets you take an additional lockpick attempt.
Okay.
And I was going to have to take 4 light fatigue to do it. And I'm like, no, I'm going to take the tenacity to do it. And I had to do this, right? This was like a quest thing. You have to pick this lock. So I'm like, I don't want to take 4 light fatigue. I'm going to spend the 1 tenacity to do a reroll. And I needed a 6, and I rolled a 2 initially, right? Mm-hmm. And I rolled a 1. So I kept making a joke about how I had a class ability that spend 1 tenacity to gain 5 light fatigue.
That was pretty good. Oh, this would also be before one of
yeah.
before that one.
Did you get the item?
I did. It was Gold Coast mud crab fries.
Oh, mud crab fries.
That's
Did
like,
you eat my pet crab?
No, this is a different crab. But I am going to make sure that that crab sees me eating this crab. But also, that one will see me eating the crab. A lot of crabs going on right now.
It's a selling point, in my opinion.
Yeah, we all love crabs here.
Are you all done?
I could use this die right now to smack that Marauder around a bit and try to finish him off.
Oh, he does have native. He's got the iron bark.
So we'd get to ignore 1 and then he also... Oh, woof.
So you'd ignore 2.
Oh.
You could ping the stalwart.
Ping the crab for 1. Huh. No, I think I'm good. I'm good.
All right. Our allies go. So quest units are above. So Arvin's going to go first.
I think we want to send him this way.
Okay. Who do we want him to attack?
Can he attack Ethereal?
Yeah, Ethereal is just restricted to event. Oh, like it only affects adventures that damage it.
Cool. So attack the Ethereal guy for sure.
All right.
It's a terrible, terrible thing. Ethereal.
We're both magic dealers. Why?
I know, but I don't have a lot of dice that deal magic damage.
I do.
Oh, I guess this one.
And that
specifically
allows you to ignore Ethereal.
Okay.
All right, well, that's what you wanted, so.
True Strike and Vindictive do anything?
Vindictive is only when we're fighting against him. His attack stat is increased by the number of opposing adventurers.
Oof, okay.
So we don't get anything when we're on his
And
side. True Strike is if all combat skills roll 1, damage is true damage.
Perfect. Okay. All right.
Or a Woodork.
Woodwork.
Go for the Skeever pot. Well, no, because that guy's.
Go
Go for this guy. Yeah. Or the giant. Well, he's got 2 defense. He's not good.
2. Oh, he has 3.
I'm thinking maybe this guy. Oh,
defense.
he's also got 2 defense with Iron Bark.
Yeah, he does.
Oof.
This guy has less overall health, though.
Yeah. Yeah, we have a better chance. Okay.
Yeah.
That guy?
Yep.
Or wait, Snake or who?
No, Smack, I said.
Oh, Smack. I thought you said
roll 2
Snick.
2s.
I'll try. No.
No, you rolled
Okay.
damage. Good job.
He'll help out with the crab. All right.
Yeah.
Enemies go. So Snake's going to go. Treats everybody as opposing. So this Skeever pup is looking mighty tasty.
Skeever toast. So
well, not that tasty, but a tasty enough.
And a Bane.
And a Bane, which is funny.
Doesn't get to retreat.
Doesn't get to retreat because somebody lost health.
And then they activate. So 5.
5.
Which has 1 range. I'll go.
Gonna go for
Arvin.
Arvin.
He's right there.
2 damage.
Ooh.
Hey! Good job, Arvin.
Defense.
We can do the Skeever pup.
Sure.
Take that.
Woof. Okay.
Does not consider this person opposing. It's more so just scared and confused than anything. So he's going to move up here and go for the Woodork Marauder.
You say he's dazed and confused?
He's dazed and confused. All right, nothing, because defense. Yeah. Mud Crab goes for the weakest. That's you.
That is me.
I'm going to send it down here, because I don't want to deal with
Let's add a free combat skill to its attack.
Oh, you're going to use your armor. So I'll let you do the honors.
And then I
It's
get
your
1
fate.
tenacity for each damage dealt.
Oh, nice.
Ooh.
So 1 tenacity.
1 tenacity. Yum, yum, yum.
And 1 damage, right?
No, I'm going to ignore that part.
I don't think you're allowed to. Unless you overtax it, but you had to make that
overtax it.
decision beforehand.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
After attacking 1 tenacity for each damage dealt.
Yeah, he dealt 1 damage to you.
Overtax, do not take damage.
So there's
That's one of the
dealing
ones that
damage.
is not.
There's dealing damage and taking damage. Dealing damage is what they dish out.
Oh.
Taking damage is what you
Okay.
take. So if you have any kind of mitigation, that's not going to change how much damage he dealt.
Cool.
It's only going to
Okay.
change how much damage
there
you
was
took.
No synergy.
So no, yeah. So this absolutely has synergy because it's like you could be like, okay, here you go, guy who rolls 5 combat dice, roll a 6th, does like 12 damage. And you're like, I'm overtaxing this though, so no, I don't take any. Yeah.
You're up.
All right. No, we're in Valiant Wood. We forgot to set that. Okay. You said you're up.
Oh, I thought you were reacting to me calling you by the name the Pixar film Up.
You're up. Now I'm not a movie. All right.
Oh no.
Okay, so I think I gotta. Oh, should I just wait till I get that back before I try and
Do what?
blast that guy?
No, you keep blasting the snake. He's gonna go after that pup again.
That's true. All right, you know I'm gonna do my once per turn. I gotta drain that to deal 4 damage to him.
Oof. All right.
Okay. And then I'm gonna do my engage
All right.
Against the crab.
Okay. You did it. He takes it a 1. Okay.
I'm at 4 health, right? Okay. Because I've got if I spend 4 tenacity, I can recover 1 drain die for every 2 HP I have. So
Did you take 1 damage from your die face there?
Oh, shoot, you're right. Oh, that will prevent me from doing this thing. Do you want to take it?
I sure don't at 2 health.
All right.
Sure, I'm not feeling the need to take excess.
Okay, your turn.
Okay. Bop. Gimme that.
All right, what card do you need?
Yeah, I never do that part. I just sort of roll the dice. 3, 4, 5. I just like rolling dice.
Valid.
That's a 5. Tick that up to a 3 with this. Man, this is. I'm not hating this lockpick die. I think it's kind of cute. I like it a lot. Kind of cute. Okay, so I get a tenacity for lockpicking as the burglar, and I got the Breton Jack.
Oh, another piece of armor. Why'd you discard that one thing that lets you enchant armor?
Because I had none at the time and many forest blights. Recover 1 combat skill. Oh, I forgot to do my cooldown. It's going to be a recurring theme.
When you are attacked, you get to recover a combat skill die, and then if you overtax it, you can recover all of them.
Okay, I am going to shoot an arrow at the Marauder. I'm still in my archery form from last turn. All right, let's smack him.
Okay, so you ignore 1 defense, but he's got iron. So he's got 2 defense, right? But you ignore 1 of it.
Takes 3. He's dead.
Takes 3. He's dead. All right, rally.
Rally. Also, I'm going to interrupt after defeating an enemy. Roll a d6. Cost me this, but I'm also going to pop these into my cooldown so I do not forget that. And I'm going to roll a single d6 for 3. Move up to 3 light fatigue.
Oh, you got to upgrade, don't you?
I do. Let's see. I suppose I will end my turn and activate this, however. So 3 free combat skills against an enemy in my range. Yes.
Who are you going for?
Oh, there are multiples, aren't there?
There's 2.
Probably the mud crab, I guess. Wow, that was... I should have gone...
You could have almost killed the Nord Bandit.
Ooh. Okay.
All right.
Cool, I think that is me, yes.
Okay, Arvin, who do we want? Arvin can do true damage. Do we want Arvin to maybe go for the snake?
Yeah.
We could have Arvin go here and we'd be in range of the snake.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, pop him there.
Or here so that this guy can maybe go here and hit the wood crab.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, Arvin. You got this.
Arvin.
No.
Arvin, that's specifically the worst result only right now.
Oh,
What
man.
are you doing, Arvin?
Okay, so he doesn't get to do true damage, and then in which case it bounces off the defense. Dang it, Arvin. All right. Wood Orc, go for the
Wood Orc.
mud crab.
Sure.
Go the mud crab. Because that guy's going to just die.
Go.
Aggressive. But oh my god. Okay, good.
Okay, enemies will now activate, which would be the big ol'... Ooh.
Oh. We didn't think about this.
No.
Well, that guy's going to die anyway. Whatever. Because he does prefer the strongest. And then when he attacks, he must also then go for the strongest.
But he will hit any number of targets.
No, so it's because he's blind, he can only go for the strongest adjacent.
Okay. Got one.
Well, no, because defense.
Oh, defense.
But he is going
He
to
is
get
gonna
baited.
tased. Sure is the beginning of his turn, which
Okay.
is not right now.
Well, we can just kill this guy because he's going to die from the bane.
And that guy's going to roll 1 against Arvin.
And
he
he's
doesn't
blocked.
hit him.
All right. Okay.
Well, this is like fish in a barrel now. Or
Round-
no, it's not. The poison snake's still there.
Round 3.
Huh. Everyone hide behind the Nord bandit.
Okay. All
I was
right.
not attacked. No. Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to drain this again for 4
Okay.
to deal 2 to this guy.
Okay.
Because, to deal 4 to him, he takes 2.
Yes. Efficient.
Wait, did this guy take damage? He didn't take damage.
No.
So, retreat.
No. I guess he couldn't have done that.
No.
No.
Because he heals for 1 too when they retreat.
Oh. Heal yourself for 1 though.
Gosh, you're right, because I wouldn't have done that. Yeah.
You wouldn't have done it.
Wouldn't have done it. Thank you. He is stealthed. So the thing about stealth is that unless you start your turn next to him, you can't target him. So even if I were to walk up
Is
to
that
him,
permanent now?
until he deals damage.
Okay.
But this guy can get him because it's essentially like they're trying to hide.
I mean,
So he went into the shadows, but the wood orc is right next to him, going like, "I see you, buddy," but
I
like
see
me over
you.
here with
Yeah.
my old high elf eyes, I'm like, "What did that bush do?"
I don't know exactly what I see.
All right. Okay.
That's only for targeting, or is it damage dealing?
It's targeting. Yeah. So if you have other ways like volley,
Well, I have volley and I have this.
yeah. So both of those could work. Yep.
Okay.
Because he's
Interesting.
in the bush. Like we can see him, right?
can
We
attack
see the
the
chip.
heck out
It's
of
not
that
like it's
bush.
hidden information. We know there's a dude in that bush. We just
Yeah.
can't quite get our sights on it.
just
But you're
dummies.
just blasting a bunch of arrows into the
Yes.
bush. You'd be like, this is gonna hit someone. All right. Okay, so in which case I'm gonna move up here. And then I'm still gonna do this. I'm still gonna trigger that
Why?
because
Oh, because you want to hit.
so I hit him for 4.
Sure.
And then I'm gonna do my once per battle. I'm gonna teleport out here.
Heal yourself.
Heal for 3, which puts me at full health. And then I'm going to spend 4 tenacity to get these back.
Sure. Okay. And then it's my turn, I assume.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I hadn't taken an engage yet. I'm going to roll this.
It's true.
Or wait. Oh, no, he's still untargetable, so that one.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I get a tenacity?
Good. The intended result. All right. Well, I'm going to move 3. Yep, up. I'm going to begin Magicka. I'm going to roll my Magicka. I'm going to roll a miss on my Magicka. I am going to switch forms for fatigue.
Bow.
Bow.
You're going to volley him.
I'm going to volley him. And I'm not going to miss that time.
Okay, so that's...
I'm going for 2. Gonna put myself 1, 2, 3. Right. Right back where we were. And then we're gonna. And that is part of it. I have to move myself, I imagine. Distributors choose to then place yourself on
so
unoccupied
you do.
hex 2
Yeah, essentially what is actually happening, the reason it's phrased in that order is just because it makes more sense. But thematically, what's kind of happening is you
you're
are
jumping
jumping
away.
back and going like,
Yeah.
but that was a lot more confusing to write it as place yourself up to 2 to 4 hexes away, then
And
deal
go
4 damage to enemies that were
boom.
adjacent to where you previously were. It's just like,
Buh.
bleh.
Okay, that is my turn then.
Okay.
So then all of our allies will activate.
right, well,
our,
like I
our
s-
van does not need to move
Well, yeah,
and can't.
yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, we could
Or
move up.
Arven attacks the Nord Bandit. What are we doing?
Yeah, I know, but we can move Arvin up here,
Yeah,
still
then
attack the
them.
Nord Bandit, and then that next turn, if this person is still untargetable,
Yeah.
Arvin can get him.
Yeah.
Now you don't roll a 2, and they don't have defense.
Jerk.
Look what you did, you little jerk.
Okay, so.
All right. Wood Arc Bandit takes true damage.
Do you want him to finish off the Nord Bandits?
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
Because he's unlikely to get through
That's true.
on the snake.
That's a good point. Yeah, let's kill the bandit.
Also, snake would hit both if that guy's still standing.
No, because blind. They only
yeah.
do the one.
All right, well. Oh, he has a high range, yeah. So he'll just sit there, I
Yep.
guess.
Go for the Nord Bandit. Boom!
Nord Bandit dead. Okay. All right.
All right.
Big snake.
Big snake. It's going to go for this way.
2, right?
Well, yeah, 2. Yep.
He likes the strongest. If he can choose. And he has to choose.
Okay, and hits, which means he deals damage,
He is
no
targetable.
longer targetable, and doesn't gain it again because somebody did lose health. Because that's the thing that they can do is they can deal damage, lose their untargetable, but if it still didn't lose any health, they'll just regain
Oh,
and retreat
So
again.
if they didn't get through.
So you
shields
kind
or
of like
something.
have to get them to
Oh.
hit, like hurt somebody.
Also didn't do it.
What?
Had shield. Only dealt one.
Oh, 1, yeah. Okay.
All right. Have we been tracking rounds?
Yeah, now it's round 4.
It's you.
All right.
It's you. You are up.
Bump, bump. Blast it. No! I'm not going to blast it. I should have done the drain.
Yeah.
I should have just done it. This is why Spell Spirit is good, because I don't have to rely on dice rolls. But I'm not rolling dice. Also, I didn't cool down.
Cool down. Okay. My turn?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Cool down. And then switch form. I'm going to do a little bit of a repeat. Run up. I'm going to throw these magic dice. We're going to roll a miss. That's just good.
And then 2 true damage, right?
Yeah. 2 true damage.
Ooh.
And then we're going to take a fatigue to swap.
Why?
I'm going to do it. Well, we're going to once per battle.
Oh, you're going to... Oh, I
Get
see.
them all back.
I'll replace them with
Get
light
3
fatigue.
light fatigue. 2, 3. Then we're going to take a light fatigue and roll the volley.
Nice.
And we're going to hit with
All right,
it.
kill 'em.
Hey. And then we're going to interrupt using 2. Come on, give me not the... Oh, actually, removing light fatigue right now would be good. But I didn't do it. I healed for 3, which is probably the worst option right
'Cause-
now. It's always the worst one for me. Give me one more. Up to 4, my maximum.
Oh, that's right. Because you didn't eat your vegetables.
No, I hate vegetables. They're gross. They're gross. That's it, though. We did it.
We did it. So
We killed all of them.
we would technically finish out the round, but
Yeah,
so that
so-
guy would take his damage.
Oh,
But
yeah. He would take his vegetables.
all right.
So I take 1 out of my choice.
Well, hold on. So get your person back. You got your person back.
Got my person back.
Cool. Arvin's
Got my
gone.
person back.
All right.
so we got
Reward phase. We
3.
got 3 because we're on unstable, right?
Yes. 3
Did I-
XP, and we track it here
Oh,
on
my-
this dial. Up to 12. Get 1 die back of my choice. Heal 1 if I could. Spend 3 XP, probably. I will probably purchase 1 health at this time, please.
1 health.
Because 4 has been
I'm gonna get
terrifying.
spell warding for 1.
All right.
Um,
Gives me 2.
I'm gonna get
I'm gonna do for 2.
Wall of Elements for 2. I think that's it for now. Okay, and then I'm gonna do my.
Give me a power stone die, please. I'm picking up my Dreamcast. Is that the one that power
What
stone
time is it? Hey Amanda, what time is it?
It's like 7:30.
It's 3:35.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Oof. How long do you want to keep going?
Well, I leave at 4. My typical clock out time's 4:30, so you know less than that.
Okay.
But we're on to day 6.
Mm-hmm.
So we've only got 6 days left in the quest anyway, so we're gonna be fine.
I'll say this much. I know every time we've tried to put this game on stream,
it's a bad game to stream.
It is a bad.
It takes a long time,
and it is a game to to stop and explain a lot of things. So you've been demoing this game.
Yeah, it
quite a
typically
lot.
takes about 2 hours to teach it and run an entire quest.
Yeah,
that is the average runtime.
Yeah.
Longer ones can certainly take longer, but
especially if they include a delve. Delves are
yes,
typically
delves can-
longer.
Yeah, and this one started with the delve.
Starting with a delve, yeah.
But we wanted to show delves.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So
that
I
is-
just want to I just want to put it out there. We advertised this game as a 2 hour plus 30 minutes per player thing per session. We have absolutely gotten games easily, comfortably in that time frame. I just want to point out that it doesn't read when we do these streams, and we know that. We recognize that.
Yeah.
And I also know
firmly
too,
stand with that time frame.
a lot of players will probably never reach that too, because a lot of players absolutely take a long time to make decisions and things like that. So it's like this is not like a one size fits all. This is the playtime.
Well, playtime arguments are
Yes, they are. And
dumb anyways. I don't know. I think
also,
they're dumb.
somebody explained it to me once best that they're like, I hate playtime on boxes. Like when they
doesn't
give
help.
give a range, I like instead approaching what type of game is this when it comes to playtime. Is this is a nice game to play during a game day as part of like the rotation and things like that. Is this a filler game? Is it a warm-up game? Or is it this is the event game? Like, is this the game we have got together to play?
Yeah.
And
I
while
would firmly say this is an event game.
yes, I would agree. Because even though while there are definitely some games for game day that you could absolutely play in 2 hours and then you play another game, things like that, with things like setup, explaining rules, not putting the pressure on for people to take all of the time, like to go like fast, make your decisions. We've got to play, Twilight Imperium after this. If it's like it's like, okay, this is the event game. We are playing this game tonight.
This game typically plays in, I would say, the length of a session of Gloomhaven, which would be like 1 to 2 Gloomhavens.
I don't think I've ever had a 1 hour session for this game.
I've never played a session of Gloomhaven in 1 hour.
Why'd you say 1 hour then?
No, I said 1 to 2 Gloomhaven.
Events. Scenarios. Oh, I see. Right. Okay. I thought you were saying like 1 to 2 hours. I'm like,
how inventive you are about how many scenarios in Gloomhaven you want to play at a time.
Yeah.
But I typically want to play 1 because they take forever to set up, which this game does not take forever to set up because this is the mat. I don't have to find a bunch of cardboard to put on it.
Anyway,
say what you will.
Any questions in the chat, Amanda? No?
Yeah.
How many people are watching still?
We're currently sitting at 88 viewers.
Wow. Oh my gosh.
People stick around for this.
People like us, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but
because we're so funny.
I mean, and that's
we're
also why
showing
all of
downward.
these streams go way too long.
Yeah, that is true. That's the thing. If you don't have funny friends, this game's gonna fly.
If you don't have what?
Funny
friends. Oh my gosh. So I'm kind of just like vamping here, but like,
yeah.
I know you have to
do you
go
want to
at
wrap
a,
up?
at a specific point in time.
I mean, I've got a half an hour in me.
All right.
Still.
Well, we could go do the next quest step, I think.
Sure, let's
All right.
do
Did
it.
you check the symbol though for the day?
No, Sam. Of course I didn't.
Why didn't you do that?
Also,
You put that in the wrong. You put that in the wrong deck.
I've been putting a lot of runs in the wrong deck. So the
To add to like the graphic
design.
design too thing,
Up
of
and
course,
up.
we've already mentioned all this is prototype and playtest. Not only that, some of it is like, hey, this worked for a previous version. That version has now changed, so it doesn't really work anymore. And we were just like, okay, we just got to get something for playtesting. So for example, now the deck is split into 2 decks, which that's not a super recent change, but it's different from the campaign and different from when we initially launched it.
Okay.
But so now it's 2 different decks, and so we're going to change the graphic design so that the peaceful encounters look very like distinct from the conflict encounters, so that you're not like looking for a small symbol being like, wait, which is which? You could like look over at the deck and go, oh yeah, I know which one.
Okay.
So things like that.
We have the symbols fork and ball.
So that's
what I would affectionately call these.
peaceful and conflict.
Peaceful. Oh boy.
Ooh. Now, granted, this only is for general
Very
encounters.
poorly.
It doesn't include quest encounters, but
We're doing bad.
We're actually
would affectionately
we're not
say we're doing poorly.
We're
at
not
this
doing
quest.
that bad, actually.
Mm.
I mean, outside of the fact we had to use a guild
Yeah,
assist,
yeah.
but
That's pretty bad though. So go to quest up.
Yep.
Up.
let's do it.
Full and nesty, springy sweet. So it's a peaceful. That's great. It's a peaceful.
It's not a peaceful.
That's where we're at. We're in a peaceful.
Well, quest encounters
Oh,
override.
no.
All right. Ooh, we get to move this. Is this going to be messing with the framing?
Probably.
This is also why it's not a good game to stream.
Yeah, we'll
It's like we got to move things around.
We'll figure it out once we've got the final product.
Yeah. Once we have like the playmat too, like, and things have like more set spaces, we can film around the playmat. But that'll be for a while. All right.
Have a better bespoke like streaming setup at some
What is it?
point.
12? 12 times 2?
24.
24. Oh, we got to find a 20
It's
pointer.
just like your favorite TV show.
I haven't watched that. I watched like the first 2 seasons, like
Wow.
way back when.
Yeah, that I don't think I've watched an episode of 24 in my life.
It's not a show I like regularly think about.
It's got
I love
Sutherland in it.
I love the premise, like the whole idea of it being like, oh, it's real time or whatever, and one season is just a day. Like, that's clever. I think that's clever. I like that.
Yeah, it's fun.
All right.
Do we ever see the guy like sleep or go to the bathroom?
No, but there are times
When he's not on
there are
camera?
times when they're not on camera. Yeah, I remember hearing like the like behind the scenes things. They'd have to get a haircut every like week and a half. So
That was
that
pretty good.
yeah.
Well, it's like in 7, it was raining the first day, so they're like, oh, we just make it rain every day for continuity. It just makes it seem like it's in a crazy city where it always rains.
Oh, hey, it's this guy again. How many combat dice do you have?
I have 2.
I've got 2, so that's
A 4.
4.
You bought a combat dice?
I did. I need to upgrade.
Yeah, I guess. Just like the film. Upgrade. Starring Tom Hardy.
It's not Tom Hardy. It's the other one.
Oh, yeah,
It's
Logan
the-
Marshall
yeah,
Green.
It's the look-alike.
They look so much alike.
It's like Charlie Hunnam and
Charlie Hunnam.
Garrett Hedlund or Hudland or whatever.
Sure.
And they played brothers in that one Netflix movie. And I'm like, they need to play brothers in every movie because
Here's the
it's
thing, though.
crazy.
Logan Marshall Green, I would say, is the much better actor.
Over Tom Hardy?
I would say that.
That's
Have you watched The
that's-
Invitation?
yes, yeah. So
A
I'm like,
movie
that's an
in which
interesting
I'm
take.
like,
I'm
he's
not.
miscast because he steals the show from everyone else in the movie.
All right.
All right.
Okay, so at the start
Where did our
of
friend
round
Arvin go?
3,
Mm-hmm.
calculate half of enemy pool and deploy up to the first 5 units of that calculation to the entrance tile. So that's to try and account for, like, if you're doing this in session 2, it's not going to be, I don't think we're going to spawn 5 enemies off of half of 24, 12. No, it'd be 3 enemies. But it's there to be that you can't spawn more than 5. Any party members occupying the entrance tile will be placed on the closest unoccupied hexes. This will happen regardless of if all other enemies are defeated before round 3. So if we kill everybody in round 1 and 2,
That was going to be my next question.
we just have to wait for them to show up.
Okay. All right.
Okay. All right.
I'm gonna
And our battle objective. Oh, we get to actually, no, this is a quest one. We get to use both.
choose to be the starting player, as I often do.
Fine.
Because I want to blast the heck out of this Guar while I'm right next to him.
Mm-hmm.
And I can throw 3 magic dice. That's great. I'm going to start in
Did
magic.
you up your magic? Nice.
No, my magic's
there
always
you
been
go.
3. I've just never had 3
That's
magic
right.
dice to throw because I didn't get a... Okay.
I like how you got a miss on the die
On
that
the
lets
one
you
die that lets
change
me
your
choose, yeah.
results.
That's fine. That's fine. I true damage him for 1, which doesn't matter because he doesn't have defense. I get to slot this bad boy. Pop you down there. And then I'm going to move. And I go up. Move in there. And then I'm going to switch to archery for a fatigue. I also forgot to do cooldown at the beginning of my turn.
It's a habit. It's a hard habit to
I
break.
know. So
And-
used to doing it at the end, and then I'm not. I know I don't do it there, so then I just don't do it at all.
Not to sort of like let the stream turn into a little bit more of like behind the scenes, behind the dev process too. Like one of the things we notice with like,
I'm gonna try and smack that high elf bandit with my volley.
yeah, sounds good. Miss. is that too, like, you know, there's going to be like a quick reference too
Yeah.
for players so that they can like, oh yeah, what's the breakdown of a turn and things like that. And so when we were originally thinking about like, oh, should we move the cooldown thing? Because, you know, like it being at the end wasn't as intuitive as we were sort of hoping it would be.
Mm-hmm.
And then it came with all of the downsides of being at the end, like you forget status dice are in there, you're not prompted to look, acrobatics and heavy armor, those kinds of things. So because it didn't have the pro of being intuitive, we're like, okay, well, we might as well get all the pros of putting it at the front of the turn. And then also on top of that, on whatever little quick reference, it being the second thing on there makes it a lot harder to forget. Because that's a thing we noticed even with like burn cycle. Has the little reference card, last thing you do at the end of your turn is you degrade the burn cycle.
Yep.
It's so easy to forget that. Even when I'm looking at the card, because it's the last thing. And I'm like, oh yeah, I'm ending my turn here. I'm good. And then it's like, wait, no, there was that one more thing. Whereas here, your turn ends when your turn ends. Like you say, I'm done. You know, so you don't have to do any of that sort of added tacked on cleanup.
Yeah. I did my once per battle to recover all of my skill dice and replace them with flight fatigue.
What? Oh, right. Oh, gosh.
And then I took another fatigue so that I can do this again. And almost missed, but I'm going to 4 this guy and just kill him.
And then,
And
okay.
then I'm going to place myself on that relic. And when I kill this guy, I'm going to spend 2 to hopefully not get 1 or 2 now. Okay, that gives me an item. Argonian Tunic. I can't.
You can,
equip these new ones?
yeah, you could push one of these to your pack if you wanted.
2 tenacity, gain 1. Oh, okay. Okay. Argonian clothes. Not as good in this region as others, but still good. I'm going to initiate a lockpick. Yes.
And what do you need? You need a legendary.
I need a 6 first. That's a 6. That's a 1. Okay. Does not work at all. A 2. Okay. I can't juice that 6 enough.
Boom.
Can do that
There
one.
you go.
All right, so give me a tenacity. And the lockpick, good. And then I got the Maelstrom's dagger. Does that gain 2 tenacity? Sure, this is going to go right into my pack. That's great. All right. Neato. Should I gain bonus health? That guy's not going to get to me
Why would you get bonus health?
for my Argonian pants.
Oh, for 2 tenacity.
Or a tunic's not pants. Okay, yeah, I'm done.
Okay. All right.
I have spent
Cover.
a lot. I'll do that. Okay. That's not the end of my
All right. So let's see here. I'm gonna move up into the fray. Oh gosh, I forgot how scary that guy is. So I'm gonna go here.
retreat. Riposte 3. Ooh.
Oh.
Don't let him get next to you.
Oh, stinky.
Stinky.
All right.
Ew.
Okay. Let's see. Who do I want to target? I'm gonna go for the Guar. He does high damage.
Yeah. Plays music that people don't really like, but they pretend to because he looks really cool.
Okay, so that's 2 damage. Ooh, this is good. This is good.
Yeah,
So-
yeah.
Yes. Okay. That's 1
What's the
tenacity.
little fire?
The fire is I get to place a fear status die on a targetable enemy
Sure.
and then deal 1 damage to an adventurer. You're healthier than me, so you get it this time.
Oh, sure. But what's the fear?
Fear turns off all of his skills.
Yeah.
So he no longer has retreat,
Oh, you're
no
putting
longer
on that
has
damage.
riposte, no longer has steal.
So that's just
And
a
that die is
big old
drained.
dummy now.
That's a 1 in
throws
6
through
chance.
attack.
I rolled the best result.
Yeah.
That's not the theme of this episode. That's for sure.
No, certainly not.
And
You
so
get it wrong
specifically
bad,
too,
but
my spell sword being that it has to be a level 1, and this is a drained result anyway, so I can't ever use spell sword to guarantee this result. That was
Chef's kiss? Is that
chef's
what?
kiss.
All right, you done for your turn? You done yapping about how good your turn was?
Oh shoot! I should have rolled this as well,
No.
and I had the magicka for it. I'm not going to cheat. I'm going to accept my failure.
Yeah. As we all should.
Another.
Getting pretty.
Do you want
high on
another,
the-
do you
on
want-
the tenacity?
Do you want your race ability back again?
I mean,
I mean, no. I'm
save
I'm
it
gonna keep
because
it.
I'm quite.
For,
if you have a way to remove many of my fatigue,
I don't.
or give me your tenacity.
Oh, geez, these guys both deal 2. Oh, I'm in danger.
Mm-hmm. Well, our allies are gonna go, and they're gonna wipe the floor with some of these.
All right,
guys.
I'm gonna get rid of this chicken. I'm gonna spend 1.
Why? The chicken.
I know. I'm gonna spend 1. I'm gonna get rid of this. I get to heal for 3, which puts me at to 5.
Oh, and then deal 3.
And then deal 3 to the Guar, so I get to kill the Guar.
Wow.
I just threw the chicken, this
You
ghost
threw
chicken.
a ghost chicken at him. He died.
I mean, it's called
It was
meticulous
so scary.
disassembly. So actually, like, I
Yeah.
used magic. I ripped the chicken apart,
Ugh.
and then I grabbed its
It's a ghost
ghostly
chicken.
things,
Nobody
and I
get-
threw it at the
nobody
Guar,
get
and the Guar
grossed
got
out.
so horrified by the whole event that it died.
I would be terrified if
Yeah.
I saw a ghost first
Spell
off.
swords are scary.
But then if somebody ripped the ghost apart like in Frighteners, oh my goodness.
All right.
Okay. Woodork's going to go there. He's going to roll 2 against them 2 fellas. He's going to hit this guy for 1. He's going to hit this guy for 1.
Nice.
All right. And then our friend the Wood Elf Bandit. Let's just, might as well pop up both, right? Then he's going to...
Just
he's
1.
going to roll 1.
Oh, he's not going to do very well, is he? Yeah.
No, he's not.
All right.
Nope.
So
nope,
enemies.
no.
This guy,
so
he's going to
scary.
go for the closest, which 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. That's
Well, what's his
all of us. So
preferred?
he's going to go for the weakest, which, that's you.
Is it? Oh, yeah.
But he doesn't have any range, so
No.
he's just... And he would retreat. So that would have been really bad.
Oh, because he's untargetable now.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
yeah,
he's
he
feared,
has
so
no
he doesn't...
abilities.
Yep. Oh,
Nice.
gosh, that was huge.
Okay, so he goes, then that's us. Breton Bandit. Will there be reminders to let us know that these folks are our friends? in the final
So that's
product
something
of the
that's we're currently
game?
discussing. Some things that haven't been decided yet is exactly like what color the hero chips are going to be. For playtesting, I went ahead and just got a bunch of different wacky colors. I don't know if we're actually going to be able to do that. They might all be like all heroes have the same color or something like that. Regardless, what we're thinking of doing is having all heroes make sure that their color is distinct from health chips
Yeah,
and enemy chips. So that there's going to be, 20 of these in the game?
sure.
Because there's 2 for every of the 10 races.
Yep.
And so I think what we're leaning towards is that you will, when you have a companion, you'll take an unused hero chip and place it underneath it. And so then you can just see that, oh, that has a hero chip underneath. So you don't need to like lift to be like, what's going on? It's just like, oh, there's that chip there that tells you this is owned by you.
Okay. This is funny, a funny interaction. So he's equidistant from all of you. He wants to hit 2 people. Highest health person's right in the middle. So you're going to pop up here.
Oh, yeah.
And presumably he hits you as well because you're the second highest.
Yes. Yep. That is...
That's funny. And then he rerolls that because he's aggressive.
Ha!
So he smacks you for 1, and
Yeah.
that guy misses completely. And dodge. He super misses against
Wow,
that guy.
yeah.
And then it is on to round 2. I was the first playo. 3 fatigue. All right. I kind of want to lockpick that, but it's an awful prospect.
I love how every single time I've seen somebody take Burglar or Ledgermane,
Yeah, I gotta
they
lean
become
into
the
it, dude.
biggest loot goblins in the world. And I'm like, oh, it's unstoppable. I love it. You're like, you don't have any room for it, but you want it.
I want it so bad. Let's see. Should I eat these mud crab fries?
What do they do?
They would stun an enemy, and they would ignore the defense stat on that enemy.
Ooh.
For
Oh,
the
but you can't get volley
turn.
back, so you'd be stuck next to him anyway, so stun wouldn't do anything.
That's true. It's very true.
But, I mean, ignoring the defense is
Oh,
still
I'm going to
huge.
do it.
Yeah,
I
okay.
forgot about. I also have this.
Oh,
thing.
that's a good point. Yeah, because for the rest of the
Roll
turn, his
these
defense is ignored,
Archer
right?
die on him.
So he's stunned, right?
Yep. So he takes 5.
Oh,
wow!
with no defense, right?
And no defense. It's ignored.
Oh my gosh. Nice roll. We're finally turning this
Okay.
around. Right as you're
Huh.
going to have to leave.
Yeah, 1, 2. I am still gonna loot goblin this though because I can't resist. We're going for 4-1-1. That's pretty miserable. That's a 4 though. Okay, we got 4 attempts. That's a 1.
That's a 1?
Yeah. Okay. That's
a 1. Look at that.
Bam. Okay.
There's no such thing as a hard lock pick for you.
Gain a tenacity. We get the Crawdad Quiche. Oh man, I love my. Can I move this out?
You just keep it tapped to mark that it's still expended.
Heal HP equal to your current tenacity. Also, you have my abilities, although I just picked all the locks, so you can't actually use them. Then I'm going to swap to a different form.
Oh, so you can do the thing?
So I can do the thing, because there's a defense down for the turn, not just for that attack.
Some good fries.
So I spend that. Roll 3 free.
I love, like, if anybody were to ask me... Oh, nice.
That's dead.
If anybody were to ask me what's the strongest item currently in the game, the Skeever Gumbo. And I love the fact that I think the strongest item in the game is a pot of gumbo.
Okay. Wow. I could clear some fatigue, but as we're about to finish, that seems like a waste. Okay, that's a me. That's a me.
Right. Okay.
This is a weird build. Let me tell you. Okay. So that is your turn. Only one left is
these 2.
Orc Bandit and the Breton Bandit.
I'm gonna just do ahead and do my once per battle, or once per turn. Drain this to a 4.
You've been cheating a lot then if that's once per battle.
Kill this guy with the 4 damage.
Yep. You take a damage?
I already did it. Okay. Then I am gonna do my once per battle to warp here. I'm gonna warp here and then heal for 2.
Okay.
I'm gonna take. I haven't taken an engage yet because that wasn't an engage. That was just my innate.
Yep.
I'm gonna switch to my little sword.
Yes. Little sword.
And I'm gonna attack this guy
with your little sword. Why don't you attack him with your big axe?
Because they're this. Because I don't have any idas. It was just the closest one. Yeah.
And then our friends probably finish him. I mean, we got played it.
Yep. All right. Woodork. Yep, there it is.
You done did it.
Done did it.
Wow.
Boom.
Oh man, these Gold Coast mud crab fries. Delightful.
I mean, you're gonna have to spend a town action to
you become a chef over here.
You become a chef, yeah.
Heal HP equal to your current tenacity.
Become the party chef.
Party chef. They call me the party chef.
They call me the All right, so we would get 2 XP. So up our XP by 2.
Yes, please.
I think. I know I
meant me.
I know we're probably going to just wrap it up here, but...
You can take pictures. I want to keep playing that.
Okay.
You like to store this. This is a good run. It's a weird run.
We already used our guild assist.
Yep. That's what we want to do. And then I would spend my XP to finally get a pet. I would get this little dinosaur.
Dinosaur DNA. All right. Though you failed to obtain the audience with the Wilder Queen, you are dismayed when the investigation of the spring site is once again interrupted by an ambush. You've had little to report to Garrick if this keeps up. As with the Hollow, these new invaders seem to know exactly where and when to attack you, and you begin to suspect that one of your guides may be informing on your movements to an enterprising third party. Not Linus or Stromboli. With that thought in mind, you make plans to visit a third location, telling your 2 colleagues about your travel plans. This time, however, you lie, explaining that a breakthrough in the previous day's research has given you a promising lead on uncovering the secret of Felenste's disappearance. Rather than engage in another fruitless research session, however, you decide to lie in wait for your would-be attackers, perhaps discovering the purpose behind their disruptive efforts as well as their informant. So, at the start of this clash, so when we would go there...
This is actually an orientation of the battle map, too, that I needed to bring up with you.
Oh, why? What's the issue?
I don't think this fits.
What do you mean it doesn't fit?
It doesn't. Oh, it does fit there. Okay.
Oh, and those aren't final.
Okay.
Those aren't final cuts either. So.
Got it.
But so at this one, flip the Wood Orc Bandit Marauder to the side, opposite the one party that. Wait, what? Flip the Wood Orc Bandit Marauder to the side, opposite to the one the party was using. Oh, as a companion. Okay, so we would flip. That's now level 1. That's now level 5. Gotcha. Okay. I was thinking, like, is this a dexterity game? We got to, like, flip them.
Yeah, the final part of this quest is just trying to flip them onto their helmet. If you can't do it,
There are There are seldom dexterity encounters in the game, sort of like Too Many Bones has them. They are not in quests, though. I think that would be a bridge too far. I mean, depends on who you ask. For me, I think that'd be hilarious, but
yeah, we have like a 20-part quest that's really arduous,
end
and
game?
then it ends with juggling.
an
or something.
end game is a dexterity encounter.
Stupid.
Oh my god, your builds mean nothing.
Yeah, you idiots.
So yeah, we got to travel to either the summer or the autumn site, initiate that clash. In this clash, all Daedra have the enemy skill Ethereal. Meh, that's no biggie.
No.
Oh yeah, so they would flip over to the other side and then go to the bottom of the enemy pool. So it is now. So we'd have to fight them.
Okay.
Um,
So they will both betray us.
they will both betray us.
Spoilers.
Oh wait, no, it's just the wood orc. Never mind. No, not Stromboli.
Stromboli.
Oh, Linus
How
trusted you,
could you? And we did.
and we did too. That's also important.
Lasagna trusted you, Stromboli.
Sonya trusted.
Are there any questions?
Not gonna
coming
get
through
some
in
gabagool.
the chat at all?
Yeah, so then we would do that final
because we
encounter.
can take those now.
Now, the one thing that's also different is when we would do this final encounter, we would ignore our current XP
Yeah.
and instead do whatever our difficulty would be for the
Okay.
final step.
So there's a specific scale.
Yeah,
now.
and that's based on difficulty. That's based on session. So it's sort of like a grid that says, hey, are you on apprentice, adept, or expert? Cool. Is this session 1, 2, or endgame? You know.
Awesome. If anyone has any questions, put them in right now while we're wrapping up, because I'm gonna start wrapping up. I'm gonna let you know housekeeping stuff. There will be no live stream next week. I will be in Germany, as will
No excuse.
Amanda.
Just do another
So,
live
you know.
streom from the convention. That worked so
It
well
worked
last time.
really well last time. I will never do it again unless we have a fully different setup in mind, because it was awful and very stressful. But yeah, no stream will be in Essen Spiel. Come see us we'll be sharing a booth with Frosted. I forget the booth number at this time, but come look at our stuff. It'll be there.
B116.
3
Yep.
Bravo 116.
Yep. If you want 20 Strong in German, I guess it will be there in that language, but we will not be selling it in English at this time. Additionally, if you're a content person, I can demo Elder Scrolls with you. If you're not a content person, I will be demoing that in a room with a wall that half won't be there, so you can see the game
Watch it
close
from
up.
afar.
Watch it from a close, kind of.
Yeah, it's
like it's a pretty tight area. Other than that, I had one other thing that eludes me. Oh, there will be timestamps in this live stream. This is the worst part of the video to announce that in, is the very last part. But if you're looking for specific parts as a playtester, or if you're watching this later and decided to start here for some reason.
So we'll probably do timestamps for creating an adventure,
Yep.
jailbreak tutorial.
Yeah, you
how
can give me the
delves work,
specifics
you know,
on how you want it broken up. But
Yeah.
yeah, we'll put timestamps in. That'll go up tomorrow. I'm not gonna do it when I get home, but I'll do it tomorrow. Always within 24 hours is my goal, but just, they're not auto-generated. I gotta put them in myself. Okay.
All right.
Further questions? We're good.
No further
Perfect.
questions? All right.
Well, thank you so much for sticking around for those who did, and I hope you enjoyed it. And if you have any questions about playtesting, bug Salem. Thank you. Are you ending?